Pan Tadeusz. By Adam Mickiewicz. Rules for pronunciation of the Polish words in the text. The letters B, D, F, H, K, M, N, P, R, S, T, Z, are pronounced as in English, except when modified, as several of them are, by particular dots or accents, necessary for the expressing of Slavonic sounds in Roman letters. C is invariably pronounced soft, like TZ, before all vowels and before consonants, even in cases where it is hard in other languages, as Soplica, pronounced Soplica. Before the vowel I it has a palatal sound, not unlike C in Italian. G is invariably hard, as in Gil, get. J has the same sound as in Italian or German. K is used for the hard C of other languages, and in foreign words is substituted for it, as Catholic, written in Polish Catholic. The letter L has two forms, one corresponding to our own. The other with a delicate stroke down has a peculiar sound, slightly resembling our W, scarcely ever mastered by foreigners. In the present work it has been judged best, owing to the impossibility of procuring suitable type, to use the simple I throughout. N accented is pronounced like the Spanish N in canon. W like V. Z as in English, when dotted Z, pronounced like J in French, with an accent Z the sound is sharper. SC has the sound of SH in English. CZ is pronounced like CH in church. RZ has the sound resembling that of the dotted Z or French J, thus the proper name of Dobrzinski is pronounced as if written Dobrzyński. SCCZ is pronounced with both sounds of SC and CZ thoroughly distinct, so that the combination resembles SHTCH. The vowels A, E, I, O, U, are pronounced as in all continental languages, very broad and full. A and E are, however, susceptible of modifications, causing them to sound like N and in French. Particular forms of the letters are used for these sounds in Polish. But in this translation the nasals are expressed by M or N, as Rembajlo, Częstochowa, a form of spelling warranted by Polish usage. N.B, consonants are pronounced far more lightly than in English. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Introduction. The Slavonic languages and their literatures are so little studied in our own country, that it is to be feared that many English men and women have not even heard the name of Poland's greatest poet, Adam Mickiewicz. When, a few years ago, a tablet was affixed to the house at Rome in which the poet had for a short time lodged, there were many oracular utterances in the newspapers to make clear to wondering foreigners what sort of person that name implied. And yet the writings of Mickiewicz are well worth our attention. He is preeminently the national poet of Poland. In him is to be found the voice of its sufferings and struggles, the echo of its history and long-cherished traditions. No writer has more faithfully reproduced the old Polish life and manners and the spirit of its national songs. He has himself beautifully said that in the popular lay lies hidden the weapon of the nation's hero, and the woven thread of the nation's thoughts, with the wings and voice of the archangel. Sometimes also thou holdest the sword of the archangel. 1. And all this will assuredly be found in his own poetry, with its quaint tales of old Polish life and Lithuanian chivalry, its fantastic legends of enchanted lakes and oaks of immemorial sanctity. It is probable that only the circumstance of his poems being written in a difficult language, which it is not the fashion to study in England, has kept them so absolutely unknown to our countrymen. Such is far from being the case in Germany and France. But in the words of Doom, V Victus, may also be read the degradation of the language of the conquered. Polish, however, is not yet a dead language nor likely to be. It is still spoken by nearly 10 millions of people, and boasts of many living writers of merit. Let us hope then that our countrymen will welcome this work by Miss Maud Biggs, a lady already so favorably known by her version of Conrad Wallenrod. She puts before us a translation of a celebrated poem by Mickiewicz, Pan Tadeusz, a graphic picture of old Polish life in Lithuania before the invasion of Russia by Napoleon in 1812. During the independence of Poland, this country had formed a very important portion of the Republic. It is now divided into Russian governments. Perhaps the novelty of the manners described in this poem, and the graphic pictures of earlier forms of society, may recommend it to the English reader. Miss Biggs has performed her task exceedingly well, although Polish is so difficult a language and the poem she has selected is national to the very core. For the rhyming lines of the original she has substituted blank verse, a meter with which Englishmen are familiar in long poems, and which allows a translator to be more literal by emancipating him from what have been called the tags of rhyme. She is always faithful to her author, and cleverly reproduces the spirit of his poem, although something must necessarily be lost in every translation. The manly sounds of the English language are fitter than those of many others for reproducing the echoes of the vigorous Polish tongue. It is impossible not to recall to one's mind the fine words of Casimir Brzezinski, himself a poet of no mean order. Let, says he, the Pole smile with manly pride when the inhabitant of the banks of the Tiber or Seine calls his language rude. Let him hear with keen satisfaction and the dignity of a judge the stranger who painfully struggles with the Polish pronunciation, like a Sybarite trying to lift an old Roman coat of armor. Or when he strives to articulate the language of men with the weak accent of a child. So long as courage is not wanting to our nation, and our morals have not become degraded, let us not disavow this manly roughness of our language. It has its harmony and its melody, but it is the murmur of an oak of 300 years, and not the plaintive and feeble cry of a reed, swayed by every wind. The life of Mickiewicz, who died 30 years ago, was a very sad one. He was born in 1798, and at an early age became an exile, never seeing his native country after 1829. How great were his longings to revisit it, we find by the commencement of Pan Tadeusz, which breathes all the despair of an exile. He settled in Paris and became a professor of the Slavonic languages and literatures at the College de France. This office, however, he was compelled to resign on account of his identifying himself with the strange views of Toyansky. His wife afterwards became insane, and we have a pathetic portrait of the poet towards the close of his life in the memoirs of Herzen. Published originally in the Russian magazine Polar Star, Poliarnia Zvezda. He appeared to the Russian politician as a man bowed down with troubles, prematurely grey, and lost in the labyrinths of religious mysticism. In 1855 he was sent to Constantinople to assist in forming a Polish legion to serve against the Russians in the Crimean War, and died there. Mickiewicz is altogether a strange and interesting figure, and deserves to be known much more widely than in the comparatively narrow circle of his compatriots. He has shown excellence in many fields of literature, but especially in his ballads and narrative poems. The exquisite grace and finish of his sonnets, especially those inspired by the poet's visit to the Crimea, will be acknowledged by all acquainted with his writings. They are the finest in any Slavonic language, and may be compared with some of the best Italian and English compositions of the same kind. With the good wishes of a few hardy admirers of the poet, this version of one of his most striking productions is venturesomely sent forth to the great English-speaking public. W. R. Morfill. Translator's Preface. In order to have a clear understanding of the spirit in which this poem is composed, it will not perhaps be considered irrelevant to prefix a short abstract of the historical events on which it is founded, and to which reference is made in the course of the story. The wars of Napoleon, and the relation these had to the politics and prospects of the Polish nation, form the historical groundwork of the poem, which may therefore be taken as representing a portion of European history at present little known and studied. It is, however, generally admitted that for the right understanding and just appreciation of the literature of a people a certain knowledge of their past and present history is absolutely necessary. And of no people is this more true than of the Poles, whose literary works, even such as, strictly speaking, cannot be classed as historical, abound with references to the past, and are replete with allusions to historical and traditional names and events, almost every one of which must require explanation to those not previously acquainted with the subject. It is scarcely possible to study any classical work in this, perhaps the richest and most highly cultivated of all the Slavonic languages, without as it were half unconsciously acquiring some knowledge of the traditions to which such frequent allusion is made. No further excuse it is therefore hoped will be necessary for commencing this work with an account of the chief circumstances which transpired from the year 1794 or 1795 to the beginning of 1812, between which the whole interest of this story is comprised. After the Battle of Maciejows and capture of Warsaw, many of the Poles took refuge in France, since they imagined that the Republic would no doubt immediately commence a crusade against the enemies of Poland, and therefore readily offered their services in the French armies. At this period a regulation existed forbidding the French government from receiving foreign troops into their service. The difficulty was evaded by proclaiming the Polish exiles citizens of the Cisalpine Republic, one of the short-lived states created about this time by Bonaparte. They were formed into legions, marching under their own colors, and bearing in addition the motto, Gli uomini liberi sono fratelli. The legions were commanded by Henry Dombrowski, who for some time had held a command in the Saxon army, and, strange to say, spoke German better than Polish. They greatly contributed to the success of the French in Italy, but on the cessation of hostilities by the Treaty of Campo Formio, found their expectations deceived. No mention was made of Poland in the Articles of Peace. It was not however long before hostilities were resumed. Suwarrow, being dispatched to the help of the Austrians, in 1799 defeated the French in several battles. The Poles, venturing again to trust those who had once deceived them, entered once more into the service of France, this time as part of the French army, since Napoleon, after subverting the Directory, had abolished the regulation relative to the employment of foreign troops. The first legion of the Poles threw themselves into Mantua, which was besieged by the Austrians, and on its capitulation were delivered into the hands of the enemy by the French, who had bound themselves by a secret treaty to restore to the Austrians their deserters, namely those Poles who had escaped from their ranks to join the French. The remainder, under Dombrowski, took refuge in France, and after many changes of fortune were formed into one legion, part of which was detached to form the so-called Legion of the Danube under General Niaziewicz. Dombrowski had conceived a plan for reaching Poland through Bohemia and Moravia. But it was soon manifest that no solid assistance was to be expected from Napoleon, who regarded them merely as instruments of his own projects. A number of the Legion of the Danube were at Genoa for Haiti, for the forcibly embarked quelling of the insurrection successfully carried on by Toussaint Louverture. Numbers of the Poles succumbed to the climate, and few returned to their own country. A certain number preferred to remain in Haiti, and make common cause with the Negroes, instead of opposing those who had in no way injured their cause. Nevertheless, the legions of the Poles continued, hoping against hope, to fight the battles and support the cause of Napoleon. One alone was wiser. Napoleon at one time endeavored to obtain the support of Kosciuszko, but the veteran hero refused the prestige of his name to his designs. Bonaparte nevertheless was still able to preserve the belief of the exiles in his benevolent intentions, and thus waste their strength and lives in aiding his schemes of conquest. Still after the Battle of Austerlitz, wherein the German powers were for the time being crushed, Posen became independent, and Napoleon soon entered Polish territory with the Legion of Dombrowski, as we find related in Book 7 of the poem. The Poseners at once joined with their countrymen and the French to conquer East Prussia, and to besiege Danzig. The Russians now came to the assistance of Prussia, and thus the French were at war with both powers at once. The battles of Pultusk, Eylau, Friedland, followed in quick succession. It seemed probable that Napoleon would soon cross the Niemen, and enter Lithuania. But instead of this he held a personal conference with Alexander I at the bridge at Tilsit, where they arranged the Articles of a Peace, July 7, 1807. By this treaty a considerable portion of Poland was taken from the King of Prussia, and erected into the Duchy of Warsaw, but part of the Polish territory was still left in the hands of the Germans. And the province of Białystok was detached to form part of the Tsar's dominions. Shortly after this Napoleon was at war with the Austrian Emperor Francis, and while the Emperor of the French was fighting his way towards Vienna, the Archduke Ferdinand proceeded towards Warsaw. With an army 4 times larger than the handful of Polish troops, who alone remained to guard the newly created Duchy of Warsaw. The Poles made a gallant stand at Razin against the Austrian troops, so much so that the Archduke accepted a convention by which, Warsaw being surrendered to him, he bound himself not to act against Praga, on the other side the river. Dąbrowski hastened to Great Poland, or the Grand Duchy of Posen, and Prince Józef Poniatowski crossed the Vistula with part of the army. Then followed an astonishing campaign, in which a small handful of Polish troops quickly spread themselves over a vast extent of country. Defeated and scattered Austrian troops many times more numerous, and conquered province after province with surprising rapidity. In 1 month they had taken Lublin, Sandomir, Zamość, and Leopold, and fresh troops from these provinces swelled their forces into an army equal in size to the Austrian. The Archduke was forced to abandon Warsaw. The Russians entering at this point into the struggle captured Leopold, but shielded the rest of Galicia from any further attack. On the 15th of July Poniatowski took Krakow, but the news of an armistice stayed further operations. Peace was concluded in Vienna on the 14th of October. The conquests of Poniatowski included Krakow, and half the salt mines of Wieliczka were joined to the Duchy of Warsaw. But the other half and all the territory known as Old Galicia were left to Austria. Napoleon detached the circle of Tarnopol, which he gave to Russia. All of Poland that at this time boasted of independence was comprised in the small Duchy of Warsaw, which had a special constitution granted by Napoleon. The Elector of Saxony was sovereign of the new state, with a French administration, wherein the deputies of the nation had but little power. The army alone was purely Polish, consisting of 90,000 men, but a considerable portion of these were dispatched to Spain, and while thus condemned to combat free men, who had in no way injured the Polish cause, left their own country almost without defenders. Still a general impression prevailed that something more decisive would be done, and through 5 years warlike operations went on apace in the duchy. It became day by day more apparent that Napoleon would soon break off all agreements with the Tsar, and throughout the year 1811 diplomatic negotiations were carried on, the ultimate ending of which was variously conjectured. But day by day the real intentions of Napoleon became plainer. The Polish forces in the heart of Spain, at the furthest bounds of Europe, begun to move towards their own country. At length an August war was finally declared between France and Russia. Napoleon entered into a secret treaty with Austria to give up Illyria or Dalmatia in exchange for Galicia. On the 24th of June, 1812 the French and Polish armies crossed the Niemen. On the 28th Napoleon himself entered Wilna, and the union of Lithuania with Poland was proclaimed. The further progress of the campaign and its terrible conclusion are matters of history, and have nothing to do with the plot of the poem now before us. They need not therefore be further particularized. No allusion is therein made to the retreat from Moscow. The future is only, as it were, intimated in far-off dim perspective beyond the bright conclusion of the story. It is said that at one time Mickiewicz intended to write another epic as a sequel to Thaddeus, carrying on the adventures of his hero over the time of the Congress of Vienna, and up to the events of 1831, but from various causes this design never was carried out. The poem we have was completed with difficulty, amid hindrances of various kinds, illness, poverty, political and literary engagements, and interruptions under which the exercise of the poetic faculty was well nigh impossible. Little of poetical value ever proceeded from the pen of the author later than the production of this his greatest work. And as the wonderful dramatic poem of the Ancestors remains incomplete and fragmentary, it represents the consummate effort of this sublime genius. A picture of old Polish life, and the manners and customs, thoughts and feelings, of the Poles at the epoch of which it treats, it stands unrivaled. And as a national epic, the greatest work of the greatest poet of the Polish nation, occupies a high position in European literature. similar to that which the principal epics of ancient and modern languages have always done. It is to Polish not only that which the Iliad is to Greek, the Aeneid to Latin, the Nibelungen to Germany, the Divina Commedia to Italy, but also that which the Canterbury Tales and Shakespeare's historical plays are to England, and Don Quixote to Spain. It is therefore to be hoped that this attempt to introduce for the first time into this country an image of the thoughts and feelings of a people, whose literature is only neglected because they have no recognized position among nations, may not be wholly unwelcome. The literature of any country seldom receives more important additions than in faithful translations of the standard works of other tongues. And whatever may be the shortcomings of the following translation, it is hoped that indulgence may be shown in consideration of being an attempt to introduce into the circle of English literature one element hitherto unknown to it. Whatever faults the critical eye may discern must be laid rather to the charge of the translation than to that of the original, of which the exquisite beauty in execution and marvelous artistic finish cannot be appreciated except by readers of Polish. The greatest care has, however, been taken to ensure exact and literal rendering of every phrase, and full explanatory notes have been added for the elucidation of matters unfamiliar to English readers. In proof of this it may be mentioned that some of the information upon scientific subjects has been kindly afforded by the Academy of Sciences at Krakow. For assistance, however, in the preparation of this work for the press, as well as in contributing a large share of the notes, the translator is above all indebted to Mr. Edmund S. Naganowski, for whose unvarying kindness and valuable help in literary work she cannot express sufficient thanks, and only trust that as displayed in the result they will meet as cordial a recognition from the public as from herself. M.A. B. June 1885. Pan Tadeusz, The Last Foray in Lithuania. Book. Chapter 1. Homekeeping. Return of a young gentleman, a first meeting in a chamber. A second at table, valuable instructions of the judge concerning politeness, the Podkomorzy's political views on fashions, the beginning of the quarrel of Kusi and Sokol, the Wojski's sorrow, the last Woźny of the tribunal, a glance over the contemporary political situation in Lithuania and Europe. Litva. My country, like art thou to health. For how to prize thee he alone can tell. Who has lost thee? I behold thy beauty now, in full adornment, and I sing of it, because I long for thee. O Holy Virgin! Thou, who defendest Częstochowa bright, 3. And shinest in the Ostra gate, who shieldest the castled town of Nowogrodek with its faithful people. As by miracle, thou didst restore me as a child to health, when by a weeping mother, I, confided to thy protection, raised my half-dead eye, and to the threshold of thy sanctuary could go at once on foot to offer thanks to God for life returned. For do thou likewise restore us thus by miracle unto the bosom of our fatherland. Meanwhile, bear thou my soul, consumed by longing, to those wooded hills, unto those meadows green, broad stretching on the azure Neman's shore, towards those fields, rich-hued with various grain, golden with wheat, and silvered with the rye, where amber rape, where buckwheat white as snow, where with a maiden blush the clover glows, and all, as with a ribbon girdled by a green ridge, whereon pear trees far apart. Amid such fields, years since, upon the brink of running water, on a hill not high, among a birchen thicket, framed of wood, there stood a noble's mansion, underbuilt with masonry. The whitened walls gleamed far, and whiter from the contrast they appeared, against the dark green poplar tree that shielded the house from blasts of autumn. 'Twas not large, the dwelling house, but all round neat and clean. It had a great barn, and 3 stacks beside, of garnered corn, that underneath the thatch could not be placed. 'Twas seen the region round was rich in corn, and from the cornstalks thick as stars, appearing all their length and breadth. Upon the clearings, from the many ploughs, those dark green fallows turning up thus soon, which to the mansion surely appertained. 'Twas seen that order and abundance reigned within this house. The gate half open stood, proclaiming unto all who travelled by its hospitality, inviting all. This very moment, in a 2-horse chaise, a youthful gentleman approached the gate, and traversing the courtyard came before the gallery. He lighted from the chaise. The horses, left there, gone to nip the grass before the door, at leisure. Empty seemed the house, the doors were locked and fastened close with bolts and padlock. But the traveller ran not unto the farm to call for servants, but opened the door, and ran into the house. He longed to welcome it, since he for long had not beheld his home. For in the city, far off for education he had stayed. The end long waited for had come at last. He ran within, and eagerly he gazed, and tenderly, upon those ancient walls, as old acquaintances. He viewed again the selfsame furniture, same tapestry, with which he loved to play from swaddling bands. But less of size it seemed, less beautiful than formerly. And those same portraits hung around the walls. There Kosciuszko, clad in the Cracovian chamara, 56 raised his eyes to heaven, and grasped a 2-hand sword, such as when, on the altar steps, he swore he with this sword would drive the despots 3 from Poland, or himself upon it fall. And further reached hand 7 sat, in Polish dress. Grieving for freedom lost, he grasped a knife. The blade towards his breast, before him lay Fido and Cato's life. Jasinski ate there, a beautiful and sadly looking youth. Beside him Corsic, his unsevered friend. They stand on Praga's ramparts, over piles of Muscovites, the foemen cutting down. But Praga burned already round them. 9 even. The ancient clock with chimes the traveller knew, in wooden case, at the entrance of the alcove. And with a childish joy he pulled the string, to hear again Dombrowski's old mazurka. He ran through all the house, and sought that room where as a child he dwelt, long years ago. Entered, retired, his wondering glances flew around the walls. A woman's dwelling here. Whose was it? His old uncle was unmarried. In Petersburg for years had dwelt his aunt. 'Twas not the housekeeper's. A piano here. Upon it books and music, strewn about. Without or heed or care, a sweet disorder. They were not ancient hands that strewed them so. A white frock here, late taken from a peg, to undo, unfolded on a chair arm lay. And in the window pots of perfumed flowers. Geraniums, asters, wallflowers, violets. And in one window stood the traveller. New wonder. On a border once o'ergrown with nettles, in the orchard, he beheld a little garden crossed by garden walks, all filled with flowers, with English grass and mint. A wooden paling, with initials wreathed, gleamed with 100-fold of ribbons gay. The beds, 'twas seen, were freshly watered. Near there stood tin vessels full of water. Still the pretty gardener nowhere might be seen, though she had passed but lately. Still the bushes were rocking to and fro, as lately stirred. And near the trees a little foot's light print. Upon the sand, shoeless and stockingless. Upon the light dry sand, as white as snow. An imprint plainly marked, but light, no doubt, left in swift running by the tiny foot of one, who hardly even touched the earth. Long in the window stood the traveller, looking and dreaming, drinking in sweet breath of flowers, he bent his visage downward to the violet plants. With curious eyes pursued the tiny footprints on the path, and there once more he fixed them, thought of them and whose they were, he had guessed. By chance he raised his eyes, and on the garden wall, behold there stood a young girl. Her white garment only hid her slender figure o'er the bosom, leaving unveiled her shoulders and her swan-like neck. Such dress a Lithuanian woman wears in the morning, and in such is never seen by men. So though she had none there to see, she laid her hands upon her bosom, thus a veil supplying to the little frock. Not loose in curls her locks, but twisted round in little knots, and hidden from the sight in white and tiny husks, that wondrously adorned the head. For in the sun's bright rays they shone as shines the glory on a saint. Her face was seen not turned unto the plain. She looked for some one, far below. She saw, and laughed, and clapped her hands. Then from the wall she flew like a white bird, and glided o'er the garden, over beds and over flowers, and on a plank against the chamber wall. Before the traveller marked it, through the window she darted, shining, sudden, silent, light, like to a moonbeam. Singing, she caught up the frock, and ran towards the mirror. Then she first perceived the youth, and from her hands the garment fell, and pale she grew with fright and wonder. And the traveller's countenance glowed with a rosy color, like a cloud which meets the morning dawn. The modest youth half shut his eyes and screened them. He endeavored to speak, entreat her pardon, but he only could bow and then retire. The maiden shrieked unmeaningly, like children scared in sleep. The traveller looked alarmed, but she was gone. He left the room confused, and felt his heart loud beating. And himself he scarcely knew if this fantastic meeting should amuse, or shame him, or rejoice him. But meanwhile it escaped not heat upon the farm, that now some new guest to the gallery had driven. The horses to their stable had been led, and fed with plenty, as there was abundance in this well-ordered house of hay and fodder. For never would the judge tend by following new fashions, send the horses of his guests unto the Jews who kept the inn. The servants had come not forth to welcome, but think not that in the judge's house was careless service. The servants wait till the Pan Tadeusz 11 come, who ordered supper now behind the house. The master's place he holds, and in his absence himself receives and welcometh all guests. A distant kinsman being, and household friend. On seeing a guest, he hastened to the farm. Unseen, because he would not come to meet him. In cloth undress, so quickly as he might. He put his Sunday dress on, ready since the morning, for he from the morning knew he should with many guests sit down to supper. The Wojski recognized the traveller. Far off, outspread his arms, and with a cry embraced and kissed him. Then began that rapid, confused discourse, wherein we strive to enclose the events of many years in few short words. And precious, in the course of stories, questions, of exclamations, sighs, and fresh salutings. When the Pan Tadeusz had inquired enough had learned, he at the end of all the annals of this very day relates. 'Tis well, my Thaddeus, for such the name, Kosciuszko's name, by which the youth was called, as sign that in the war time 12 he was born. 'Tis well, my Thaddeus, thou camest home today, while we have so many fair young ladies here. Thine uncle thinks to make a wedding for thee. There is good choice at hand. Much company is gathered here some days since for the judgment of frontier, to conclude that quarrel with the Count. The Count himself comes here tomorrow. The Chamberlain 13 already is arrived, with wife and daughters. With their guns the youths have sought the forest. But the old men and the women watch the reapers, near the forest. And there await the coming of the youths. We'll go there, if thou wilt, and shortly we shall meet thine uncle and the Chamberlain. His family, 14, and all the honored ladies. The Wojski went with Thaddeus by the wood. And still they could not talk out all their fill. The sun had reached the last degrees of heaven. Less strong his blaze, yet broader than at noon. All redly shining, like the hardy face of a husbandman, whose labor in the field is done, when he returneth home for rest. The radiant round already sank upon the summits of the pine trees, and already the misty twilight filled their crowns and boughs. And bound in one the forest all, commingling. Black grew the thicket like a mighty building. The sun above like red fire on the roof. Then in the depth he fell, between the trunks. Still gleaming like a candle through the crannies of shutters, and extinguished was. Forthwith the sickles clashing in the corn, and rakes upon the meadow silent were, and stayed. For so the judge commands, with day for him. The laborer's toils were over. The world's Lord doth know the length of time for man to work. And when the sun, his workman, leaves the sky, time, 'tis earth's labor too should leave the field. Thus used the judge to say, the judge's will was sacred to the honest overseer. For even the wagons, wherein they but now began to lade the rye, half full set off towards the barn, the oxen did rejoice to feel such light and unaccustomed load. Now from the wood came all the company, joyful but yet in order. First the children came with their tutor, next the judge, with him the lady of the Chamberlain. Beside the Chamberlain with all his family. The girls went close behind the elder women. The youths beside the maidens, but these went before the young men by some half a step. Thus decency commands. None held discourse of precedence, none ranked the men and women. But each kept order due despite himself. For in his house the judge old customs kept, and never suffered any lack respect. For age, for office, birth, or intellect. 'Tis by such order, said he, houses flourish. And nations, by its fall they come to ruin. The household and the servants thus were used to order, and the guest but lately come. Kinsman or stranger, all who visited the judge, received those customs. Whereof all around was redolent. Short welcoming the judge had for his nephew, gave to him with dignity his hand to kiss, and health wished unto him, with kiss upon his brow. But though he spoke but little with him then, from that respect he owed his guests, the tears that with his garment S15 hem he quickly dried, showed well how he loved Master Thaddeus. And in the master's traces everything, from forest and from pasture, mead and grove, forthwith returned. A bleating flock of sheep, here in the lane together hustling, raised a cloud of dust, and further onward strode a herd of Tyrol calves, with brazen bells. Their neighing horses from the new-mown mead flew, all together ran unto the well, whose wooden arm did forthwith creak, and pour a stream of water in a wooden trough. The judge, though tired, though with company, missed not a farmer's weighty duties. He himself betook him to the well. For best at eventide the master may review The state of his livestock, nor left he heir. This overlooking to his servants, well. The judge knew, masters, I makes fat the horse. 16. The Wojski, with Protasius the Woźny, 17. Await with lights within the hall, they stand. Conversing, and somewhat at variance. For while as yet the Wojski stayed away, the Woźny secretly had given orders to bring the supper tables from the house, and swiftly as might be to set them up in midmost of an ancient castle hall. The ruins might be seen beyond the forest. But why these changes? The Pan Wojski frowned, and asked the judge's pardon. Much the judge did marvel, but 'twas so, the hour was late, and change were difficult. He would entreat the pardon of his guests, and lead them to the desert place. The Woźny on the road unfolded to the judge the cause which led him to misconstrue his will. Within the house there was no room which could a space supply for guests so many or so honorable. The castle had a great hall, yet preserved. The roof was whole. One wall indeed had fallen. The windows had no panes, but this in summer was of no moment, and the cellar's nearness was for the servants a convenience great. While saying this he winked unto the judge, and by his mien disclosed his mind concealed. Yet weightier causes. Some 2,000 paces. A castle stood beyond the house. It was a stately structure, by its mass imposing. In former times it was the heritage of the Horeszkos ancient race, deceased, its last possessor in intestine wars. The estates, by sequestration half destroyed, by the trustees' neglect, and law decrees, in part had fallen unto distant kinsmen. By spindle side, the rest to creditors had been divided. None would take the castle. 'Twere hard to spare the cost of maintenance in noble state. But yet these old walls pleased the youthful count, a neighbor near, who when he passed from tutelage, and late was come from travel, said they were of Gothic structure. Although the judge made sure from documents the architect a master was from Wilna, and not a Goth at all. It was enough. The count desired the castle, and the judge did suddenly conceive the same desire. None knew the reason. So began a suit before the local, then the central court, then in the Senate, local court again, and governor's tribunal. And at last, after great cost and many ukases, this action to the local courts returned. Well had the Woźny said that in this hall the guests invited, and a court of law alike might find a place. The hall was great, like a refectory. Its arch swelled high, raised upon pillars, paved the floor with stone. The walls were unadorned, but smooth and clear. The horns of roes and stags were ranged around, with legends, showing where these spoils were ta'en. Each with its proper name stood there inscribed. And on the arched roof gleamed Horeszkos' crest. Polkowiec.18. All the guests in order came, 19. And in a circle stood the chamberlain. At table took the highest seat. This place was his by right of dignity and years. In going there he to the ladies bowed. The old men, and the youths beside him stood. A begging friar, beside the friar the judge. The Bernardine in Latin spoke short grace. Then brandy to the men was given. All forthwith were seated, and in silence ate. The Litvan Kolodziejek 20 with appetite. Though young, by right of guest Thaddeus sat beside his uncle, and among the ladies. Between him and his uncle there remained an empty place, that seemed to wait its guest. The uncle glanced at it, and at the door. as sure of someone's coming and desirous. And Thaddeus followed too his uncle's glance. Strange thing, the places round were seats of maidens. All highly born, and each one young and fair. But Thaddeus gazed on that where none appeared. This place a riddle was. Young men love riddles. Absent in thought, to the Podkomorzenka, 21. His lovely neighbor, scarce few words he said. Nor changed her plates, nor filled her glass with wine. Nor e'er with courteous speeches entertained the ladies, whereby they might recognize his city breeding. But this empty place alone had power to charm him, not now void. He had filled it with his thoughts, around this place. 1,000 guesses ran, as after rain. Frogs on a lonely meadow. Mid them queens. One solitary figure, as in sunshine. The lily of the lake her white brow lifts above the waters. Now the third course came. And now the chamberlain a drop of wine. Outpouring into Mistress Rosa's glass. And pushing to his younger daughter's hand a plate of cucumbers, thus said. "'Tis I. Myself must serve you, daughters mine, although I am but old and clumsy." Hearing this, some youths from table sprang, and served the ladies. The judge a side glance cast at Thaddeus. And setting right the cups of his countess, poured out the wine of Hungary, and said, "Today, by our new custom, we send out our youth to study in the capital. Not grudging they should have more lore from books than had their elders, but I see each day how much from this young men are suffering for lack of schools to teach our youth to live with men, and in the world. In former times, young nobles went unto the courts of lords. Myself a Wojwode's 22 courtier was 10 years. The father of our gracious chamberlain." This saying, he pressed his friend upon the knee. "His counsels formed me for the public service. His favor left me not till made a man. In my house ever be his memory dear. Each day I pray the Lord God for his soul. If in his court so much I did not profit as others, worthier of the Wojwode's grace, who after reached the country's highest places, at least I reap this profit. In my house none can reproach me, that I ever fail in honor or in courtesy to any. And this I boldly say, that courtesy is not an easy, nor a little thing. Not easy, for 'tis not comprised in this, to deftly lift a leg, or to salute no matter whom with smiles. Such modish courtesy seems merchant-like to me, but not old Polish, nor noble. Courtesy belongs to all, but unto each another sort. For not devoid of courtesy is children's love, nor for his wife attentions of a husband, nor of a master for his servants. Still there is in each a certain difference. And long a man must study not to err, and give to each the honor that is due. Our elders learned it from discourse of lords, the living history of the country, and mid noblemen the annals of the district. Thereby a nobleman might show his brother. All knew him well, and did not lightly prize him. So nobles held their manners under guard. Ask not a man today, who is he? Who has been his father? With whom has he lived? What are his deeds? Each enters where he will. So he is not a governmental spy. And not in poverty. As once Vespasian sniffed not at money, and would not inquire whence came it, from what hands, and from what country. So men ask not a man's race, or his customs. Enough he seems important, and they view the stamp upon him, so they prize their friends, as Jews do money. Saying this, the judge looked round in order on his guests, for though he ever spake with fluency and judgment, He knew young folks impatient nowadays. And that long speeches, though most eloquent, do weary them. But all in silence heard. The judge seemed with the chamberlain to take counsel by glance of eye. The chamberlain would not by praising interrupt, though oft assenting by a nod. The judge was silent. His friend still gave assent by beckoning. The judge filled up his goblet and his own, and then continued, courtesy is not a little thing. For when a man has learned to estimate as is becoming birth, age, virtues, customs in all others, he perceiveth then his own weight, as on scales. If we would know our own, we first must lay some other weight upon the opposing scale. But, gentlemen, now of your special heed. The courtesy is worthy, which young men do to the fair sex owe, especially when houses greatness, fortune's bounties more, light up the charms and virtues nature gave. Hence is the way to love, and marriage thence. Magnificent allié of houses. Thus our elders thought, and therefore, here the judge, with sudden turn of head to Thaddeus signed, threw a severe glance at him, as a sign that he had reached the moral of his speech. The chamberlain his golden snuff-box tapped, and said, good judge, at one time 'twas far worse. I do not know if we are changed by fashion, we elder men, or if young men are better. But now I see far less degeneracy. I recollect the time, alas, when to our fatherland French manners entered first. When petty, foreign gentlemen, on sudden, from stranger lands invaded us in hordes. Worse than the Nogage Tartars 23 persecuting God and their country, their forefathers' faith, their customs, laws, and even their ancient dress. 'Twas pitiful to see these dried-up youngsters talking through noses, oft without their noses, in brochures learned, and in the gazettes, proclaiming new beliefs, toilettes, and laws. This rabble had great power upon men's minds. For when the Lord God lets chastisement loose o'er nations, he bereaves them first of sense. 24. And so the wisest dared not beard the fops, and all the nation feared them like the plague. Feeling disease's germ within even then, they cried against the fashionable fops, but took their pattern by them, changed their faith, their speech, their laws, their dress. It was indeed a masquerade, a carnival of license, for which a great fast followed, slavery. I recollect, although but then a child, went to my father's house in Osmiana. In a French chariot the Podksasic 25 came, the first in Litva who wore French costume, and all pursued him as small birds a kite. 26. The houses envied were, before whose threshold the 2-horse chaise in which he rode stood still, which in the French tongue they called carriole. Instead of lackeys sat 2 dogs behind, and on the box a great and ugly German. 27. Thin as a plank, with long lean legs like hop poles, in stockings clad, and slippers silver clasped, and wig with queue tied up into a bag. Seeing this equipage, the old men snorted with laughter, and the peasants signed the cross, and said that there was riding o'er the world a Venice devil in a German car. What the Podksasic was, 'twere long to tell. Enough to us he seemed an ape or parrot, in a great peruke, that he loved to liken. He to the golden fleece, we to the plica. 28. If any one then felt our Polish dress was handsomer than aping foreign modes, he dared not say so, lest the young men should cry out against it that it hindered culture. It kept back progress, 'twas a treacherous thing. Such was the power of that time's prejudice. 29. Said the Podksasic that to reformate us, He'd civilize and constitutionize us. 30. He announced to us some Frenchmen eloquent. Had a discovery made, that men are equal. Though in the law divine this long was writ. And every priest from pulpit said the same. Old was that knowledge, its fulfillment now concerned us. But at that time reigned such blindness, that none believed the world's most ancient things, unless they read them in a French gazette. Despite equality, he took the title of Marquis. It is known that titles come from Paris, and at that time there the title of Marquis was in fashion. So at last, soon as the fashion changed, this Marquis took title of Democrat. At length with change of fashion, when Napoleon reigned, the Democrat arrived from Paris as a baron. Had he lived longer, with some other alteration, he had rebaptized himself a Democrat. For Paris glories in repeated change of fashion, and in what the French invent, the Pole delights. Praise be to God that now, if our young men beyond the frontier pass, 'tis not to seek for dress, or legislation, in shops of booksellers, or eloquence, to learn in Paris cafés. For Napoleon, a prudent man and prompt, allows no time to study fashions, or to chatter. Now, the sword resounds, and in us old men swell our hearts that once again the world is loud with glory of the Poles. Now is their glory. There will be therefore a republic, since from laurels ever blossoms freedom's tree. Only, 'tis sad, so many years drag on for us, in idleness, and they still far so long to wait. Even news so seldom comes. Father Roback, 31, in a lower tone he spoke unto the Bernardine, I heard that you have news from that side Niemen. And perhaps your reverence knows something of our army. No, nothing, careless seeming answer made the Bernardine, I like not politics. If I at times from Warsaw have a letter, it is of things that but concern our order, our Bernardine affairs, and wherefore talk of these at supper? All are laymen here, whom such affairs in no wise can concern. This saying, he looked askance where, mid the feasters, there sat one Russian guest, a Captain Rykow, an ancient soldier, in the village near. He had been quartered. Him through courtesy the judge had asked to supper. Rykow ate with appetite, scarce mingling in discourse. But when they spoke of Warsaw, he rejoined, raising his head, Fie! Fie! Sir Chamberlain! You are ever anxious about Bonaparte. Always on Warsaw. What? Your fatherland. I am no spy, yet understand I Polish country. I feel all that. I understand it. You are Poles, a Russian I, but now we fight not. There's now an armistice, we eat and drink together. Often on our outer posts. We chat with Frenchmen. And we drink our vodka 32. Together, now hurrah! And cannons sound. A Russian proverb says, with whom I fight, I love him. Love your wife like to your soul. And beat her like your Suba, 33. I say we shall have a war. For Major Plutz arrived. The adjutant of staff came yesterday, with orders to prepare to march. We march. 'Tis either on the Turks, or on the French. That Bonaparte. Perhaps he may out-trump us. Without sorrow. In our regiment they tell how as we were marching on the trench, that Bonaparte used sorceries, 34. Well then, Sorrow, too, used magic. So it was. A sorcery pitted against sorcery. One day in fight, wherever was he gone, they sought for Bonaparte. He had changed himself into a fox, and so Suwarrow turned himself into a greyhound, Bonaparte again did change himself into a cat. So on to tear each other with their claws. Suwarrow changed into an ass. Now you shall see what later came to Bonaparte. Reichau broke off, and ate, then came a servant in with the fourth course, and the side doors obeyed. And a new person entered, young and fair. Her sudden coming, stature, and her beauty and dress turned every eye, all welcomed her. It seemed, excepting Thaddeus, all knew her. A slender shape was hers, and beautiful. And gown of a rich stuff, a rosy silk. The neck cut low, lace collar, and short sleeves. She twirled within her hand a fan, for pastime. Since 'twas not hot, she waved the gilded fan, and scattered round a plenteous rain of sparks. Her locks were wreathed in twisted braids and curls, with rosy ribbons intertwined, among them. A brilliant, nearly hidden from the eye, shone like a star among a comet's tresses. It was a gala dress, and not a few whispered it was too fine for country life, and for a working day. The eye perceived not her little feet, although the robe was short. For very fast she ran, or rather glided, like those small figures which upon the feast of the three kings' boys push along on skates. She ran, and with light courtesy welcomed each, endeavoring to reach her destined place. 'Twas hard, for chairs were placed not for the guests. Upon 4 benches in 4 rows they sat. The row must either move, or bench be crossed. She glided cleverly between 2 benches, and then between those sitting and the table. She spun around most like a billiard ball. In running past, she touched our young man close, her flounce entangling over someone's knee. She slipped a little, and in this divergence, she leaned upon the arm of Thaddeus. She courteously asked pardon, and sat down between him and his uncle, but ate not. She only fanned herself, and twirled the fan. Now set to rights her Flanders lace, and now with the light touching of her hand caressed her curls of hair, and knots of ribbons bright. 'Twas just 4 minutes this distraction reigned. And meanwhile at the table's further end, first stilly murmurs were, at length began a half-aloud discourse. The men related today's chase. The assessor with the regent 35 contested obstinately, ever louder, the quarrel of a certain crop-tailed greyhound, in whose possession the pan-regent gloried, and held that he today had seized the hare. But the assessor proved in his despite this glory longed unto his greyhound Sokol. 36. They asked of others sentence. So all round took either Cusi's 37 part, or that of Sokol, as connoisseurs, or else as witnesses. At the other end the judge to his new neighbor said in a whisper, I am very sorry. We had to sit down, 'twas impossible to put the supper off to any later. The guests were hungry, they've been far afield. This said, he with the chamberlain discoursed of politics, in low tones, o'er the goblet. While thus both table sides were occupied, Thaddeus gazed long upon the fair unknown. He recollected now at the first glance upon the place he from the first had guessed, whose seat it was to be. He blushed, and now his heart with unaccustomed violence beat. So all his secret riddles thus were solved. So thus it was appointed, at his side should sit that loveliness in twilight seen. 'Twas true she now appeared of larger growth. In full dress both magnifies and lessens. But why had one short locks and golden bright, the other wreaths of long and raven braids? That bright hue from the sunbeams was derived. The sunset renders all things crimson bright. He had not seen her face, she fled too soon. But thought evolves by guessing a fair face. He thought she surely must have had black eyes. A pale face, lips as red as cherries twin. Since here he saw such eyes, and lips, and cheeks. In age perhaps was greatest difference. The gardening nymph had seemed a little maid. This lady was a woman grown in years. But youth for beauty's birth certificate doth never ask. All women to young men seem young, to boys each beauty doth appear of their own age, and to the innocent will every one beloved appear a maid. Though Thaddeus numbered well nigh 20 years, and had from childhood dwelt in Wilna's town, he had a priest as tutor, who restrained him in strictest bonds of ancient discipline. But Thaddeus from his parents had derived a pure heart, lively spirit, innocent soul. But yet of willfulness had not a little. He made a plan, at last he would enjoy his long-forbidden freedom, in the country. He knew himself right handsome, strong and young. Vigor and health he owned as heritage. His name Soplica, 3839 the Soplicas all as well as known are valiant, stout and strong. First-rate as soldiers, but less skilled in learning. Nor from his father's Thaddeus was degenerate. He rode on horse right well, walked far on foot. Although not dull, in study little versed. Though spared his uncle for his training not. For he preferred to shoot, or wield the saber. He knew they meant to fit him for the wars. That so his father's testament ordained. He longed unceasing for the drum while yet in school. But all at once his uncle changed those first intentions, ordered him to come homeward, and marry and to take up farming. He promised he would give him to begin a little village, 40 later all his lands. And all these virtues, all these qualities, in Thaddeus drew that heedful woman's eye. His neighbor. Closely did she scan his tall and shapely form, strong arms, broad chest, and looked upon his visage, which a blush suffused. Oft as the young man met her eyes. For now, from his first shyness he was quite restored. And gazed with bolder glance, wherein burned fire. And likewise she gazed, so the four eyes burned towards each other, bright as Advent candles. She first began discourse with him in French. He came from town, from school, so of new books. Of authors, his opinion she inquired. And from such sentence led new questions on. But when of painting she began to speak, of music, drawing, and of sculpture even, she seemed alike acquainted with the pencil, with music and with books. Till Thaddeus, at so much learning, felt quite mystified, and stammered like a boy before his master. But the schoolmaster happily was pretty, and not severe. His neighbor guessed his trouble, and so began anew on other things, easier and not so learned. Country life, its dullness and vexations, how one must divert oneself, and how divide the time to make life merrier and the country gay. So Thaddeus answered with more boldness. Then the thing went further, and in half an hour they grew quite confidential. Trifling jests began, and little quarrels in the end. She placed before him 3 small pills of bread. 3 persons at his choice, he took the first. At which the daughters of the chamberlain both frowned. His neighbor laughed, but did not say who 'twas that lucky pellet signified. At far end of the board was other talk. For there, on sudden reinforced, the party of Sokol pressed the partisans of Kusi. Without compunction, high the quarrel rose. They ate not of the latest dishes now. Both sides disputed, standing up and drinking. The regent bristled like an angry woodcock. Once he began, he pleaded well his cause, unbrokenly, and pointed it with gestures expressively. The Pan-Regent Bolesta was once an advocate, and called the preacher, because he loved such gestures overmuch. Now by his side his hands lay, and his elbows bent backward. Underneath his arms his fingers, and long nails put he forward. By this image 2 greyhound leashes he presented. Thus his theme he ended, I and the assessor, each side by side, resembling triggers twain, stirred by one finger on the selfsame gun. Vicha 41 they went, and started off the hare straight for the plain. The dogs here, saying this, he drew his hand along the board, with fingers he showed a greyhound's motions wondrously. The dogs here, from the wood a piece divides them. Sokol straight forward, fine dog, but too rash. Got before Kusi, how much? By a finger. I knew he'd miss. The hare was game enough. He made straight for the plain, the pack right after. That hare was game. As soon as he got wind of all the greyhound pack, he doubled right. A caper. After him the stupid dogs followed to right, again to right he doubled. He cut 2 capers, dogs again to left. He in the wood, my Kusi's up with him. Thus shouting, bent the regent o'er the table, ran with his fingers to the other side, and shouted, up with him, near Thaddeus. And Thaddeus and his fair neighbor, sudden, by such a burst of voice right in the midst of their conversing startled, quickly drew their heads back from each other, like 2 treetops together bound, when storm winds break them loose. And their 2 hands that near each other lay beneath the table, suddenly drew back. And one blush did their faces twain suffuse. Not to betray confusion Thaddeus said, most true, Sir Regent, true without a doubt. Your Kusi is a fine dog by his shape. And if as good at taking, good. Exclaimed the Regent, what? My favorite dog? How should he not be a good one? Thaddeus again rejoiced so good a dog had no defect. Regretted that he saw him but in passing, leaving the forest, so he had no time to observe his good points. At this the assessor trembled, and dropped his goblet, fixed a look like basilisk on Thaddeus. Far less loud he than the regent was, and far less restless. More spare of form, in stature smaller, he was terrible at ball, redoubt, and sedgmick, 42. For of him it was said he bore a sting within his tongue. His skill was to compose such witty jests that one might print them in the almanac, malicious all and sharp. A rich man once, his father's heritage and brother's fortune he had wasted all to make a figure in the world, and now had entered service of the government, to be of some importance in the district. Much loved he hunting, for its joys in part. Also that sound of horns and sight of toils recalled his youthful years when he maintained a many huntsmen and renowned dogs. Of the whole kennel but 2 greyhounds now remained, and yet of that one they denied the glory. Near he drew, and leisurely his favourite stroking, answered with a smile. And 'twas a venomed smile, a tailless greyhound is like a nobleman without an office. Likewise the tail much helps the dog in running. You, sir, a crop tail hold as proof of goodness. We'll ask your aunt's opinion for the rest. Though Mistress Tellamina long has dwelt within the city, and not long ago came here, she better understands the chase than do our sporting youths. With years alone arriveth any learning of this sort. Thaddeus, on whom this thunderbolt had fallen, arose confused, and nothing said awhile, but looked with rage increasing on his rival. Just then, most happily, the chamberlain. 3 times did sneeze. Vivat, cried all, he bowed to all, and on his golden snuff-box tapped. A golden snuff-box, all with diamonds set. In midst the portrait of King Stanislaus, 43. The king himself had given it unto the father of the chamberlain. The son, after his father held it worthily. And when he tapped upon it, 'twas a sign that he craved hearing. All at once were still, and ventured not to ope their lips. He said, Most powerful nobles, brothers, benefactors, 44. The meads and forests are the hunter's forum. So in the house I cannot judge such cause. And till tomorrow I adjourn this court. And no appeal will I allow today. Wozni, call thou the action for tomorrow. Upon the plain. The count comes here tomorrow. With all his hunting train, and you will go. With us, my neighbor, judge, and all the ladies. And Mistress Telemina. In a word, we'll make a grand hunt ex officio. The Wojski too will not his company refuse us. Saying this to the old man, his snuff-box he presented mid the hunters. The Wojski at the table's lower end was sitting, listening with half-shut eyes. But not a word he spoke, although the youths from time to time demanded his opinion. For none knew hunting better than did he. He still kept silence, while the pinch of snuff he weighed between his fingers, meditating long, ere at length he tasted of the pinch. He sneezed till all the room re-echoed loud, and shook his head, and said with bitter smile, Oh! How this saddens and amazes me. An old man. What had said our elder hunters? To see, in such a noble company, among so many gentlemen, disputes to be adjusted, of a greyhound's tail. What would old Rejtan say, could he revive? He would return to Lahovich and lie down in his grave again. What would the Wojwode, old Niziolowski, 45 say, who hitherto doth own the finest bloodhounds in the world, and after lordly custom doth maintain 200 huntsmen, and within his castle of Woronka some 100 wagon loads of nets possesses? But these many years he keepeth like a monk within his home. None may prevail on him to join the chase. He would refuse even Bielopietroix. 46. Fine glory 'twere for such a lord to ride a hunting after this new present fashion. In my time, sir, in hunter's language, boars, bears, elks, and wolves were called noble game. And beasts that had not tusks, or horns, or claws, were left for hired servants, or court menials. No gentleman would take into his hands a rifle, to disgrace it in such sort, by pouring small shot in it. True, they did keep greyhounds, since in coming from the chase, it well may happen, from the horse's hoofs, a wretched hare may start. Then let they loose the greyhounds on't for pastime, and the boys on ponies mounted did pursue the game before their parents' eyes, who scarcely deigned to look upon these sports, far less dispute about them. Therefore let the illustrious, most powerful chamberlain now condescend to draw back his commands, and pardon me, that in such hunt I cannot ride, for ne'er my foot therein shall stir. My name's Hrexica. And since the days of King Lech 47 no Hrexica did ever go a-riding after hares. The laughter of the young men here did drown the Wojski's speech. All now from table rose. The chamberlain the first, this precedence to him belonging from his years and office. He passed, to ladies, old men, young men bowing. Behind him went the friar, the judge beside. The judge upon the threshold gave his hand To the Podkomorzina, 48 Thaddeus. To Telemina, the assessor to Krajazenka. 49 and the regent came behind. Leading Kreksanka, 50 daughter of the Wojski. Towards the barn proceeded Thaddeus. With some among the guests, he felt confused. And ill at ease, unjoyful. He in thought discussed that day's events, the meeting, supper. Beside that lovely neighbor. But the most. Especially that one word ant did buzz. Like to a tiresome fly around his ears. He longed to ask the Wojski at more length. Concerning Mistress Telemina, but could not impanel him. Nor did he see the Wojski, for at once with supper done. All of the household went behind the guests. As fitting is to servants, to assign rooms in the house for sleeping. The old men and ladies slept within the mansion. Thaddeus received command to lead the younger men towards the barn to rest upon the hay. In half an hour, it was as still throughout the mansion, as within a convent when prayers have been sung, the silence only broken by the night sentry's voice. The judge alone closed not his eyes, tomorrow's expedition. He must ordain, and coming entertainment must plan within the house. He gave command to bailiffs, overseers, to barn keepers, to writers, 51 to the housekeeper and huntsmen, and stablemen, and all that day's accounts. He must o'erlook. At last unto the Wozni. He said he would undress. The Wozni then unloosed his girdle, 'twas a slucco belt, 52. A massy girdle, gleaming with thick tassels, like plumy crests. On one side gold brocade, with purple flowers, black silk on the reverse. With silver lattice work, a belt like this may readily be donned on either side. The golden on a gala day, the black for mourning. And the Wozni only knew how to unloose this belt, or fold it on. Now busy with this task, he thus did talk. How did I ill, that I transferred the tables to the old castle? None will lose thereby. And you, sir, may the gainer be. The suit concerns this castle, we have gained this day a right unto the castle, and despite the eagerness the other party shows, I now can prove, that we are in possession. For he, who to a castle guests invites to supper, proves that he has ownership. Or does assume it, even the other party. We can as witness summon for ourselves. Such things I can remember in my time. Now slept the judge. The Wozni silently went out into the hall, and sat him down beside a candle. From his pocket drew a little book, which like a breviary did ever serve him, never thrown aside. At home or on a journey. It was the vocanda of the tribunals. 53 therein stood all those actions written, which the Wozni by his own voice had summoned in the court. Or those of which he later learned the names. To eyes unlearned the vocanda seemed a catalogue of names, but to the Wozni these sketches were of splendid images. He read and thought, Oginski versus Wisgard, Dominicans and Rimsa, Radziwill, and Weresaka, Rimsa, Wysegard, Giedroyc and Radoltowski, Abuchowicz, and the Kahal, 54 and Juraha and Petrowski, Maluski and Mickiewicz. And at length the count against Soplica, and in reading from all these names he conjured memories of those great causes. All the suit's events and parties, court, and witnesses all stood before his eyes. He saw himself as in a white zupan and countess of dark blue. He stood before the court with one arm laid upon his sabre, and the other leaning upon the table, having summoned both the parties, silence in the court, he cries, dreaming and finishing his evening prayers. Thus Litva's latest Wozni sank to sleep. Such were the sports and contests in those years. In a quiet Litvan village, while the rest of all the world was drowned in tears and blood. While he, that man, the god of war, with cloud of regiments circled, armed with 1,000 guns. The silver eagles harnessed with the golden unto his chariot flew from Libya's wastes to the Alps, sky-touching, thunder after thunder. Still hurling, at the pyramids, at Tabor, Marengo, Ulm and Austerlitz. Before him ran victory in conquest, and behind the fame of such great deeds, in heroes' names. Fruitful, that from the Nile with clamor went towards the north. And even on Neman's shores resounded, as from rocks, from Moskva's ranks, that guarded Litva, as with iron walls. From news, to Russia dreadful as the plague. Yet news not seldom, like a stone from heaven, fell into Litva. Sometimes an old man came begging bread, of arm or leg bereft, who having charity received, stood still, and heedfully did cast his eyes around. And when he saw no Russian soldiers there, nor a jarmulka, 55 nor a collar red, he then told who he was. A legionist. His old bones bringing to that fatherland that he no longer could defend. How then? The noble family around him pressed, and all the household choking with their tears. He sat at table and told histories more wonderful than fable. He would tell how General Dombrowski strives to march to Poland from Italian land. 56 How he gathers his countrymen on Lombard plain. How Niaziewicz commands from capital, and Victor, threw before the Frenchman's eyes 100 bloody standards, 57 wrest away from children of the Caesars. And likewise, how Jablanovsky passed where pepper grows, where sugar melted is, and where the woods, sweet-smelling flourish in eternal spring. Our general with the Danube's legions there, the Negroes threatens, 58 for his country size. The old man's words in secret went around the village. And some boy, who them had heard, was sudden lost from home, in woods and swamps. He lurked in secret, by the Muscovites. Pursued, he sprang to hide him in the Niemen. And diving under, swam to Warsaw's duchy. Where unto him a friendly voice did cry, "Welcome unto us, comrade." But ere parting, he mounted on a stony hill, and said, "Across the river to the Muscovites, until we meet again." Thus stole away Gorecki, Pak, Abuchewicz, Petrowski, and Obolewski, Rosicki, Yanovich, and Mirzaevsky, and Brochaki, and Bernadowicz, Kupsk, and Gedimin, with others whom I reckon not. They left their parents and their land beloved, and goods confiscate to the treasury of the Tsar. Betimes a wandering friar to Litva came from a strange convent, and when he beheld and knew the mansion of the village lords, he showed them the gazette, which he unripped from out his scapulary. Therein stood the number of the soldiers, and the name of every legion's general, of each man, news of his victory, or of his death. Thus after many years a family received their first news of a son, his life, glory, or death, they put on mourning, yet they dared not say for whom they mourning wore. The neighborhood could only guess, and so the silent sorrow of their lords, or joy, did form the sole gazette the peasants knew. And such a secret emissary friar, no doubt was Roback, for he often held a conversation with the judge alone. And after such discourse was always spread some news abroad, throughout the neighborhood. The Bernardine did by his action show. He had not always worn the cowl, nor in the convent walls grown old. He bore a scar above the right ear, somewhat o'er the brow, and on his cheek a trace of lance or ball. Not recent, sure he never got such wounds while reading missals. But not only dreadful was he by looks and scars, for in his mien and voice was something soldier-like. At Mass, when from the altar with uplifted hands he turned towards the people, while he said, "The Lord be with you." Even there at times he turned round nimbly with a single action, as wheeling round at his commander's call, he spoke the words of Mass in such a tone as officers before their squadrons use. The boys who served him at the Mass knew this. In politics was Roback better versed than in the lives of saints. Upon his rounds going, he tarried in the district town, full of affairs. He letters oft received, which never before strangers opened he. He sent off messengers, but where and why he said not. Often did he creep by night to lordly mansions, and unceasingly he whispered with the nobles, and he passed o'er all the neighboring hamlets there around, discoursing with the peasants not a little, but always of those things which passed abroad. And now he comes to wake the judge, who for the last hour was asleep. He has surely news. Book. Chapter 2. The Castle. A hunt with greyhounds of a singled-out hare, the guest in the castle. The last of the courtiers relates the history of the last of the Horeszkos, a glance into the orchard, the maiden among the cucumbers, breakfast, Madame Telemina's Petersburg anecdote, fresh outbreak of the Kusi and Sokol disputes, Roback's intervention, the Wojski speech, pledges, after mushrooms. Which of us does not recollect those years when, as a lad, with rifle on his shoulder, he went forth, whistling loudly, to the plain, where neither mound nor hedge a hindrance made unto his footstep, where, o'erstepping ridges, thou sayest not that they mark a stranger's land? Because in Litva, like a ship at sea, the hunter by whatever path he will expatiates freely o'er the ample space, or like a prophet gazes on the sky, wherein the clouds are many signs, beheld by hunter's eye, or like a wizard he converses with the earth, which, dumb to sits, with multitude of voices whispers him. There screeched the land rail from the mead. But vain it were to seek him, for he glides away in grass, as in the Niemen does the pike. There overhead the springtide's morning bell rang out, the lark in heaven as deeply hid. The eagle, with broad pinions through heaven's plains, high soars, affrighting sparrows, as a comet doth frighten princes. 59 But beneath the bright blue sky, the hawk, like moth on pin impaled, flaps with his wings, till in the plain he views a bird or hare, and on it swift descends, like to a falling star. Ah! When will heaven permit us to return from wandering, and dwell once more among our native plains? Serve in that cavalry which wars on hares, or in that infantry which carries arms against the birds? To know no weapon stores, except the scythe or sickle, nor gazette, except our household reckonings. The sun had risen o'er Soplicowo, and now fell upon the thatch, and through the crannies stole into the barn, and o'er the dark green hay, fresh and sweet-smelling, whereof the young men had made their couch. The golden, sparkling streaks streamed widely from the opening in black thatch, like ribbons out from tresses. With the ray of morning light the sun the sleepers' lips did tickle, as a maiden may awake her lover with a corn ear. Now the sparrows, bustling, began to chatter 'neath the thatch. 3 times the geese did cackle, after them. A chorus like an echo woke, of ducks and turkeys, and the oxen's lowing rose. While to the field they passed, the young men rose. Still Thaddeus lay asleep, for he had sunk to slumber latest from last night's repast. He came back so unquiet, that at cockcrow he opened not his eyes, and on his couch he turned and turned again, and in the hay he plunged as though in water, and slept sound, until a chilly wind blew in his eyes. The creaking barn door opened with a crash, and in Friar Roback came, with knotted girdle, exclaiming, "Surge, pure, and unwound roughly the knotted girdle on his shoulders." Now in the court were heard the hunters' shouts. They led the horses there, drove carriages up to the gate, scarce might the courtyard hold so large a company. The horns awoke, kennels were opened, and the greyhound pack rushed forth, with joyous whinnying, as they saw the hunters' horses and the prickers' leashes. The dogs, as mad they whip about the court, then haste, and clap the collars on their necks. All this portends a hunting excellent. At last the chamberlain gave forth command to set out. Slowly then the hunters marched, one following the other. But when past the gate, the long file scattered far and wide. Midmost the assessor by the regent rode. Though each on each at times misliking looked, they held discourse of friendship, as beseems all men of honor, going to decide a mortal quarrel. None might from their words discern their hatred. The pan-regent led Kusi, the assessor Sokol. From behind, the ladies came in carriages. The youths, trotting beside the wheels, held converse with the ladies. Through the court Friar Roback paced, with rapid strides, his matins finishing. But cast a glance on Master Thaddeus, and frowned, and smiled. At last he signed to him. Up then rode Thaddeus. Roback made a sign of threatening, but, spite of questionings and prayers of Thaddeus, that the friar would say plainly unto him what he would, the monk deigned not to look or answer. But he drew his cowl around him closer, and his prayer concluded, and so Thaddeus rode away, and joined the guests. The hunters then first held their leashes. Each one moveless in his place remained, and to the other made a sign of silence. All their eyes turned to a stone, on which the judge was standing. He observed the game, and by the beckoning of his hand expressed his orders. Each one understood. They stood still, in the center of the plain. The assessor and the regent ambled now. Being nearer, Thaddeus forestalled them both. He stood beside the judge, and looked around. 'Twas long since he had been afield, and on the wide grey space, 'twas hard to see the hare, and more so, mid grey stones. The judge to him pointed it out. The poor hare crouching sat beneath a stone, and pricking up its ears. Its crimson eye the hunter's glances met, and as enchanted, and its destiny foreseeing, still it could not turn its eyes away from theirs for very fright, and sat beneath the stone, lifeless itself as stone. Meanwhile the dust drew ever nearer on the plain. On Kusi flew, and Sokol after, hard following the assessor and the regent, together shouting "Vicha," from behind. They vanished with the dogs in clouds of dust. While thus they chased the hare, the count appeared beneath the forest by the castle. The neighborhood well knew this gentleman. was never punctual to the appointed time. And he this day had overslept the dawn. So he his servants rated, and beholding the hunters in the field, made haste to join them. His surtout long and white, of English cut, flew with loose skirts upon the wind behind. And mounted servants followed him, who wore hats shaped like mushrooms, shiny, black, and small, short jackets, and high-top boots, and white trousers. Those servants whom the Count in such wise clad were in his palace jockeys 60 called. They flew over the meadow, when the Count remarked the castle, and he stayed his horse. He now first saw the castle in the morning light, and scarce believed they were those same old walls. So had the dawn their outline beautified. The Count much wondered at a sight so new. The tower to him far off seemed doubly high, for clear it stood against the morning mists. The metal roof shone golden in the sun. In window grates below the remnants gleamed of shivered glass, that broke the eastern rays. In many rainbows various, a veil of morning mist the lower stories wreathed, and hid their rents and breaches from the eye. The hunters' far shouts, driven by the wind, were echoed frequent from the castle walls. Thou hadst sworn the shout proceeded from the castle, and underneath the veiling of the mist, the walls were built and peopled once again. The Count loved novel and unusual sights, called them romantic, and was used to say that he had a romantic head. In truth, he was a strange man, for not seldom he, when following a fox, or after hares, would suddenly stop still, and mournfully look upward to the sky, like to a cat, when on a lofty pine she sees a sparrow. He often wandered without gun or dog among the thicket, like a escaped recruit. He often sat unmoving by a brook, with head bent o'er the stream, like to a heron, who'd swallow all the fishes with his eye. Such were the Count's strange habits. Every one said he lacked something. Still they felt respect for him, since he was from his ancestors a lord, and rich, and good unto the peasants, kind to his neighbors, even to the Jews. The Count's horse, turned aside, along the field, ambled straight onward to the castle doors. Being now alone, the Count did heave a sigh, gazed on the walls, then from his pocket drew paper and pencil, and some figures traced. Then did he look aside, and saw a man, some 20 paces off, who, like himself, a lover of fine views, with head upraised, appeared to number all the building stones. At once he knew him, but the Count must call a many times aloud, before Gervasy could hear his voice. He was a nobleman, a servant of the castle's former lords, the last remaining courtier of Horeszkos, a tall old man, and hoary, with a face hardy and healthy, ploughed with wrinkles, sad, severe, though once for joyousness renowned among the nobles. But since that fight, in which the castle's lord had lost his life, Gervasy totally was changed, and now, for many years had neither been to fair or wedding. From that time his witty jests no more were heard, and nevermore was seen a smile upon his face. He ever wore the ancient livery of Horeszkos' house, a yellow jacket with long hanging skirts, bound round with lace, which, now a faded yellow, had once been golden. Round his neck were broidered half-goats, armorial bearings of that house. Thence all the neighborhood called the old man Polkozik 61, also from a word which he repeated ceaselessly. Mopanku 62 called him Nachpate 63 at times, from his bald pate all covered with seams and scars. His true name was Rembajlo, his crest unknown. He called himself the Kluxnik 64. Because he held that office years ago. And still a bunch of keys wore at his girdle. Bound by a cord with silver tassel. Though he nothing had to open, for the doors stood open in the castle. Yet he found 2 doors within, and at his own expense. Repaired and set them up, and every day amused himself with opening these doors. He for himself an empty chamber chose within the castle, for his private dwelling. Although he might have eaten bread of favor in the count's house, he would not, for he felt homesick, and unwell everywhere, if he breathed not the air of the old castle. Soon as he perceived the count, he doffed his cap, honoring with reverence his lord's far-off kin, low bending his bald pate, that gleamed afar, and like an axe by many sword blades scathed. He stroked it with his hand, approached, and low bending once more, said in sad tones, Mopanku Panisko 65. Pardon me that thus I speak. Illustrious Sir Count, it is my custom. Not disrespectful, for the Horeszkos all we're used to say Mopanku, the last Pantler 66. My master always would employ that word. Is it true, Mopanku, that you grudge the cost of lawsuits, and will give this castle up to the Soplicas? I would not believe it. But thus they say in all the district. Here, gazing upon the castle, without ceasing, he sighed. What wonder, said the count, the cost is great, the trouble greater still. I want to end it. But that tedious old noble is obstinate, he did foresee he could weary me out, and I in very deed no longer will oppose him. I today lay down my sword, accepting such conditions as shall be offered to me by the court. What, peace, exclaimed Gervasy, what, Mopanku? Peace with Soplicas. As he uttered this, he writhed his lips, as greatly marveling at his own speech. What, peace, and the Soplicas? Mopanku and my dear lord, you are jesting. How shall the castle, shall Horeszkos' stronghold, pass into the Soplicas' hands? My lord, deign but dismount. Go we into the castle. Let but my lord consider. He knows not that which he does. My lord, refuse not me. Dismount. He held the stirrup for descent. They went into the castle. There Gervasy stood on the threshold of the hall a while. Here, said he, by their court surrounded, sat the ancient lords, in high chairs. After dinner, the lord would judge the quarrels of the peasants. Or, if in a good humor, to his guests related curious histories, or else would entertain with merry jests and tales. But in the courtyard would the young men strive at single stick, or rode on Turkish ponies, expressly bred for noblemen. They entered the hall. Gervasy said, in this great hall, stone paved, we find not now so many stones as they broached wine casks in the good old times. The nobleman invited to the diet, or Sejmik, on the name day of my lord, or for the chase, drew beer tubs from the cellars, tied to their girdles. And while passed the feast, musicians stood within that lofty choir, the organ playing 67 and other instruments. And when a health was drunk the trumpets brayed in chorus, as upon the judgment day. Each vivat went around in order due. The first health to his majesty the king they drank, and next the primate's health 68 and after unto her majesty the queen, the health of all the nobles, and the whole republic. When the fifth bumper had at length been drained, they raised the toast of love we one another 69. Vivat unceasing sounded till the dawn. And each one's equipage already stood, to bear each reveller unto his house. They now had passed some chambers. Silently. Gervasy now his glance fixed on the wall. Now on the arched roof, recalling here a tragic memory, and now one dear. And then as he had said, all now is o'er. He nodded grievingly his head, at times. He waved his hand, remembrance visibly was torture to him, and he fain would chase it. At length they stayed their steps, in a great hall. Above, once lined with mirrors, but today the frames stood empty of the looking-glass. Long torn away, the windows held no panes. A balcony stood opposite the door. Here entering, the old man bowed his head, and in his hands concealed his face, and when he did unveil it, on it was a look of deepest sorrow and despair. The Count, though ignorant what this should signify, yet looking on the old man's countenance, felt strangely moved, and pressed his hand. A while this silence lasted, which the old man broke. Shaking his right hand lifted. There is no agreement for the blood of the Horeszkos with this Soplica. In your veins, Mopanku, the blood of the Horeszkos flows. You are a kinsman of the Pantler from your mother, who the Loxana being 70 was derived from the second daughter of the Castellan 71, who was, as well as known, my master's uncle. Listen, my lord, to your own kindred story, which in this chamber, and no other, passed. The Pantler, my late master, chiefest lord, here in this district, rich and of high race, had but one child, a daughter, beautiful as an angel. So brave noblemen and lordlings courted the Stolnikona. 72 and among the noblemen was one great rioter, a quarreller, Jacek Soplica, named the Wojwode, in jest, but yet in truth. He was of great importance in the region, because he held beneath his captaincy the clan of the Soplicas, and could rule all their 300 votes at his own will, though for himself, beyond a bit of land, his sabre, and a mighty pair of whiskers, from ear to ear, he was possessed of naught. And yet the Pantler often had as guest this brawler, and received him in his palace, most at the time of Sejmix. Popular for his relations and supporters, soon this whiskered fellow so puffed up with pride became, by cause of these receptions gracious. He took into his head the Pantler's son to be more often without invitation. He rode unto the castle, and at last he made his nest among us, as though in his own house. And he had declared his wish, but that already they had taken heed, and served him at the table with black broth. 73. Maybe he pleased the Stolnikona's eye, but she concealed the matter from her parents. Those were Kosciuszko's times. My lord supported the ordinances of the 3rd of May, 74. And had already gathered noblemen to march to help of the Confederates, when suddenly the Muscovites by night surprised the castle. Scarce was time to fire a mortar off, in signal of distress, to bar the lower doors, and with the bolts to make them fast. In all the castle were the Stolnik only, and myself, the lady, the chief cook and 2 scullions, all 3 drunk, the parish priest, 2 lackeys, and 4 hayducks, the gallant men. So then unto our guns, to the windows. There a crowd of Muscovites, shouting, hurrah! They from the gate rushed o'er the terrace, we with 10 guns, man for man, fired on them. Naught was to be seen from thence. The servants fired off from the lower floors. My lord and I fired from the gallery. Unceasingly, all went in order good, though in much fear. Upon this floor there lay here 20 guns, we fired off one, another was loaded quick. The priest himself in this service was very active, and the lady, her daughter, and the serving maidens too. There were 3 marksmen, and the fire went on unceasingly. The Muscovites below sent up a hail of bullets. We less often, but with more judgment fired down from above. 3 times they burst out there before the door. 3 pairs of legs were kicking every time. So underneath the storehouse soon they fled for shelter. But already it was day. The pantler came forth joyous with his gun upon the balcony, and soon as peeped a Muscovitish head from underneath the storehouse, did he fire immediately, and never missed. At every shot there fell a black hat in the grass, and rarely now did any steal forth from behind the wall. The pantler, seeing all his enemies thus struck with fear, to make a sortie thought, and calling to his servants from above, he gave commands, then turning round to me, said, "Follow me, Gervasy." At that moment a shot came from the gate. The pantler groaned, grew red, then pale, would speak, and coughed with blood. I saw the ball, right in his very breast. My lord, fast failing, pointed to the gate. I knew that villain. That Soplica. Knew him. By his whiskers and his stature. By his shot. The pantler died. I had seen it. And the villain still held on high his lifted gun, the smoke still issued from the barrel. Him I took for aim, the murderer stood as changed to stone. Twice did I fire, but missed with both the shots. From rage or grief I marked but ill. I heard the women's shriek, I looked, my lord was dead. Gervasy paused, and melted into tears. Then said, concluding, now the Muscovites had stormed the gate, for with the pantler dead, I was as lost to sense, and knew not what was done around me. Happily arrived Parafionowicz to us with succor, and 20 of the house of Mickiewicz 75. He brought from Horbatowicz, noblemen, many and valiant, man for man, who hate Soplica's race since time began. Thus perished a powerful lord, upright and pious, who had chairs, and staffs, and ribbons 76 in his house. A father to his peasantry, a brother unto the nobles. And he left behind him no son to swear revenge upon his grave. Yet had he faithful servants. In the blood flowed from his wound I steeped my rapier, called the penknife 77, of my penknife certainly. You have heard, my lord, renowned at every diet, market, and sedgmick, I did swear to notch the blade upon the necks of the Soplicas. I followed them at diet, foray, fair. 2 in a quarrel slew I, 2 in duel. 1 burnt I up inside a wooden house. When we with Rimsa harried Korolix. Like mudfish was he roasted, and I count not those ears I cut off. 1 alone remains, who no remembrance yet has had from me. Own younger brother to that whiskered rogue. Yet lives he, and he boasts him of his riches. His boundary corners touch Horeszkos castle. He has honor in the district, holdeth office. He is a judge. And will you give the castle to him, my lord? Shall his most wicked feet efface my master's blood from off this floor? No. While Gervasy has a might of soul, and so much strength, as with one little finger to stir his penknife, hanging on the wall, so long Soplica shall not get this castle. Oh! Cried the count, and raised his hands aloft. 'Twas a good instinct, that I loved these walls. though knowing not what treasure in them lay. Such number of dramatic scenes and stories. Soon as I shall recover from Soplica, the castle of my ancestors, I will install thee in the palace as my burgrave. 78. Thy tale, Gervasy, has much taken me. Pity thou didst not bring me here at night. Draped in a mantle, I would sit on ruins. And thou shouldst tell me of these bloody deeds. Pity thou hast no great gift of relating. I sometimes have heard such, and read, traditions. In England and in Scotland every lord s 79. Castle, in Germany each noble's court. A theatre was of murders. Every ancient, noble, and powerful family had some report of blood or of some treacherous deed, for which must vengeance fall upon the heirs. As legacy, I hear for the first time of such in Poland. In me flows, I feel, the brave Horeszkos blood, and I do know that which is due to glory, and my race. Yes, I must break all compact with Soplica, although it come to pistols or the sword. Honor commands. With solemn step he strode. But in deep silence came Gervasy after. Standing before the door, unto himself. The count kept talking, and upon the castle gazing, he quickly mounted on his horse. His solitary conversation thus absently ending, 'tis a pity that this old Soplica has no wife, fair daughter, whose beauty I might worship, loving her, and yet not able to obtain her hand, would bring fresh complication in the tale. The heart here, duty there, love here, and there, revenge. Thus whispering he spurred his steed. It flew towards the mansion, as up rode the hunters from the other side. The count loved hunting. When the hunters he perceived, forgetting all besides he sprang them toward. He passed the gate, the garden, and the hedge. When, turning round, he looked about, and stayed the horse before the hedge. There was the orchard. The fruit trees, set in rows, did shadow o'er the broad fields, 'neath the trees the garden beds. The cabbage here, its bald and hoary pate, low bending, seems to meditate upon the fate of vegetables. The slim bean, weeping its pods into the tresses of the carrot green, did turn 1,000 eyes upon it. There the Indian corn upraised its golden plume, and here and there was seen a gourd's fat belly, from its stalk detached, which to a distant part had rolled away among the crimson beetroot as a guest. The garden beds were parted by a ridge. In every trench there stood, as though on guard, the hempen ranks, a cypress-seeming herb, quiet, and green, and upright in its leaves. And odor garden beds do find defense, for through these leaves no viper dares to creep. Their odor also grubs and vermin slays. White stalks of poppies tower further on. Thou thinkest, swarms of butterflies thereon are sitting, fluttering their wings, whose luster of precious gems doth change with rainbow tints, with lively colors of much variousness. The poppy lures the eye among the flowers, like the full moon among the lesser stars. A sunflower, with its round, large, burning face, from east to west twists, following the sun. Beneath the hedge long, narrow, convex hillocks, without or trees, or flowers, or bushes, made a garden there for cucumbers. They grew luxuriantly, with their large, wide leaves, covering the beds, like carpet with deep folds. Among them walked a damsel, clothed in white, plunging in green luxuriance to her knees, down bending in the furrows from the beds. It seemed she walked not, but she swam through leaves, while bathing in their color. She had veiled her head with a straw hat, and from her brow 2 rosy ribbons waved, and some bright curls of loose disheveled tresses. In her hand she held a basket. She cast down her eyes and lifted her right hand, as though to seize, like to a child who bathing chases fishes, that play around her feet. So she each moment, with hand and basket bent down for the fruit, struck by her foot, or by her eye perceived. The Count, enchanted by such wondrous sight, stood silent, hearing trampling from afar. Of his companions, with his hand he signed to them to stay their horses, and they stayed. He gazed with stretched neck, like a long-beaked crane, far from the flock, as sentry on one leg, standing, with watchful eyes, and not to sleep, holding a stone within his other claw. A rustle on his shoulders and his brow aroused the Count. It was the Bernardine Friar Roback, and he had within his hand, upraised, his girdle with its knotty cords. "Do you want cucumbers?" he shouted. "Sir, here have you cucumbers, 80 beware of harm. For in these beds there grow no fruits for you. Nothing will come of this." Then with his finger he threatened him, drew down his cowl, and went. The Count remained a while yet on the spot, laughing, and cursing too at the same time. This sudden interruption to the garden. His glance returned, she was not in the garden. Only in center of a little window flitted her rosy ribbon and white frock. Upon the garden beds was visible the way she fled by, for a green leaf, which her foot disturbed in running, trembled yet a moment, until quiet, like the water, a bird hath cloven with its wings. And on the spot where late she stood, the little basket of willow, with its underside upturned, the fruit all spilled, was hanging on the leaves. And, mid the verdant billows still it rocked. After a moment lonely everywhere, and gloomy, 'twas. The Count now fixed his eyes upon the house, and pricked his ears up, still in meditation, and the hunters stood yet motionless before him, till there rose within the silent, solitary house a murmur first, then noise, and joyous shout, as in an empty hive, when bees fly in. A sign was this the guests had come from hunting, and servants hastened to get ready breakfast. Through all the rooms a great confusion reigned. They carried dishes, bottles, covers round. The men, as they had entered, in green jackets, with plates and glasses, walking through the rooms, ate, drank, or leaning on the windowsill, conversed of rifles, greyhounds, and of hares. The chamberlain, his wife, the judge, together. All three sat at a table, in a corner. The youthful ladies whispered to each other. Such order as at dinner and at supper was not observed. This was a novel custom in an old Polish house at breakfast time. The judge, though he unwillingly allowed this great disorder, yet approved it not. Dishes of various sorts for men and women there were. Here trays were carried round about, with the whole coffee service, large-sized trays, with flowers beautifully painted on them, steaming with an aroma most delicious. White metal coffee pots, and porcelain cups. From Dresden, near each cup a tiny vessel, containing cream. Such coffee as in Poland is in no other country. For in Poland, in a well-ordered house, by ancient custom, there is a woman whose especial labor is to make coffee, called the kawiarka. 81. She brings from town, or from the barges chooses 82. The finest coffee beans, and secrets knows how to prepare a drink which has the blackness of coal, transparency of amber, odor of mocha, and as thick as honey flows. Well know we what to coffee is good cream. This is not in the country hard to get. The kawiarka, having early placed the coffee pots, the dairy visiteth, and culls herself the light, fresh flour of cream. For each cup in a vessel separate. So each be clad in separate pellicle. The elder ladies, having earlier risen, had drunk their coffee. Now they made a second dish for themselves, of warm beer, white with cream, in which there floated many clots of curd. But for the men there lay smoked meats at choice. Fat breasts of geese, and ham, and wings of tongue. All excellent, all by home method dried. In chimneys, by the smoke of juniper. At length was brought the latest course of zrazy 83. Such were the breakfasts in the judge's house. In the 2 rooms gathered 2 different groups. The elder folks, around a little table, spoke of new farming methods, and of new and more strict imperial ukases. The chamberlain opinions gave of rumors of war impending, and deduced therefrom views upon politics. The Wojski's daughter, wearing dark spectacles, with fortune-telling, from cards amused the chamberlain's lady, while in the other room the youths discussed the hunt, in tones more low and peaceful than was wont. For the assessor and the regent, both great talkers, first in hunting, and best shots, sat opposite each other cross and angry. Both well had pricked their dogs on, each was sure his greyhound must be winner, when right in the middle of the plain they found a row of peasants' vegetables still unreaped. Therein the hare rushed. Kusi now had hold. Now Sokol, when the judge the prickers stayed upon the ridge. They must obey, although their rage was great. The dogs returned alone, and none might know if fled the game or ta'en. No one could guess if into Kusi's jaws it fell, or Sokol's, or in both at once. Each side gave different judgment, and the quarrel remained to other times still undecided. The ancient Wojski walked from room to room, on both sides glancing with his absent eyes. He neither mingled in the hunters' talk, nor in the old men's. And, 'twas plainly seen, his head was taken up with something else. He bore a leathern flyscare 84 sometimes standing still in one spot, he meditated long, and killed a fly that sat upon the wall. Thaddeus and Telemina, standing in the doorway right between the 2 rooms, talked alone to one another. No great space divided them from hearers, so they whispered. Now Thaddeus learnt that his aunt Telemina was a rich lady, that they were not joined by bonds canonical in too close kinship. 'Tis even uncertain if Aunt Telemina be really aunt unto her nephew, though his uncle called her sister, since their common progenitors once called them so, in spite of years' disparity, that later on she, living in the capital, had rendered some service beyond measure to the judge, whence much the judge respected her, and loved before the world, perhaps from vanity, to call himself her brother. Telemina, from friendship would refuse him not this name. Relieved at heart was Thaddeus by these sayings. And many things besides did they declare to one another. All this came to pass in one short moment. In the right-hand room, the regent careless said, to tempt the assessor, I said so yesterday, our hunt could not be a success. It is too early yet. The corn is standing yet upon its stalk, and many rows unreaped of peasants' gardens. And therefore stayed the count away today. The count in hunting is experienced. Sometimes has talked of hunting, place, and time. The count from childhood has in foreign lands been living, and he says it is a sign Of barbarism to hunt, as we do here. Without regard to articles of law. Or regulations of the government. Respecting no one's hillocks or his ridges. To ride o'er strangers' ground without his knowledge. To course the plains and hunting forests in the springtime as in summer, or to kill a fox when he his coat is shedding, or to let the greyhounds worry hares with young. Or rather torture them. The Count regrets that in this case the Muscovites today are far more civilized than we. For there, the Tsar has put forth ukases on hunting. There is police inspection, and for those who do transgress them there is punishment. Towards the left room Telomina looked, fanning herself with cambric handkerchief. As I my mother love, the Count mistakes not. I well know Russia. You would not believe me, when I have often said how praiseworthy, for many reasons, is the vigilance and strictness of their government. I was in Petersburg, not only once, nor twice. Sweet memories. Sweet image of the past. And what a town. None of you, gentlemen, have ever been in Petersburg? Perhaps you'd like to see the plan. I have the plan in my bureau. In summer all the world of Petersburg is used to live in dachis. That is, in country palaces, for dacha 85 means village. In a little palace I dwelt, on the river Neva, not too far. And not too near the town, on a low hill. Raised artificially. Ah! What a house! It was. I have the plan in my bureau. One day, to my misfortune, was a house in my close neighborhood, hired by some petty Zinnik 86 who was sitting on commission. He kept a many greyhounds. What a torment! To have a small Zinnik and a kennel. To dwell near one. As often as I went into the garden with a book, to enjoy the moonlight and the evening cool, at once. A dog flew in, and wagged his tail, and pricked his ears up, just as he were mad. Not seldom had I been terrified. My heart forebode some evil from the dogs, and so it chanced. For as I walked one morning in the garden, a greyhound strangled at my feet my pet Bolognese spaniel. Ah! She was a charming, dear little dog. I had her as a present. A token of remembrance, from Prince Sukin. Intelligent and lively as a squirrel. I have her portrait, only I will not go for it to the bureau. Seeing her thus strangled, from excessive agitation, I had faintness, spasms, palpitations. And perhaps it had gone worse still with my health. When happily upon a visit came Kirilo Goreliks Kozadusin, master of hunts at court. He asked the cause of my ill humor, and he presently commanded the official to be dragged there by the ears. He stood there, trembling, pale, and almost lifeless. How then didst thou dare, exclaimed Kirilo, with a voice of thunder, to hunt down in the spring a doe with young, under the emperor's very nose? In vain. The stupefied Zinnik swore that he had not begun the hunting season yet. That, with the master of the hunt's permission, the beast run down had seemed to him a dog, and not a doe. What, cried Kirilo, villain! Dost thou pretend to better understand hunting in species than I, Kozadusin, Imperial Jägermeister? Let the chief inspector of police decide between us. They call the chief inspector, and command to institute inquiry. I bear witness, says Kozadusin, that it was a doe. And he pretends 'twas a domestic dog. Decide between us, who best understands hunting in game. The inspector of police well knew his duty. He considered well the insolence of the Zyninik, and, conducting him aside, he counseled him, as a brother, to confess his fault, and so condone his crime. The master of the hunt, somewhat appeased, made promise he would be an intercessor with the Tsar, and get some little mitigation of the sentence. It ended thus: the dogs went to the rope, and the Zyninik had 4 weeks in prison. This trifle entertained us all the evening. Next day an anecdote was made of this. The master of the hunt had gone to law about my dog. I even know for certain the emperor himself has laughed at this. A laugh arose in both the rooms. The judge was playing with the Bernardine at cards, and at that moment, with the spades as trumps, he was about to lead. The priest scarce breathed. The judge had caught the story's first beginning, and listened so absorbed, that he sat still, with head uplifted, and the card upraised, ready for playing. Still he moveless sat, and only caused the friar anxiety. Till, the tale ended, he laid Pamphil down, and answered, laughing, "Let who will extol civilization of the Germans, order of Muscovites. Let people in Great Poland learn from the Swabians to make laws for foxes, and call in soldiers to arrest a mastiff who enters strangers' thickets. Praised be heaven. In Litva we have ancient customs. We have game enough, both for ourselves and neighbors, and never shall for this make inquisition. And we have corn enough. Our dogs will not reduce us soon to famine, or devour green vegetables, or take life away. O'er peasants' acres I forbid all hunting." The bailiff from the left-hand chamber spoke. "No wonder, gracious sir, that for such game you dearly pay. The peasants are right glad. Whene'er it happens that a greyhound springs among their vegetables, let him but disturb 10 ears of rye, you give a sheaf in compensation, nor even then are quits. The peasant often gets besides a florin. Believe me, sir, the peasantry will grow most insolent, but never heard the judge the rest of Master Bailiff's reasonings. For, twixt the two discourses there began 1,000 murmurs, anecdotes, and tales. And lastly, quarrels. Quite forgotten, Thaddeus and Telemina thought but of each other. The lady much delighted that her wit so Thaddeus entertained, the youth returned her speech with compliments. With ever greater freedom spoke Telemina, and in tones more low, and Thaddeus made believe that he could hear her not amid the crowd of talk. So he drew nearer, whispering, so much the nearer to her, that upon his face he felt her brow's sweet warmth, restraining breath. He caught her sighings with his lips, his glance seized eagerly the bright rays of her eyes, when suddenly between their lips there flew at first a fly, and then the Wojski's fly scare. In Litva is abundance great of flies. Among them an especial species, called noble, like all the rest in shape and hue, but having broader thorax and abdomen, and larger than the common sort. In flying, they make a great noise, and their humming is not to be borne. So strong, besides, are they. They break through spiders' webs, or if they should be caught in one, 3 whole days long they buzz. And singly can they grapple with a spider. All this the Wojski well had searched into, and also said the lesser sort of flies were from these noble flies engendered. They were that among the flies that queen bees are. Among a swarm of bees, that slaying them would cause the perishing of other vermin. True, neither housekeeper, nor parish priest believed in these discoveries of the Wojski. And of the generation of the flies. Held differently. But never did the Wojski leave off his ancient custom. Scarcely saw he a fly, when straightway he pursued it. Now, this very instant, past his ear a noble buzzed, twice the Wojski struck. Ashamed to miss, he struck a third time, and nigh broke the window. Until the fly, by this great noise distraught, seeing two people standing on the threshold, obstructing its return, did throw itself between their faces in despair. The Wojski's right hand flew after it. So strong the stroke, that the two heads sprang backwards, as the two halves of a tree by lightning severed. Both rebounded with such force against the lintels, that they retained upon them livid marks. But fortunately no one marked this scene, because the conversation, which as yet, though loud and high, had yet been orderly, now ended in an outburst strong of noise. Like hunters, who along the forest chase a fox, while here and there is heard the crash of trees, the noise of shots, the bark of hounds. But all at once, and unexpectedly, a pricker starts a wild boar. He gives sign. A shout arises in the crowd of men and dogs, as all the forest trees had voice. So is it with discourse. It slowly moves, until it comes on some grand object, like a boar hunt. The wild boar of this discourse was that fierce quarrel of the regent with the assessor, touching their renowned greyhounds. It lasted but a short time, but they did much in one moment. For the two at once threw out so many words and loud abuse, that they exhausted soon the first three parts of a dispute, jesting, and anger, challenge. And it had come to fists already. So all rushed towards them from the second room, like a swift billow, rolling through the doors. They bore down the young couple on the threshold, standing, like Janus, god of double face. Ere Thaddeus and Telemina could compose the locks disordered on their brows, the threatening voices all were still again. A murmur mixed with laughter spread around. Decision came to the dispute. The friar had quelled it. He was strong and active, though an old man, broad in shoulder girth. So when the assessor rushed up to the jurist, when both disputants were threatening one another by gestures, suddenly he collared both of them behind, and twice he struck with force their heads together, one against the other, like Easter eggs. Then spread his arms abroad, in shape of signpost, threw the two apart, in separate corners of the room. A while he stood upon the place with outstretched arms, and, Pax vobiscum, cried he, peace be with you. Those present greatly marveled, even laughed. Through that respect they owed a ghostly man. None dared to blame the monk, and after such a proof of strength, none either had the will to enter on a quarrel with him. But Friar Roback, soon as he had hushed the crowd, sought not, 'twas seen, the triumph of the fray. He threatened not the brawlers more, nor chid, but drawing down his cowl, and planting both hands on his girdle, silent left the room. Meanwhile the chamberlain, likewise the judge, between the two sides took their places. Then the Wojski, as awoken from deep thought, stepped in the midst, his hoary whisker twirled, nor spared important mien. He circled round the whole assembly with a fiery eye, and wheresoever he a murmur heard, as priest his aspersorium, he brandished his fleischer to command their silence. Then, raising its handle high with dignity, like marshal's rod, he silence thus commanded. Be still, repeated he, and have ye care. Ye, who are chiefest hunters in the district. From your embittering quarrel what will spring? Know ye? Why, that the young men, upon whom our country founds her hopes, who ought to make illustrious our forests and our toils. And who, alas, so much neglect the chase, perhaps will reap a fresh occasion for despising it, on seeing how the men who ought to give example to the rest from hunting only bring back quarrelings and causes of dispute. And have respect for my grey hairs, for I knew greater hunters than you, and often did I arbitrate between them, who in Lithuanian forests was reached hands equal, whether drawing in the toils, or meeting with the beast, or who can liken him to Bielopietroix, where at the present day is such a marksman, as was the nobleman Zagoda, who could with a pistol hit a running hare. I knew Tadeusz, who when he went to hunt the wild boar, took no other arms than a mere pike, and Budrowicz, who with a bear fought single-handed. Such the men that once our woodlands saw. And if it came to quarreling, how did they settle quarrels? They chose them judges, and laid pledges down. Oginski lost 100 hides of forest about a wolf. Badger cost some hamlets to Niziolowski. And you, gentlemen, follow the old example, and decide your quarrel, even though by lesser pledge. For words are wind, word quarrels ne'er have end. Pity to dry up lips about a hare. So choose ye judges first to arbitrate. And what they shall decree, religiously subscribe. I will entreat the judge that he will not forbid the pricker even to ride over wheat. I'll wager that I shall obtain this grace from him. And saying this, he pressed the judge upon the knee. A horse. The regent cried, I pledge a horse with trappings, and will before the local court subscribe myself, that I lay down this ring, as fee unto the judge. And I, the assessor said, will pledge my golden collars, made of shagreen, inlaid with wheels of gold, a leash of silk, whose workmanship is wondrous as the stone that shines upon it. I had wished to leave this set as legacy unto my children, in case I marry. It was given me a present from Prince Dominic 87 when once I hunted with him, and the Marshal, Prince Sangusko, and with General Mejan 88 when I challenged all the others to a trial of greyhounds. There, by unexampled stroke in annals of the chase, I coursed 6 hares with 1 dog. At that time we hunted on Kupisko's plain. Prince Radziwill could not sit still upon his horse, but lighted down, and taking in his arms my celebrated she-greyhound Cania, he kissed her head 3 times, and 3 times clapping on her muzzle, he said, henceforward I create thee Duchess of Kupisko. Napoleon thus gives dukedoms unto his generals, from the places where they have won great victories. Telemina, weary of these o'erlong disputes, desired to go into the courtyard, but she wished companions. She took a little basket from a peg. The gentlemen, I see, prefer to stay indoors, but I am going to pick mushrooms. But they who please, I beg them follow me. She spoke while folding round her head a crimson shawl of cashmere, the chamberlain's young daughter. She took by one hand, with the other gathered her robe about her ankles. Thaddeus in silence hastened after her for mushrooms. The notion of a walk rejoiced the judge. He saw therein a means of breaking off this noisy quarrel. Therefore he exclaimed. To the wood, gentlemen, for mushrooms, he who comes to table with the finest mushrooms shall sit beside the fairest lady, he himself shall choose her. If a lady find them, she shall herself select the finest lad. Book. Chapter 3. Flirting. The Count's expedition into the orchard, the mysterious nymph feeds the geese, resemblance of mushroom gathering to the walking of Elysian shades, species of mushrooms, consultations touching the destiny of Thaddeus, the Count a landscapist, artistic criticisms of Thaddeus concerning trees and clouds, the Count's notions of art, the bell, the billet doux, a bear. Most gracious sir. The Count returned unto himself, but still he stayed his horse. And turning round his head, he gazed into the garden, and one time it seemed to him, that from the little window gleamed the mysterious white frock again. And something light descended from above. Again, and in the twinkling of an eye, coursed o'er the garden, shining once again among green cucumbers, like to a sunbeam, stolen from behind a cloudlet, when it falls upon a bit of flint upon a plain, or mid green meadows on a shallow pool. The Count dismounted, sent his servants home, himself in secret towards the garden went. He reached at length the paling, in it found an opening, and silently crept in, like wolf into a sheepfold. By mischance he struck some bushes of dry gooseberry. The pretty gardener, as though she feared the rustle, looked around, but nothing saw. Yet ran she to the garden's other side. But at her side the Count, among the sorrel, among the burdock leaves, among the grass, sprang onwards like a frog, on hands and knees, quite close to her, on, crawling silently. At last he put his head out, and beheld a wondrous spectacle. In this part of the orchard, cherry trees grew here and there. Among them cereals of different kind, expressly mixed together. Wheat and maize, and beans, long-bearded rye, and peas, and millet. And even flowers and bushes for the poultry. The housekeeper this garden had invented. Her glory. Madame Poultry she was called. And Mistress Turkey was her maiden name. An epoch her invention constitutes. In housekeeping, now known to every one. But at that time as yet a novelty. Communicated to not many persons. Under strict secrecy, before it was thus published in the almanac, by title. A remedy for hawks and kites, or a new means of rearing poultry. I was such a garden as this one. Thus, scarce the cock, standing as sentinel, and motionless, his beak upturning, and his crested head to one side bending, so that he might aim at heaven easier with his glance. May see a hawk suspended in the clouds, he crows. At once the hens take refuge in this garden. Even geese and peacocks, and in sudden fright. Pigeons, who find no safety on the roof. But now no foe was visible in heaven. And only the fierce heat of summer burned. The birds hid from it in that wood of corn. Some lay among the grass, some slept in sand. Among the birds' heads, little human ones stood forth, uncovered, on them were short locks, as white as flax, next to the shoulders bare. Among them sat a damsel, one head taller, with longer locks. Behind the children sat a peacock, with the circle of his plumes wide-spreading, in a rainbow many-hued, on which the small fair heads, as on a picture's background, against the deep blue, took on luster, defined by circle of the peacock eyes, like to a starry garland. In the corn, they gleamed as though in a transparency. Amid the golden stalks of Indian corn, with silver streaks of English clover decked, and coral mercury, and verdant mallow. The mingled forms and colors seemed to make a woven lattice work of gold and silver, that waved upon the wind like a light veil. Above the thicket of the many-colored corn ears and stalks, hung like a canopy a shining mist of butterflies, those called old women, and whose fourfold wings, as light as webs of spiders, and as clear as glass, suspended in the air, may scarce be seen. And though they make a humming, thou wouldst think they were immovable. The damsel waved a plume of grey, uplifted in one hand, like to a bunch of ostrich feathers. She appeared therewith from off the infant heads, to chase the golden rain of butterflies. And in her other hand a something gleamed, horn-shaped and shining. It would seem a vessel for feeding children, for unto the lips of each in turn she neared it. In its shape, it looked like Amalthea's golden horn. Thus busied, any earthless she turned her head towards the direction of that well-remembered trampling of gooseberry bushes, not aware that the invader drew already near from the side opposite, and like a snake on creeping, till he from the burdock sprang. She looked, he stood quite near, removed from her, for garden beds apart, and low he bowed. She turned away her head, and raised her arms, and, like a frightened jay, she tried to fly. Her light feet flew already o'er the leaves, when, frightened by the coming of the stranger, and by the damsel's flight, the children shrieked most terribly. She heard it, and she felt it were imprudent thus to leave alone the little, timid children. She returned, herself controlling. But she must return, like an unwilling spirit, whom a wizard compels by adjuration. She ran up to play with the most noisy of the children. She sat beside it on the ground, she took it upon her lap, the others she caressed with hand and fondling speech, until they all again were quiet, with their little hands, her knees encircling, and their little heads to her close pressing, like to little chickens under their mother's wing. She said, "Is it pretty to cry like that? Is it polite? This gentleman will be afraid. He is not come to frighten us, he is not an old and ugly beggar. He's a visitor. And a good gentleman, just look how pretty." She looked herself. The Count well pleased did smile, and visibly was grateful unto her for so much praise. She soon bethought herself, was silent, dropped her eyes, and like a rosebud she blushed. A pretty gentleman he was, in truth, of right good beauty, with a face of oval form, pale cheeks, but of fresh hue, blue eyes and gentle, long, fair hair. Thereon were leaves of plants and grass blades, which the Count had plucked away while crawling through the beds. Like woven wreath they decked his locks with green. "O thou," he said, "by whatsoever name I may adore thee, be thou nymph or goddess, spirit or vision, speak. Hath thine own will led thee on earth, or do a stranger's bonds retain thee prisoner in this earthly vale? Alas, I guess the truth. Some lover scorned, some powerful lord, or envious guardian, holds thee enchanted in this castle park. Thou art worthy gallant knights should fight for thee, to be a heroine of sad romance. Unfold to me, O fair one, all the secrets of this thy cruel fate, and thou shalt here find a deliverer. Henceforth at thy beck, as thou dost rule my heart, rule thou my arm." And forth he stretched his arm, with maiden blush. She listened, but with merry countenance. As children love to see bright-colored pictures. Or can amusement find in shining counters. Before they learn their worth. These words sweet-sounding. Thus did caress her hearing, though she knew not their sense. At length she asked him, "Whence, sir, come you? What are you seeking in the garden beds?" The Count his eyes wide opened. Much confused. Astonished, he was still, then lowering the style of his discourse, "I beg your pardon." He said, "Young lady, I perceive that I have troubled pastime. Oh, I beg your pardon. I am this moment hastening to breakfast. I am already late, I wish to come in time. You know, young lady, how the road goes circling round. The garden seemed to me a shorter way to reach the house." The girl replied, "The way is here, sir, but you must not spoil the garden beds. There is the path among the turf. Is it to left or right?" The Count demanded, lifting her blue eyes. The gardening nymph appeared to search him through with curiosity. For there the house, 1,000 paces off, stood plainly seen, as though at arm's length. Yet he asked the way. But yet the Count must absolutely talk with her, and sought for this some fresh excuse. "Live you here, lady, near the garden? Or there in the village? How then has it chanced? I have not seen you at the manor house. Have you not long been here? New come perhaps?" The damsel shook her head. "Pray, pardon me. Young lady. Is not that your chamber there? Where stands that little window?" But he thought within his heart, if not the heroine of a romance, she seems a very young and very pretty girl. Too often does a great soul, a high mind, in solitude concealed, blossom like a rose among a forest. 'Tis enough to bring it forth into the world, and place it in the sun, and make beholders wonder at its 1,000 bright colors. Meanwhile silently uprose the gardening maiden, on her shoulder lifting one child, another taking by the hand, driving the rest like geese before her. She passed through the garden. Turning round she said, "Sir, cannot you drive back my runaway poultry into the barn?" "I drive the poultry," the Count exclaimed in wonder. She meanwhile had vanished, in the shadows of the trees. And yet a while from the espalier yet, through wreaths of foliage, something gleamed athwart, as though it were 2 eyes. The Count alone stood long yet in the garden. And his spirit, like to the earth when once the sun is down, grew gradually colder, sober hues assumed. He now began to dream, but he had very disagreeable dreams indeed. He woke, not knowing against whom he felt such rage. Alas! He had found so little, he expected too much. For when he crept through rows of plants towards that shepherdess, his head did burn. His heart within him jumped. So many charms in that mysterious nymph he gazed upon. He clothed her in such marvels, guessed so many. And all things he found out were otherwise. She had indeed a pretty face, a slender figure, but how unformed. And such a plumpness of cheeks, and that deep red, depainting such excessive vulgar happiness. Sure sign. Her mind yet slept, her heart was still unstirred. And those replies, so vulgar, country-like. Wherefore delude myself, he cried, I have guessed too late. And my mysterious nymph, no doubt, is the goose girl. With the nymph's vanishing, the magical transparency all changed. Those ribbons, those resplendent lattices. Of gold and silver, all, alas, was straw. Wringing his hands, the count gazed on a bunch of grass, that formed a broom, which he had taken for ostrich feathers in the damsel's hand. The vessel he forgot not, made of gold. That horn of Amalthea, it was a carrot. He saw the children gorge it eagerly. Then all the charm was over. The enchantment. The wonder. Even so when a boy perceives the flowers of succory, with soft, light blue, tempting his hand, and longs to grasp them. Near he comes, he breathes, and with the breath the flower in light down vanishes in air. And now the seeker over-curious beholds only a naked, grey-green stalk of grass left in his hand. The count pressed down his hat upon his brows, and by the way he came returned, but shorter made the road, he trod o'er vegetables, flowers, and gooseberry bushes, till, o'er the paling sprung, he breathed at last. Then he remembered that he spoke of breakfast unto the damsel. Every one, may be, now knew the story of this meeting in the garden, near unto the house. Perhaps they now were coming out to seek for him. They saw his flight, who knows what they may think. So it behoved him to return. Down bending along the hedges, twixt the ridges and the plants, he made 1,000 turns, yet glad he was, when he at last attained the path which straightway to the mansion courtyard led. He went beside the hedge, but from the orchard he turned away his head. A thief resembling, who looketh from the granary away, to give no trace of wish to visit it, or that he has already visited. So prudent was the count, though no one tracked him, that towards the quarter opposite the garden, towards the right he looked. A sparse-grown thicket was there, all paved with turf, upon whose carpets, across the white stems of the birchen trees, beneath a tent of hanging leafy boughs, a multitude of forms were moving round, with actions strange, like dances, and strange dress. They seemed like spirits wandering by the moon. Some clad in black, tight garments, some in long and flowing robes, all shining, white as snow. One underneath a hat like spreading hoop, bare-headed one, and others, as though wrapped in cloud seemed walking, long veils on the wind let fly, far streaming like a comet's tail. Each in a different posture, one has grown fast to the earth, his eyes alone cast down upon the earth do circle round about. One looking straight before him, forward strides, as though in sleep, in a straight line, nor turns aside to right or left, but all bend down to various sides, unto the very ground, as though they made deep bows. If they draw near, or meet each other, they do neither speak, nor do salute each other. Deep in thought, buried within themselves, the count beheld in them an image of Elysian shades, who, though by pains or fears unreachable, wander on peacefully and still, though gloomy. Who would have guessed these scarcely moving folk? Those silent people, were our old acquaintance, the judge's friends. They from their noisy breakfast went forth unto the solemn ceremony of mushroom gathering. Like heedful folk, they knew how they should mark their speech and action, so as to suit them both to place and time, in every circumstance. And for this reason, ere to the thicket followed they the judge, they took on different forms, and change of dress. Rain cloaks of linen, that for walking served, wherewith they hid the top of the contis, and on their heads endued they hats of straw. Then seemed they white, like purgatory souls. All the young people likewise seemed disguised Excepting Telomina and some others. Who wore the French costume. The Count this scene could comprehend not, neither did he know. This country custom, so immeasureless. Amazement he unto the thicket ran. Of mushrooms there was plenty. 89 Krasnolis 90. The lads collected, and the Lysice, 91. Renowned in Lithuanian songs, they are. Emblem of maidenhood, for never grubs devour them. And more wondrous, never insects upon them sit. The youthful ladies seek. The slim Borowick, 92, which the song extols, 93. As kernel of the fungi. But all search for agarics, which, humbler in their growth, and less renowned in songs, yet most delicious, are, whether they be eaten fresh, or salted, in autumn or in winter. But the Wojski collected mucomori. Others form the commonwealth of mushrooms, in the mass, despised for harmfulness, or evil taste. But yet they have their uses. Food for beasts, and insects' nests, and ornaments of groves. On the green tablecloth of meadows, like a row of table vessels they appear. The silvery surajadki, red and yellow, appear like tiny goblets filled with wine. The kozlek like a swelling cup reversed. Lejki like slender glasses of champagne. Bilaki, round and white, and broad and flat, like Dresden cups filled to the brim with milk. And a round ball, filled with a blackish dust. Perchaka, 94, like a pepper castor. Other names are there, known in tongue of wolves or hares. By men unchristened, but they have no number. And no one condescends to touch the hare. Or wolfish mushrooms. And whoever stoops towards them, and perceiveth his mistake, in anger breaks the fungus, or upon it tramples, and spoiling thus the grass, he acts very imprudently. But Telomina collected neither human mushrooms nor wolfish. She, absent-minded, weary, looked around her, with her head uplifted, angry. The regent said that she was seeking mushrooms upon the trees. The assessor likened her with greater malice to a hen bird, seeking around to find a place to build her nest. However, it appeared she sought for silence, for solitude, for slowly she withdrew herself from her companions. And she went along the wood, towards a low-sloped hill, o'ershadowed, for the trees grew thickly there. A grey stone midmost. From beneath the stone a streamlet murmured, gushed forth, and at once, as though it sought for shadow, hid itself among the herbage thick and growing high, which, drunk with water, round luxuriated. There the swift, wilful stream in grasses swaddled, and laid on bed of leafage, motionless, and noiseless, unperceived, and scarcely heard, did whisper to itself, like crying child, when laid down in its cradle, while the mother above it curtains binds of foliage, and scatters leaves of poppy on its head. A tranquil, lovely place, here Telomina oft hides herself, and calls it sanctuary of meditation. Standing by the brook, she from her shoulders threw upon the grass her lightly waving shawl, like bloodstone red, and like a swimmer, who doth bend her down unto the chilly water, ere she dare the plunge. So she knelt down, and gradually bent to one side. At last, as borne away by a coral torrent, on the shawl she fell, and lay extended on the grass, her elbow leaning, her brow upon her open hand, her head bent downward to the ground. And on the ground beside her head there gleamed the white and vellum paper of a French book. Over the alabaster pages, wreathed the black ringlets and rosy ribbons. In the emerald. Of the luxuriant grass upon the shawl. Of bloodstone red, in a long garment, as within a coral covering, wherefrom her locks appeared at one end. At the other was a black slipper. At the sides gleamed white. Her snowy stocking, handkerchief, and whiteness of hands and face. She well might seem afar a many-colored caterpillar, crawling upon the green leaf of a maple tree. Alas! The charms and beauties of this picture. In vain sought connoisseurs. None heeded them. All were so busy with their mushroom hunt. However, Thaddeus regarded them. And glanced aside, and daring not to go straightway, he glided sidewards to the place. As does the hunter, in a leafy booth. Movable, planted on two wheels, when he follows the trail of game. Or in pursuing plovers, upon the saddle lays his gun. Or underneath the horse's neck, now seems to drag a harrow, now along the ridge to ride. But every move draws nearer to the spot where sit the birds. So Thaddeus stole up. The judge disturbed his ambush, and cutting across his way, made haste unto the fountain. With his Sarafan S95 white skirt. And a great handkerchief, the end of which was bound unto his girdle, played the wind. A straw hat, bound beneath his chin, from his swift movement, like a leaf of burdock, in the wind waved to and fro, now on his shoulder. It fell, and now again upon his eyes. A great stick in his hand, thus strode the judge. He stopped, and in the streamlet washed his hands. Then on the great stone close by Telemina he sat, and both hands on the ivory head of his enormous cane supporting, he began with such preamble. As thou sayest, since Thaddeus came here as guest, I have had no small anxiety. I am an old and childless man. He is a good boy, truly. My only consolation in the world. And future heir unto my fortune. I, by heaven's grace, shall leave no bad provision of nobles bred behind me. 'Tis now time his future to consider, and his settling. But judge of my distress. Thou knowest well Pan Jacek, my own brother, and the father of Thaddeus, a man most singular. 'Tis hard to know the meaning of his plans. Will not return unto his native land. Heaven only knows where he has hid himself. He will not even tell his son he lives, but is continually disposing of him. He first desired to send him to the legions, and greatly this tormented me. Then he agreed that he should stay at home and marry. He should indeed have got a wife already. I looked for a good match. No dweller here in birth is equal, or in parentage, unto the chamberlain. His daughter Anna is marriageable, beautiful, well dowered. I wished to. Telemina here grew pale, laid down her book, half rose, again sat down. As I my mother love, said she, are you my brother, in your senses, right in heart? Think you that you will be a benefactor to Thaddeus, if, being yet a lad, you make of him a buckwheat sower? You debar him from the world. Believe me, he some time will curse you for it. Such a talent. In rooms to bury, and in garden ground. Believe me, in so far as I have seen, he is a boy of some intelligence. It is worthwhile for him to get some polish in the great world. You would do well, my brother, to send him to some capital, for instance, to Warsaw. Or, do you know what I think? If 'twere to Petersburg. This winter I shall probably be going there on business. Let us together settle what to do. With Thaddeus. I know many people there. I have influence. It is the surest way. By my assistance he will find an entrance. In the best families, and being known to persons of importance, he will get an office, or an order. Let him then leave, if he will, the service, and come home, having already some importance, and some knowledge of the world. What think you, brother? In one's early years, the judge replied. It is not wrong a boy should air himself a little, and look round him in the world, and rub a little among folk. Myself, when young, o'er not a little of the world. I travelled, went to Piotrkow and to Dubno. Now as a pleader with the tribunal, promoting now my own affairs, I went as far as Warsaw. As a man, not little, I profited thereby. I should desire to send my nephew also among people, but simply as a traveller, like to a journeyman, who ends his term of years, to get a little knowledge of the world, and not for rank or order. With respect, this Russian rank or order, how should that confer importance of our ancient lords? Why, even of the new ones, who among the somewhat higher nobles of the district cares for such trifles? Yet, however, they are in esteem with mankind, for in them they honor family and a good name, or office, but a native one, conferred by citizens' election, not by any favor whatever. Telemina here broke in. If thus you think, so much the better. My brother, send him out then as a traveller. Thou sayest, sister, sadly spoke the judge, scratching his head. I should desire it much. But what avails this, with new hindrances? Pan Jacek will not from his own control release his son, and has just sent to me the Bernardine, this Roback, who is come from that side Vistula. My brother's friend is he, and cognizant of all his thoughts. And they between them have already settled the destiny of Thaddeus, and desire that he shall marry, that he wed Sophia, your ward. The two will have, besides my fortune, a capital as dowry by the favor of Jacek, for you know the capital is his, and by his favor I enjoy its interest nearly all. He therefore has the right of disposition. You consider how this result, with the least trouble, may be brought about. They must become acquainted. 'Tis true, they are very young, especially Sophia, but this need be no obstacle. And it is time to bring Sophia out from her seclusion, for indeed she now is growing out of childhood. Telemina, astonished and half frightened, half arose, and knelt upon the shawl. At first she heard attentive, then with motion of her hand protested, with impatient movement shaking her hand above her ear, as though to chase like insects the displeasing words away, back to the speaker's lips. Ah! Ah! This is a new thing. Let it injure Thaddeus, or injure not, yourself can judge the best. Thaddeus to me is nothing, you yourselves dispose of him, make him an overseer, or put him in a tavern. Let him sell liquor, or carry game home from the forest. With him do what shall please you. But Sophia, what is Sophia to you? I shall dispose of her in marriage, I alone. Because Pan Jacek gave some money to bring up Sophia, and a little yearly pension assigns to her, and deigns to promise more still for all that he has not purchased her. And for the rest, you gentlemen both know And all the world knows well, your liberal gifts to us are not bestowed without a reason. For something the Soplicas owe unto the race of the Horeszkos. To this portion of her discourse, with scarcely understood trouble, and grief, and horror visible, the judge attended, and as though he feared the rest of the discourse, he bowed his head, and, with his hand assenting, deeply blushed. But Telemina finished speaking thus. I have been her guardian, am a relative. Sophia's one protector. I alone shall think about her happiness. But if she find her happiness in this same marriage, the judge said, raising up his glance, suppose that she likes Thaddeus. Like him, that's a pair upon a willow. 96 like or not like, 'tis a weighty thing to me. Sophia will not be richly dowered, in truth, but then she is not of a petty village, or a mean nobility. She comes of the illustrious. Most powerful, she is a Wojwode's daughter. Born from a Horeszkona. She will get a husband. We have taken so much pains about her education, only if she have not here run wild. The judge with heed listened, and looked into her eyes. He seemed appeased, for pretty cheerfully he answered. Well then, what must we do? Heaven knows that I sincerely wish to get the business done. But only without anger. If you do not agree, you are right, 'tis sad, but 'tis unfitting angry to be. I counseled this, because my brother ordered it. There's no compulsion. If you refuse still, Master Thaddeus, I will write back to Jacek, that 'tis not my fault his son's betrothal to Sophia does not take place. Now will I counsel take with myself only. Possibly I shall begin arrangements 97 with the chamberlain. And all the rest we will decide upon. Meanwhile had Telemina cooler grown. I refuse nothing, brother dear, she said. But gently. You yourself have said it is as yet too early, they are both too young. Let us look round, and wait, not hinders that. Make the young people known to one another. We will consider well, we cannot risk the happiness of others thus on chance. I only warn betimes, do not, my brother, overpersuade now Thaddeus, nor compel him to love Sophia. For the heart is not a servant, neither owns a master's reign, nor can be bound by violence in a chain. 98. Thereon the judge, uprising, full of thought, departed. Master Thaddeus drew near from the opposing side, pretending that the search for mushrooms drew him to the spot. And in the same direction came the count. Now slowly forward, hidden by the trees, while Telemina and the judge disputed. The count had stood, much wondering at this scene. At length he drew out from his pocket paper and pencil, implements he always carried along with him, and spreading out the paper over a tree trunk bending, sketched the picture, saying unto himself, as though they were thus grouped on purpose, he upon the stone, she on the grass. A group most picturesque. Characteristic heads, the contrast marked. He came up, stopped, and put his eyeglass on. He rubbed the lenses, and looked more and more. Will this miraculous, this lovely sight perish, or be transformed if I approach? This velvet grass be only beet and poppies? And in this nymph shall I but recognize some housekeeper? Although the count had often seen Telemina in the judge's house, where pretty often he had been, he little had her esteemed, and most astonished was to find in her the model of his picture, the beauty of the place, and her position. The charming, tasteful dress had so transformed her. She scarcely might be recognized. There yet shone unextinguished anger in her eyes. Her face, enlivened by the wind's fresh breeze. Discussion with the judge, and by the sudden arrival of the young men, deeply blushed. More deeply than her wont. Madam, the Count said, deign my boldness to forgive. I come at once to ask your pardon and to thank you. Pardon, for that I tracked your steps by stealth. To thank you that I have been witness of your meditation. Much as I offended, so much am I your debtor. Interrupting an hour of meditation, unto you I owe an hour of inspiration, and a blessed moment. Be the man condemned. The lover of the arts awaits your pardon. Much I have ventured, I will venture more. Judge. And he knelt, and offered her his landscape. Then Telemina gave, in courteous strain, her judgment on the attempt, but spoke as one who understood the art of praises sparing. But sparing not encouragement. Bravo! She said, I compliment you, not a little. Of talent. Only this forget not, most. 'Tis needful to seek out the fairest nature. O happy skies of Italy! The Caesars. Gardens of roses. Classic waterfalls. Of Tivoli. And fearful rocky tunnels. Of Posillipo. There, Count, is the land of painters. But in ours the Muse's child, put out to nurse in Soplicowo, must die certainly. I'll frame that picture, Count, or place it in my album, with a number of drawings, which I have from everywhere collected. I have many in my bureau. So they began to talk of those blue heavens, murmurs of seas, and sweet winds, rocky heights, commingling here and there as travelers wont. Laughter and railing at their native land. Yet round them the Lithuanian forest stretched, so full of beauty and of dignity. The cherry tree with garland of wild hops woven around it, and the service tree, fresh blushing like a shepherdess. The hazel, like Maenad, with green thyrsus, decked about, as by a garland, with its pearly nuts. And lower grew the forest children, blackthorn, in the embraces of the bryony. Aspen, whose black lips pressed the raspberries. The trees and bushes joined their leaves like hands, like youths and maidens standing for the dance. In circle of the married pairs, there stands one couple, raised o'er all the forest crowd, by slenderness of shape, and charm of color. The white birch, bride-like, with her spouse the hornbeam. And further, like old people looking on, their children and grandchildren, silent sitting. Here reverend beech trees, there the matron poplars. And oak with mosses bearded, with the weight of 5 long ages on his humpy back. Leaning, as though on columns of a grave. On fossil trunks of oaks, his forefathers. Thaddeus was restless, not a little tired of this long conversation, in which he could take no share. But soon as they began to celebrate the woods of foreign lands, and count in turn all species of their trees, the orange, cypress, olive, almond tree, cactus, and aloe, and mahogany, sandal and citron, ivy, walnut, figs, exalting all their forms, and shapes, and stalks. More restless still was Thaddeus, and at last no longer could restrain himself from rage. Simple he was, but strongly could he feel the charms of nature on his native forest. Looking, he spoke with inspiration full. I have seen those celebrated trees at Wilna. In the Botanic Garden, those that grow in the east and south, and in that beautiful Italian land. But which of them can be Compared with our trees, can the aloe, with long rods, like a conductor, or the citron, a dwarf with golden balls, with lacquered leaves, a short and dumpy thing, like a short woman, ugly, but rich, or can that much-praised cypress, long, thin, and lean? It does not seem the tree of sadness, but of weariness. They say that it looks very sad upon a grave. 'Tis like a German lackey in court mourning, who dares not lift his hands, or turn his head, lest he should sin against court etiquette. Is not our honest birch tree fairer far? Like peasant woman weeping for her son, or widow for her husband, wringing hands, while the long streams of her dishevelled hair fall o'er her shoulders down unto the ground. Mute with her sorrow, yet how speakingly her form seems sobbing. Wherefore then, Sir Count, if you love painting, paint you not our trees, among which you are sitting? In plain truth, the neighbors will make jest of you, that while you live upon the fertile Litvan plain, you only paint some sort of rocks and deserts. My friend, the Count replied, fair nature is the form, the background, the material part. But inspiration is the soul, which, born upon the wings of the imagination, by taste is polished, and by rule supported. Nature is not sufficient, nor sufficient. Enthusiasm, the lover of the arts, must fly into the sphere of the ideal. Not all things beautiful are fit to paint. All this from books you'll learn in your own time. As to what touches painting, for a picture, are necessary points of view, and grouping, ensemble, and atmosphere, the atmosphere of Italy. And therefore in the art of painting Italy is, was, and shall be the fatherland of painters. For this reason, excepting Bruegel, but not van der Helle, 99. The landscape painter, for there are 2 Bruegels. And Ruysdael, where is there, in all the north, a landscape painter of the highest power? The sky is necessary. Our painter Orlowski, 100 broke in Telemina, had the Soplica taste. For you must know that it is the Soplicas' special sickness, except their native land, that nothing pleased them. Orlowski, who his life in Petersburg spent, a most famous painter. I have some sketches of his in my bureau, lived near the emperor, at court, as though it were in paradise, but you would not believe, Count, how he for his country longed and loved, continually to recall his youthful years, exalting all in Poland, earth, sky, forests. And he was right, cried Thaddeus with warmth. For that Italian sky of yours, so far as I have heard of it, so pure, so blue, must be like standing water. Are not wind and storm 100 times more beautiful? With us it is enough to raise one's head. How many sights, how many scenes and pictures, even in the very changing of the clouds. For every cloud is different. For instance, the autumn cloud crawls like a lazy tortoise, heavy with rain, and from the sky to earth lets down long streamers, like dishevelled hair. They are floods of rain. A hail cloud with the wind flies swift like a balloon, round, darkly blue. Midmost it shineth yellow, a great murmur is heard around. But even every day, look ye, these small white clouds, how changeable. First like a flock of wild geese, or of swans, and from behind the wind like falcon drives them together in a flock. They closer press. They thicken, they grow larger, newer wonders. They have arched necks, their manes fly loose, they put forth rows of legs. And o'er the arch of heaven Fly like a troop of wild steeds o'er the steppes. All white as silver. They have mingled, now. Masts spring up from their necks, and from their manes. Broad sails. The troop is changed into a ship. That proudly sails on, silently and slow. Across the plain of heaven's blue expanse. The Count and Telemina looked on high. And Thaddeus pointed with one hand the cloud. The other pressing Telemina's hand. Some moments passed by in this silent scene. The Count spread out his paper on his hat. And drew his pencil forth. Then to their ears. Tormenting, loud the bell resounded, and the stilly wood at once was full of shouts. And noise. The Count said in a solemn voice. Nodding his head, thus fate is used to end. All things on earth by ringing of a bell. The calculations of great minds, and all. Imagination's plans, and innocent. Pastimes, and friendship's pleasures, the outpouring. Of tender hearts. When far off roars the bronze. All is confused, and broken off, and troubled. And vanishes. And here on Telemina. Casting a tender glance, what shall remain? And she replied to him, remembrance stays. And wishing somewhat to alleviate the sadness of the Count, she plucked, and gave to him a blossom of forget-me-not. This the Count kissed, and pinned unto his breast. And Thaddeus on his side, now open bent. A green bush, seeing through it something white. Winding towards him. 'Twas a little hand. White as a lily, this he seized, and kissed. And silently his lips upon it dwelt. As a bee plunges in a lily's cup. Upon his lips he felt a something cold. He found a key, and a white paper folded. In trumpet shape, it was a little note. He seized and hid them in his pocket. What? The key should mean he knew not, but that white paper would unto him explain the whole. The bell kept ringing on, and as an echo resounded from the deeps of the still woods. 1,000 shouts and uproars. 'Twas the sound of seeking and of calling, being token. The mushroom hunt was ended. Not at all. A sad noise, neither a funereal. As to the Count it seemed, convivial rather. This bell each noontide shouting from the garret. Invites both guests and servants unto dinner. Such was in ancient, peopled courts the custom. And in the judge's house it so remained. So from the thicket came the assembly forth. All carrying baskets, handkerchiefs, together. Bound at the ends, and all of mushrooms full. But the young ladies carried in one hand. Like to a folded fan, the widely spreading borowick. In the other, bound together. Like field flowers, opienki, surajadki. Of various hues, a mucho more thawajski. All empty-handed Telemina came. And following her the two young gentlemen. The guests in order came in, and around. Stood in a circle. Then the chamberlain. At table took the highest seat, this place was his by right of dignity and years. In going there he to the ladies bowed. The old men, and the youths. Beside him stood the begging friar, beside the friar the judge. The Bernardine in Latin spoke short grace. Then brandy to the men was given. All forthwith were seated, and in silence ate. The Litvan Kolodziak with appetite. They dined in greater silence than their wont. And none would talk, despite the host's inviting. The different parties who took interest in the dispute about the dogs were thinking about tomorrow's contest and the pledges. And Telemina, talking constantly to Thaddeus, was obliged to turn away. At times unto the Count, and even glance. At times upon the assessor. So the fowler gazes upon the snare wherein he will lure goldfinches, but looks at the same time upon a bait for sparrows. Both the Count and Tadeusz, each contented with himself, both happy, and both full of hope, were not ready to talk for that. The Count with pride looked on the little flower, and Tadeusz upon his pocket furtively, half doubting that little key were lost. He seized and twisted the paper round, which yet he had not read. The judge kept pouring the chamberlain both champagne and Hungarian wines. He served him attentively, and pressed his knee, but had no inclination to converse with him. 'Twas seen he felt some trouble inwardly. In silence still the plates and courses passed. At length an unexpected guest broke in upon the weary course of dining. 'Twas the forester, who rushing headlong in, did not consider it was dinner time. He ran up to his master. From his action and his demeanor it was plain that he bore some important and unusual news. The eyes of all the assembly turned on him. He, having taken breath a little, said, "A bear, most gracious sir." All knew the rest. The beast from the Matexnik 101 had come out, and was endeavoring to steal past into the forest land beyond the Niemen. He must speedily be followed up. This all at once acknowledged, though they neither did consult together, nor consider it. Their broken words made visible the thought common to all. Their lively gestures, countless commands, that going forth tumultuously at once from lips so many, hastened yet all to one common aim. Send to the village. The judge exclaimed, to horse. The Setnik 102 call. Tomorrow is the beating, but we want some volunteers. Who comes forth with a spear? To him 2 days of road work be excused, and 5 days of forced labor. 103, quick, exclaimed the chamberlain. And saddle the grey horse. And gallop to my house, bring those 2 bulldogs. Renowned throughout the neighborhood, the male is Spronic called, the female is Strapzina. 104. Muzzle their jaws, and tie them in a bag. Bring them on horseback here for greater haste. Wanka. The assessor cried unto a lad in Russian, pass my Sanguskowa cutlass. Upon the grindstone, thou dost know that cutlass I had as present from the prince. Look well unto the belt, that each charge have a ball. Rifles, cried all, have them in readiness. The assessor kept on shouting, lead! 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 I have a mold for bullets in my pouch. Let notice to the parish priest be given, added the judge, that he tomorrow morning shall say mass in the chapel by the forest. For hunters a short offertory be it. Saint Hubert's customary mass. When given these orders, silence followed. Every one fell deep in thought, and cast his eyes around, as though he sought for some one. Gradually all eyes the Wojski's venerable face draws to itself, and all unanimous. This was a sign that they a leader sought to head the coming expedition. They unto the Wojski did confide the staff. The Wojski rose, he understood their will, and striking solemnly upon the board, he from his bosom drew a great gold chain, whereon a heavy watch hung like a pear. Tomorrow, said he, 4:30, beside the forest chapel meet the brother hunters, the force of beaters. Thus he spoke, and left the table, after him the forester. Both must think over and direct the hunt, like generals, when battle is ordained. Upon the morrow, while throughout the camps the soldiers clean their arms, and ride about, or sleep on cloaks and saddles, void of care. But in their silent tents the generals awake and meditate. They broke off dinner. And all that day in shoeing horses passed. And feeding dogs, gathering and cleaning arms. At supper hardly any came to table. And even the partisans of Kusi and of Sokol ceased today to agitate. The great dispute. The regent and assessor went, arm in arm, seeking out the lead. The others with their labors wearied out, went to sleep early to awake at dawn. Book. Chapter 4. Diplomacy and the Chase. An apparition in curl papers awakes Thaddeus, the mistake discovered too late, the tavern, the emissary, the skillful use of a snuff-box turns the discussion into the right channel, the Metexnic, the bear, the danger of Thaddeus and the count, 3 shots, the quarrel of the Saglasoka with the Sangascona. Decided in favor of the single-barreled Horeszkoska, the Bigos, the Wojski story of the duel between Dałeczko and Demeczko. Interrupted by the hunting of a hare, the end of the story of Dałeczko and Demeczko. O ye contemporaries of our great Lithuanian princes, trees of Byalois, Swites, Ponary, and of Kusalu, whose shadow fell upon the crowned heads of threatening Widenez and great Mindo 105. And Gedimin, when on the Ponar Mount, beside the hunter's fire, upon a bearskin, he lay, and heard the song of sage Lizdechko, and lulled by sight of Wilia 106 and the murmur of the Wileczka, had the dream concerning the Iron Wolf 107 and waking, by the gods, expressed commands, the city Wilna built, which sitteth mid the forests, as a wolf, among the bisons, wild boars, bears. And from this city Wilna, as the Roman she-wolf, came Kiechstad, Algierd, and the sons of Algierd 108. As great in hunting as renowned in war. The foe pursuing, or the savage game. The hunter's dream to us the secrets showed of future times, that ever unto Litva forests and iron shall be necessary. Forests to hunting in you rode the last king, who the Kolpak 109 war of Witold. The last of the Jagellons, happy warrior 110. And the last hunter monarch in Lithuania. My native trees. If heaven yet permit that I return to gaze on you, old friends. Shall I yet find you there? Do you still live? You, whom I crept about once as a child. Lives the great Boblis 111 with the mighty trunk. Hollowed by years, wherein, as in a house, some 20 guests might at a table sup. Does Mendog's thicket flourish yet hard by the parish church? 112 and thither in the Ukraine. Before the mansion of the Holowinskis. Upon the banks of Rose, stands yet that elm. So widely spreading, that beneath its shade 100 youths, 100 maidens might stand up to dance. Our monuments. How many? The Russians or the merchants' axe each year devours. Nor leaves unto the woodland singers a refuge, nor unto the bards, to whom your shade was dear as 'twas unto the birds. Witness that linden tree in Zarnolas, responsive to the voice of John 113 that formed the inspiration of so many rhymes. Witness that oak that sings so many wonders. Unto the Cossack bard. 114. O native trees! How much I owe to you! Indifferent sportsman! Escaping from my comrades' mockery. For missing game, I in your silence chased imaginings, forgetting all the hunt. I sat within your close. The greybeard moss spread silvery round me, mingled with deep blue and black of rotten berries. And with red. The heathery hills were glowing, decked with berries. As though with beads of coral. All around was darkness. Overhead the branches hung like green, thick gathering, low-lying clouds. The storm somewhere above their moveless arch was raging, with a groaning, murmuring, howling, and rattling loud, and thunder peal. A wondrous deafening roar. To me it seemed. A hanging sea was raging overhead. Below, like ruined cities, here stood up the o'erthrow of an oak from out the ground, in likeness of a mighty hulk. Thereon, leaning, like fragments of old walls and columns, there, branchy trunks, and their half-rotten boughs, enclosed by pale of grasses. In the midst of this entrenchment fearful 'tis to look, for there the rulers of the forest sit, boars, bears, and wolves. And at its entrance lie the bones half-gnawn of some imprudent guests, at times upspurt, through verdure of the grass, as 'twere two waterspouts, two horns of stags. And flits between the trees some animal, with yellow girdle, like a sunbeam, that, on entering, is lost among the wood. And once more all is silent down below. The woodpecker taps lightly on the pine, and flies off further. He is gone, is hidden. But still his beak goes tapping ceaselessly, as children hiding to each other call, to seek them out. More near a squirrel sits, holding between her paws a nut, and gnaws, hanging her bushy tail above her eyes, as falls a helmet plume upon a cuirass. Although thus veiled, she gazes heedful round. A guest is seen, the woodland dancer springs from tree to tree, like lightning flitting by. At last she enters an invisible opening within a tree trunk, like a dryad returning to her native tree. Again 'tis silent. Presently, a branch disturbed is quivering among the sundered crowd of service trees, and rosier than their berries are shining cheeks. It is a gatherer of nuts or berries, 'tis a maiden. She, in basket of rough bark, doth proffer berries, fresh gathered, fresh as her own rosy lips. Beside her is a youth. He bendeth down the hazel branches, and the damsel catches the nuts that twinkling fly. Then, hear they sound of horns and dogs loud baying, and they guess the hunt is coming near to them, and fearing they vanish from the eye, like forest gods. In Soplicowo was great stir, but not baying of dogs, or neigh of steeds, or creaking of carts, nor sound of horns the signal giving, could draw forth Thaddeus from his couch. All dressed, he had fallen upon the bed, and slept as sound as marmot in its hole. No one among the young men thought to seek him through the house, and each one, taken up but with himself, made haste wherever ordered. They completely forgot their sleeping comrade. He lay snoring. The sunbeams through an opening in the shutter, cut out in heart shape, fell into the darkness, in fiery pillar on the sleeper's brow. He still desired to sleep, and turned him round to avoid the sunshine. All at once he heard a knocking, half awoke, a joyful waking. It was. He felt himself as full of life as a young bird. He lightly drew his breath. Happy he felt, and to himself he laughed, thinking of all that happened yesterday. He colored, and he sighed, and his heart beat. He at the window looked, oh, wonderful! In a transparency of sunbeams, in that heart, shone two bright eyes, wide opened as the eyes of those who pierce from daylight clear into a shadow. And a little hand he saw, that, like a fan, beside the face, was spread towards the sun, to shield the eyes. The slender fingers to the rosy light turned, through and through were reddened ruby-like. Lips curious, questioning, he saw, a little apart, and tiny teeth that gleamed like pearls among the coral, and a face which, though protected from the sun by rosy hand. Itself blushed like a rose. Beneath the window lay Tadeusz, hidden in the shadow, lying. Upon his back, he marveled at the wondrous vision, and saw it right above himself. Almost upon his face. He knew not whether it were a living thing, or if he dreamed of one of those sweet, bright, and childlike faces that we remember to have seen in dreams of innocent years. The little face bent down. He gazed, with terror trembling, and with joy. Alas! He saw too plainly. He remembered. He recognized those short locks, brightly golden. In tiny, twisted papers, white as snow. Like silvery husks, that in the sunlight shone. Like aureole on the picture of a saint. He started up, at once the vision fled. By the noise terrified, he waited, yet it came not back, he only heard again a knocking thrice repeated, and these words. Get up, sir. It is time for hunting. You have slept too long. He sprang up from his couch. And with both hands he pushed the shutter back. Until the hinges shook, and flying wide, it struck both walls. He sprang out, and looked round. Thoughtful, confounded, nothing did he see. Nor trace perceived of aught. Not far beyond the window stretched the paling of the orchard. Upon it leaves of hop and flowery garlands waved to and fro. Had some light hands disturbed? Had the wind stirred them? Tadeusz long gazed upon them, but he ventured not to pass into the garden, only leaned against the garden wall. He lifted up his eyes, and with his finger on his lips commanded silence unto himself, that he might not by even a hasty word the silence break. Then sought he in his forehead, knocked at it, as if for memories long laid to sleep. At last his fingers gnawing even to blood. 'Tis well, thus, shouted he aloud. And in the mansion where a while ago was so much shouting, now 'twas void and still. As in the grave, all to the field had gone. Tadeusz pricked up his ears, and placed both hands as trumpets to them, listening till the wind bore towards him, blowing from the forest land, the clamor of the horses, shouts of all the hunting crowd. The horse of Tadeusz, already saddled, waited in the stall. He seized a rifle, mounted, and he galloped on headlong like a madman to the taverns, which stood beside the chapel where the beaters should gather in the morning. The two taverns leaned towards each other on each side the way, each with their windows threatening one another like enemies. The old one longed by right unto the castle's lord, Soplica built, the other to the castle's prejudice. And in the first, as in his heritage, Gervasy would preside, and in the other, Protasi took the highest place at table. The newer tavern, not remarkable, had in its aspect, but the older one was builded after a most ancient model, invented by the artificers of Tyre, which afterwards the Jews spread through the world. A kind of architecture, quite unknown to foreign builders, we received it from the Jews. The tavern in the front was like an ark, behind a sanctuary resembling the ark, the true square-cornered chest of Noah, today known by the simple name of barn. Therein are various kinds of animals, horses, and cows, and oxen, bearded goats. But overhead the company of birds. And though of reptiles but a pair, there are insects besides. 115 The hinder part, erected in form of wondrous sanctuary, recalls that famous edifice of Solomon, which, highest in the trade of building skilled, the artificers of Hiram raised on Zion. The Jews still imitate it in their schools. And the designing of the schools is seen in barns and taverns, formed of planks and straw. The roof, sharp-pointed and high-raised, was bent and tattered as the kolpak of a Jew. The corners of a gallery protrude. Upon the top, supported by a row of wooden pillars. What a wonder seems to architects, these columns still endure, although half-rotten, and all crooked set, as in the Tower of Pisa. Not according to Grecian models, for they are devoid of pedestals or capitals. Above the columns arches run half-circular, likewise of wood, and, copying Gothic art, above there are artistic ornaments, not carved by chisel or by graving tool, but cut out by the axe of carpenter. Crooked like arms of Sabbath candlesticks. 116. At the end hang balls, resembling somewhat buttons, which on their heads the Jews in praying hang, and which they Sikhs call in their own tongue. In one word, seems the crooked, tottering tavern. From far off, like a Jew, who to and fro in praying nods. The roof is like a cap. The thatch disordered like a beard, the smoky and dirty walls resemble a black veil. And from the front protrudes the carving, like the Sikhs on his forehead. In the middle of the tavern a division is, as in the Jewish schools, one part entirely full of long and narrow chambers, serves to lodge ladies and traveling gentlemen. The other contains a great hall, and along each side a narrow wooden table, many-legged. Beside the table there are stools, which, though lower than the table, yet are like to it, as children to the father. On the stools around sat peasant men and peasant women, and likewise petty nobles, in a row. The bailiff at a separate table sat. For after early mass at chapel, since 'twas Sunday, all had come to amuse themselves and drink at Jankiel's house. Before each one already hummed a goblet of grey vodka. The serving maiden with the bottle ran to every one. In middle of the room stood Jankiel, the proprietor, who wore a lengthy sarafan which reached the ground, fastened with silver clasps. Upon his girdle of silk one hand was planted, with the other he solemnly stroked down his hoary beard. Glancing around him he gave forth commands. Welcomed the guests who entered, stood beside those sitting down. He opened conversation, and made those quarreling agree, but yet himself served no one, only walked around. An ancient Jew, and everywhere well known for honesty, he many years had held on lease the tavern. Of the peasants none or nobles ever had complaining brought against him to the mansion. Why complain? He had good drinks at choice, strict reckoning he kept, but void of cheating. Cheerfulness forbade not, but allowed not drunkenness. He was of pastimes a great lover, weddings and christenings were celebrated at his house. And every Sunday he had music there from the village, wherein a bass viol and bagpipes used to be. He understood what music was, himself had great renown for talent with the cymbals of his nation. The instrument, he formerly was used to go to mansions, and astonishment roused by his playing and by singing. He could sing with science and with learning. Though he was a Jew, he had a Polish accent of tolerable purity, and most loved national songs. He brought a number back from every expedition beyond Niemen, from Halich Kolomijki, and Mazurkas, from Warsaw, 117 Fame reported through the district. I cannot tell if truly, that he first brought from beyond the boundary, and spread that song throughout his district, now renowned through all the world, but which for the first time the trumpets of the Polish legions played to the Italians. 118 Well, the power of singing in Litva pays. It gains the people's love and brings both fame and riches. Jan Kiel had made a fortune, satiate with gain and glory. He had hung up on the wall the 9-stringed cymbals. With a family, he settled down and occupied himself with selling liquor in the tavern. He was also underrabbin in the town, but everywhere agreeable both as guest and governor of his house. He understood right well the trade of corn, by means of barges. Such knowledge is most needful in the country. He also had the fame of a good Pole. 119. 'Twas he who first the quarrels reconciled, so often bloody, that had raged between the taverns, hiring both upon a lease, and equally respected him the old supporters of Horeszkos, and the servants of Judge Soplica. Only he could hold in check the threatening Klucznik of Horeszkos, and quarreling Woźny, they repressed before Jankiel their ancient causes of offense. Gervasy dreadful with the hand, Protasy with tongue. Gervasy was not there, for he had gone unto the hunt, as wishing not the young and inexperienced count should be alone on such a parlous expedition, and one so weighty. So he went with him to be his counselor and to protect. Today, Gervasy's place, that from the threshold was most removed, between two benches placed in the very corner of the tavern, called Pokasy. 120 by Friar Roback occupied, appeared. 'Twas Jankiel had placed him there. 'Twas seen he for the friar had great respect. For soon as he perceived his goblet low, he quickly ran, and ordered to fill up the glass with July mead. 121 unto the brim. 'Twas said that he had known the Bernardine from youth, somewhere in foreign countries. Roback came often to the tavern in the night, and held their conference on weighty things, in secret with the Jew. The priest, 'twas said, a smuggler was, but 'twas a calumny unworthy of belief. Now Roback, on the table leaning, half aloud discoursed. A crowd of nobles him surrounded, lending their ears, and bending down their noses to the priestly snuff-box. From it they took pinches, and all the nobles snorted like to mortars. Reverendissime, Skaluba said, this is tobacco, this goes up into the crown of the head. Since first I wore a nose. Here stroked he his long nose, I never had a pinch of such tobacco. Here he sneezed a second time. 'Tis truly Bernardine. No doubt it comes from Kauno, famous town through all the world for mead and for tobacco. I went there. Roback interrupted him. The health of all you gentles, gracious sirs. As touches the tobacco, hum. It comes from further parts than good Skaluba thinks. It comes from Jasna Gora. 122 and the Paulines make snuff like this in Częstochowa's town. Where is that picture for such wonders famed? The Virgin, Mother of our Lord, and Queen of Poland, and Princess of Lithuania. True, still she watches o'er her royal crown. But now the schism. 123 in Litva's duchy reigns. From Częstochowa? Wilbek said. I went there to confession 30 years ago, when I was there for pardon. Is it true that in the town the Frenchman resteth now, and that he wishes to throw down the church and seize the treasure, for all this is in the Lithuanian courier. "'Tis not true," replied the Bernardine, "illustrious sir. Napoleon is a Catholic, and most exemplary, the Pope anointed him. They live in harmony together, and convert men in the Frankish nation, which had grown somewhat corrupt. 'Tis true much silver was given from Częstochowa to the treasury of the nation, for the fatherland, for Poland. For so the Lord himself commands, his altars are I the treasury of the fatherland. We have 100,000 Polish troops in Warsaw's duchy, and perhaps shall soon have more, and who should for the army pay? If not yourselves, Litvini. You but give your money to the coffers of the Russians. The devil may give, cried Wilbeck, they take from us by force. Alas! Good sir, a peasant said humbly, while bowing to the priest, and scratching his head, that's for the nobles, they but bear half of the burden, we are stripped like bark. Thou churl, 124 Skaluba cried, thou fool. Thou hast the best of it, you peasants are used thereto, as eels to skinning. But to us well born, to us most powerful, used to golden freedom. Ah, brothers! Once a noble on his land. Yes, yes, cried all, might with a wojwode stand. 125. Today they are nobility dispute. Command us to search papers through and prove our noble birth by paper. That's a less affair for you, Juraha cried, for you from peasant ancestors have been ennobled. But I am sprung of princes. Ask of me a patent. When I first became a noble, the Lord alone remembers. Let the Russian into the forest go to ask the oaks, who gave to them a patent to grow high above all plants. Prince, answered Zagiel, tell tales to whom you list, here will you find no doubt a mitre, and in not one house. A cross is in your scutcheon, cried Potachski. A hidden allusion to a neophyte. Once in your family. 'Tis false, cried Burbas. I come of Tartar counts, and bear the cross above my crest of arcs. The porridge, 126 cried Mickiewicz, with a mitre on field or a princely scutcheon is. Strijkowski 127 wrote concerning this a great deal. Thereupon arose loud murmurs in the tavern. Then the Bernardine resorted to his snuff-box. In turn all speakers he regaled. At once the murmurs ceased, and each one took a pinch from courtesy, and several times they sneezed. The Bernardine continued, profiting by this divergence. Ah! Great men have sneezed on this tobacco. Would you, gentlemen, believe that from this snuff-box general Dombrowski took a pinch 3 times? Dombrowski? They cried. Yes, yes, the general himself. I was in camp when from the Germans he recovered Danzig. 128 he something had to write. And, fearing he might sleep, he took a pinch. He took one, sneezed, twice clapped me on the shoulder. Priest Roback, said he, Friar Bernardine. We'll meet again in Litva, maybe ere a year has passed. Tell the Litvini they with Częstochowa snuff must me await. For I will take no other kind but this. The friar's discourse such great astonishment aroused, such joy, that all that company so noisy now kept silence for a while. Then they repeated, in half-silent words. Tobacco brought from Poland? Częstochowa? Dombrowski? From Italian land? Until at last together, as though thought with thought, and word with word together ran, they all with one accordant voice, as at a signal, shouted, Dombrowski. All together shouted. Pressed close. The peasant with the Tartar count. The mitre with the cross, the porridge with the griffin and the ark, forgetting all. Even the Bernardine, they only sang. Exclaiming, vodka, mead. And wine. Long time. Friar Roback hearkened to the melody. At length he wished to break it off. He took his snuff-box in both hands, and with his sneezing confused the melody, and ere they might tune up again, thus made he haste to speak. You praise my snuff, good sirs. Now pray observe what's doing in the inside of the box. Here, wiping with a cloth the inside soiled, he showed a tiny army painted there, like swarm of flies. A horseman in the midst, large as a beetle, certainly their leader. He spurred the horse, as though he fain would leap into the heavens. One hand upon the reins, the other at his nose. Look here, said Roback. Look at this threatening form, guess ye who 'tis? All looked with curiosity. He is a great man, and an emperor, but not that of the Muscovites. Their czars have never taken tobacco. That a great man, Zidzik exclaimed, and in a capote. I had thought that great men went in gold, because among the Muscovites each petty general, good sir, shines all in gold, just like a pike in saffron. Pooh, said Rimsa. I once saw, when I was young, our nation's chief, Kosciuszko. And he wore a Krakowian sukmana. That's a chamara. What sort of chamara? 129. Objected Wilbeck, that's a teratatka. But that has fringes, this thing is quite plain. Cried Mickiewicz. Thereon arose disputes concerning Teratatki and Zamri. 130. The prudent Roback, seeing the discourse was scattering thus, began once more to gather all to the central fire, unto his snuff-box. Regaled them, they all sneezed, and wished good health to one another. He proceeded further upon the theme. When the Emperor Napoleon takes in a battle snuff, time after time, it is a sure sign he will win the fight. At Austerlitz for instance. 131. Thus the French stood with their guns, and on them charged a cloud of Muscovites. The Emperor looked thereon, and silence kept. Each time the Frenchmen fired, the Russian regiments strewed the earth like grass. For regiment after regiment galloped up, and fell down from their saddles. Often as a regiment lay low, the Emperor took snuff. Till at the last did Alexander, his brother Constantine, the German Emperor, Francis, take to their heels. The Emperor then, seeing the fight was over, looked on them, and laughed, and shook his finger. Now if any of you, sirs, who are present, ever should be in the Emperor's army, recollect this. Ah, cried Skaluba, when shall all this be? As often now as in the almanac. A saint's day stands, on every holy day. They still do prophesy the Frenchman to us. A man may look, till wink his eyes. But as the Russian held us still he holds. Ere the sun rises eyes are wet with dew. Sir, said the Bernardine, like an old woman. 'Tis to lament, and it is like a Jew to wait with folded hands, till some one ride up to the tavern knocking at the door. 'Twill be no hard work for Napoleon to beat the Muscovites. Already he has 3 times thrashed the Swabian skin, has driven the English back beyond the sea. 132,133. He surely will finish off the Muscovites, but what will follow thence? Are you aware, good sir? Why, the Lithuanian nobles will to horse. And draw their sabres, at that very time. When none are left to fight with. And Napoleon, having defeated all his foes alone, will say, I'll do without you, who are you? Thus it is not enough to expect a guest. Nor to invite him either. One must gather. The household, and the tables must be laid. But ere the festival the house must be cleansed of its sweepings. I repeat it, children. Sweep, sweep the house clean. Thereon followed silence. Then voices in the crowd, how cleanse our house? We will do all things, we for all are ready. But let the good priest deign to explain himself. The priest gazed from the window, breaking off the conversation, something he perceived, that his attention did engage. From forth the window looked he. Then he rising said, Today I have not time, we'll talk of this more fully later on. Tomorrow I shall be on business in the district town. And I shall come to you upon my way. And for night quarters come to Nyrimo. The bailiff said, Right glad the standard bearer 134. Will be, indeed, the Lithuanian proverb says. Happy as is a friar in Nyrimo. To us, Zubkowski said, Come, if it please you. For there are linen sheets, a tub of butter. A cow, or sheep, remember, priest, these words. A happy man, he chanced on luck, as came the friar to Zubkow. And to us, exclaimed Skaluba, unto us, Terajuix. No Bernardine departed ever hungry from Puswich. Thus all the noblemen, with prayers and promises led forth the priest. But he already was beyond the door. He had beforehand through the window seen Thaddeus, who flew along the roadway, in fast gallop, with no hat, with head bent down. With pale and gloomy visage. Ceaselessly he spurred the horse, and flogged it. Much this sight troubled the Bernardine. So hastened he after the young man forth with rapid steps towards the great forest, which, as far as I could follow, blackened all the horizon's verge. Who the abysmal regions has explored. Of the Lithuanian forests, to the very center, the inner kernel of the woodlands. The fisher coasting round the shore, scarce visits the deep seas, so the sportsman hovers round the bed of the Lithuanian forests. Yet he knows them scarcely on the outer side. Their form, their countenance, but unto him the inner secrets of their heart are strange. Rumor alone or fable knows what passes therein. For shouldst thou even the pine woods pass, and outer forests, thou wouldst come upon a rampart in the abyss, of trunks, stumps, roots. By quaking turf defended, thousand streams. And net of high-grown plants, and lofty ant-hills. With nests of wasps, of hornets, coils of snakes. And even if, by courage passing man's, thou shouldst surmount these barriers, it were but to encounter graver perils further on. At each step lie in wait, like pits for wolves, lakelets, whose borders are with grass o'ergrown, more deep than human searching may discern. Great is the likelihood that fiends sit there. The water of these ponds is sticky, spotted with blood like rust, and from within a smoke arises ever, vomiting foul smells. Whereby the trees are stripped of leaves and bark. Bald, dwarfish, worm-devoured, diseased, their boughs drooping with tether of a loathsome moss, 135. And humpy trunks, with ugly toadstools bearded. They sit around the water, like a troop of witches, warming them around the cauldron, wherein they see the corpse. Behind these lakes, not merely by a step, but by the eye, vain to be reached, for everything is now Veiled in a cloud of mist that evermore arises from the quaking marshy lands. But latterly beyond this mist, as fame does commonly report, a region lies. Most fair and fertile, the chief kingdom this. Of beasts and capital of plants. Therein the seeds of every tree and herb are stored. From whence their races spread o'er all the earth. Therein, as in the ark of Noah, all kinds of animals preserve one pair at least. For propagation. In the very center. 'Tis said, the ancient urus, bison, bear, do hold their courts as emperors of the waste. Around them, on the trees, the agile lynx, the ravenous glutton, watchful ministers, do rest them. Further yet, like feudal vassals, the wild boars dwell, the wolves, and large-horned elks. Above their heads are falcons and wild eagles, living like courtly parasites at tables of lords. These patriarchal pairs of beasts, hidden in the forest's heart, and to the world invisible, send forth as colonists their children to the forest's verge. Themselves meanwhile dwell quiet in the capital. They never die by sharp-edged arms, or gun. But being old they fall by natural cause. They have their cemetery, where, nearing death, the birds lay down their plumes, the quadrupeds their hairs, the bear, when, all his teeth decayed, he can no longer chew his food. The stag, decrepit, when he scarce may stir his limbs. The venerable hare, when that the blood is stagnant in his veins, the hoary raven. The falcon, when grown blind. The eagle, when his ancient beak so crooks into an arch. 136. That, closed for aye, it nourishes his throat. No more, they pass unto their cemetery. And even the lesser beasts, when hurt or sick, hasten to die here in their native place. Hence in those places which mankind may reach, dead bones of animals are never found. 137. 'Tis said that thither in the capital, among the beasts good customs are preserved. Because they rule themselves, yet uncorrupt by civilizing influence of man. They know no laws of property, which vex our world, nor duels know, or warlike arts. And as the fathers dwelt in paradise, so live today their children, wild and tame, in love and concord. Never bites or gores the one the other. Should a man e'en enter, he might, although unarmed, in safety pass among the beasts. They would upon him gaze with that same wonder, as upon the last and sixth day of creation their first fathers, who dwelt within the garden, looked on Adam before they quarrelled with him. Happily, no man shall ever stray unto this place. For difficulty, care, and death prevent him. Sometimes alone have mastiffs, hot in chase, entered unguardedly mid marshes, moss, ravines, and, wounded by their inner horror, fled back, loud whining, with distracted looks, and by their master's hand though long caressed, yet mad with fear still tremble at his feet. These central wastes, to mankind all unknown, the hunters in their tongue call Matexniki. Thou foolish bear! If thou hadst stayed at home in the Matexnik, never would the Wojski have heard of thee. But whether the sweet smell of beehives lured thee, or thou wert possessed by a desire unto the ripened barley, thou camest forth unto the forest's verge, where thinner grows the wood, and there at once the forester did thine existence track. And he sent forth the beaters, cunning spies, to mark where thou didst posture, and where thou didst make thy night lair. Now the Wojski comes, with all the hunt, and stationing the ranks, has shut out thy retreat to the Matexnik. Thaddeus now learned that but a short time since. Into the deep abysses of the wood the mastiffs entered. All was still. In vain the hunters stretched their ears. In vain they listened to silence, as to most engaging speech. And waited long, unmoving, in the place. Only the music of the forest played. To them from far. The dogs plunge in the forest. As sea mews underneath the waves, the hunters. Turning their double barrels to the wood. Upon the Wojski gaze. He, kneeling down. The earth doth question with his ear. And as upon the countenance of a physician, the glance of friends peruses the decree of life or death of one unto them dear. The hunters, in the Wojski's skill and art, confiding, fixed upon him looks of hope and fear. It is, he whispering said, and sprang upon his feet. He heard, they still must listen. At last they hear, one dog whined loud. Then 2, then 20. All the dogs together. In scattered crowd perceived the scent, and whined. Fell on the track, bayed loud, and still barked on. It was not now the bark deliberate of dogs pursuing hare, or fox, or hind. But a continual cry, short, frequent, broken, eager. Now had the dogs upon a track. Not distant fallen. They pursue by sight. When now the cry of chase on sudden ceased. They had reached the beast. Again a shriek, a whine. The beast defends himself, and certainly inflicts some hurt. Among the bay of dogs. More and more frequent comes a dying groan. The hunters stood, and each with loaded gun bent himself forward like a bow, with head thrust in the forest. Longer can they not stay there, one after other from the place. Escapes, and in the forest thrusts himself. Each would be first to meet the beast, although the Wojski gave them warning. Though the Wojski on horseback passed the standpoints round, exclaiming, that be he peasant churl, or nobleman. Whoever from the spot should stir, should feel his leash upon his back. There was no help. Each rushed, despite command, into the wood. 3 guns went off at once. Then straightway sounded a cannonade, till louder than the shots. The bear did roar, an echo filled the woods. A horrid roar of rage, despair, and pain. And after it the shriek of dogs, the shout of hunters, and the prickers' horns resound. From midmost of the forest. In the wood. Some of the hunters hasten, others cock their triggers, all rejoiced, alone the Wojski exclaims in sorrow they have missed the hunters. And prickers one side went athwart the beast. Between the forest and the toils. But now the bear, alarmed by all that throng of dogs and men, turned backwards to that place, that with least diligence was guarded, towards the plains. Whence all the hunters stationed had removed. And where, of all the numerous hunters' ranks, the Wojski, Thaddeus, and the Count alone remained, with a few toilers. Here the forest was thinner. In its depths was heard a roar. A shaking of the ground, till from the thicket, as though from out the clouds, the bear rushed forth. Like thunderbolt. The dogs pursued him, they were frightened, rushed about, he reared aloft upon his hind legs, and around him gazed, frightening his enemies by dreadful roars. And with his forepaws tearing now beneath stones overgrown with moss, now blackened branches, hurling them over dogs and men, until he broke away a tree. And whirling this round like a club, to leftward and to right, he rushed on those who guarded last the toils. The Count and Thaddeus. They stood fearlessly. And ready to step forward, towards the beast. Pointing the barrels of their guns, like two lightning conductors in a dark cloud's bosom. Till both, in the same instant, drew their triggers. Ah! Inexperienced, their guns both sounded. Together, they had missed. The bear sprang forward. They seized a hunting spear implanted there. With all their 4 arms, and for its possession. Struggled together. Looking, they beheld. From forth that great red muzzle gleamed 2 rows of tusks, and now a great paw armed with claws descends upon their heads. They both grew pale. And backward sprang, escaping unto where the wood grew rarer. After them the bear reared up behind. Now had he hooked his claws. Missed them, ran nearer, and again upreared. And with his black paw stretched unto the yellow hair of the count, he would have torn his skull off from his brains, as from his head the hat. When the assessor and the regent sprang from either side. But by some 100 paces, Gervasy ran before them, and with him was Roback, though without a gun, but all the 3 together fired as at command. The bear sprang up, like hare before a hound, and fell, his head on earth, and turning o'er all 4 paws like a mill, a bloody load of flesh, that rolled o'er just where stood the count, and hurled him from his feet upon the earth. The bear still roared, he tried once more to rise, when on him fastened the enraged Strapzina and furious Spronic. Then the Wojski seized his buffalo horn that hung down from a string, long, mottled, twisted like the serpent boa, and pressed it with both hands unto his lips. His cheeks swelled out like gourds, and shone his eyes with blood. 138 he shut them half, and half his chest drew back into its depths, and forth therefrom sent half his store of spirit to his lungs, and played the horn, like to a stormy wind. With whirling breath, bore music to the waste, and twofold made itself with echo. Silent. The hunters and the prickers stood in wonder at that strong, pure, and wondrous harmony. The old man now once more to hunters' ears displayed that art, whereby he once had been renowned in forests. Presently he filled and made alive the forests and the oaks, as though he had a kennel loosed therein, and had begun to hunt. For in his playing there was of hunting an epitome. At first a clamoring noise, the reveille. Then groans succeeded groans, with whining cries, and baying of dogs, and here and there a tone harsher like thunder, the discharge of guns. Here broke he off, but held the horn, to all it seemed as though the Wojski still played on. But echo 'twas that played. He blew again. Thou wouldst have thought the horn had changed its shape, and now waxed greater in the Wojski's hands. Now thinner grew, while counterfeiting cries of various beasts. Now in a wolfish neck, outstretching in a long and plaintive howl. Again, as seething in a bearish throat, it roared, then bellowing of bisons tore the winds in twain. Here broke he off, but still he held the horn. It seemed to all as though the Wojski still played on, but echo played. Having this masterpiece of horn-playing art once heard, the oaks repeated it unto the oaks, the beeches to the beeches. Now he blew again, as though 100 horns were in that horn, were heard the mingled cries of pricking on, and fear, and anger. Noise of hunters, kennels, and of beasts, till high the Wojski raised the horn, and with a hymn of triumph smote the clouds. He broke off now, but held the horn to all it did appear. As though the Wojski still played on, but echo. It was that played. As many as the trees. So many horns were in the pine wood. They bore on the song to others, as from chorus to chorus. On the music went, I wider, I further, softer I, and ever purer. And I more perfect, till it disappeared. Somewhere, upon the threshold of the heavens. 139. The Wojski, taking both hands from the horn, wide spread them, down the horn fell, on the belt of leather rocking, with a face o'erblown, and radiant, with uplifted eyes, the Wojski stood as inspired, pursuing by the ear the last tones vanishing. But meanwhile sounded 1,000 plaudits, 1,000 gratulations, and shouts of vivat. Silence gradually succeeded, and the chatterers' eyes all turned upon the great, fresh bare corpse. He lay there, with blood all sprinkled, riddled through with balls. His breast entangled in the thick grass fast, and wide his forepaws like a cross seemed spread. He breathed as yet. His nostrils poured a stream of blood, his eyes still opened, but his head moved not. The chamberlain's 2 bulldogs held him fast by each ear. Upon the left Strapzina, and Spronic on the right hung, strangling him, and sucking the black blood. Thereon the Wojski gave orders to insert an iron rod between the dogs' teeth, and to open wide their jaws. Then with the gun stocks were o'erturned the animals' remains upon their back. Once more a threefold vivat smote the clouds. How, cried the assessor, turning round his gun. How then? My carabin. We have the best oat. How then? My carabin. 'Tis no great bird, 140. But what has it performed? This is not new. To it lets no charge loose on the wind. I had it as a gift from Prince Sangusko. He showed a gun of marvelous workmanship, though small, and he began to reckon up its virtues. The assessor interrupted. Wiping his brow, I rushed on hard behind the bear, but the Pan Wojski cried, stand still. But how stand still? The bear was straight advancing upon the plain, on rushing like a hare. Further and further, till I had no breath, no hope to overtake him. Lo! I looked towards the right. He stopped, and here the forest was thinner, so I measured with my glance. Stand still, I thought, basta, there he lies. Lifeless. A fine gun this. True Sagala's. Sagala's London a Balabanoka. The inscription, there a famous gunsmith lived. A Pole, who manufactured Polish guns, but in the English manner them adorned. How? Snorts the assessor, many hundred bears. Did not that one nigh kill you? What a story! Just listen then, the regent answered back. Here's no court of inquiry, sir. This is a hunt, I take all here as witnesses. Then a fierce quarrel, mid the crowd began. Some took the assessors, some the regent's side. Gervasy none remembered, for they all had run up from the sides, nor had observed what passed in front. The Wojski gathered voice. At least this time the quarrel is for something. This, gentlemen, is not that wretched hare. But 'tis a bear, you well may seek amends. Either with sabre, or the pistol even. 'Tis hard to arbitrate your quarrel, so, according to the ancient custom, we will grant permission for a duel. I remember in my time there lived 2 neighbors, both honorable men and noblemen. From their forefathers, they on either side of the Welechka river lived. One was Demechko called, the other named Dałeczko. 141. Both fired together once at a she-bear. Who slew, 'twas hard to tell, and terribly. They quarrelled, and they swore to exchange their shots. Across the bear skin. How like noblemen. Barrel to barrel nearly. And this duel made a great noise then, songs were sung about it. At that time. I was second, how it happened. I'll tell you all the story from the first. Before the Wojski might begin to speak. Gervasy had composed the quarrel, he went round the bear, observed it heedfully. As last he drew his cutlass, and the muzzle severed in twain, and in the hinder part of the head, the substance of the brain dividing. He found the ball. He drew it forth, and cleaned it upon his coat, then measured with the cartridge. Adjusted to the gun, and then his hand uplifting, and the bullet in his hand. Sirs, said he. Not from your guns is this ball. It comes from this Horeszkos single barrel. Here raised he the old flintlock, with a band and girdled round, but 'twas not I that fired it. Oh! That required courage, terrible. 'Tis to remember. Dark before my eyes. It seemed. For both young gentlemen were running straight towards me, and the bear was right behind. Just above the Count's head, last of the Horeszkos, although by the spindle side. Jesus! Maria! I cried, and the Lord's angels sent to my help the Bernardine. He shamed us all. O most valiant priest! While I was trembling, and dared not touch the trigger, from my hands, he snatched the gun, took aim, and fired. Between two heads to fire. 100 steps. Not miss. And in the very center of the jaws. Thus beat the teeth in. Sirs, I long have lived. But one man only have I seen who could by such a shot have signalized himself. That fellow once among us so renowned for dueling, he who was used to shoot the heels off women's slippers. 142. That same rascal. Above all rascals, memorable for I. That Jacek, vulgo-whiskered, I do not recall his surname. But 'tis now no time for him to go a-hunting bears. No doubt. The villain to his very whiskers sits in hell. But glory to the priest, for he has saved the lives of 2 men, and perhaps of 3. Gervasy will not praise himself. But had the last child of Horeszkos' blood fallen in the wild beast's jaws, I should not now be in the world, and mine old bones the bear had gnawed. Come, priest, your reverence's health. We'll drink. 143. In vain they sought the priest, they knew so much alone, that when the beast was slain, he for a moment showed himself. He sprang towards the Count and Thaddeus. And seeing that both were whole and sound, he raised his eyes to heaven, and said a silent prayer, and ran back quickly to the plains, as though pursued. Meanwhile, by order of the Wojski, bundles of heather, twigs, and brushwood, in a pile, were thrown. The fire bursts forth, and groweth up a pine of smoke, and spreads itself aloft in likeness of a canopy. Above the flame they crossed 2 hunting spears at top. Upon the points they hung a cauldron huge. And from the wagons brought out vegetables, and flour, and roasts, and bread. The judge then opened a lock-up bottle case, wherein appeared in rows white heads of bottles. He from them chose out the largest case of crystal. 'Twas a present from Friar Roback to the judge. 'Twas Danzig vodka, liquor dear to Poles. Long live, exclaimed the judge, and lifted high. The flask, the town of Danzig, once our own. It shall be ours again. And he poured out the silvery liquor round, till at the end the gold began to dribble 144 and to shine in the sun's light. The bigos in the kettles 145 was warming. It were hard to express in words the wondrous taste of bigos, color, and its wondrous odor. One may hear the sound of words, and sequences of rhymes, but yet the citizen digestion cannot prize their substance. For, to value at the full Lithuanian songs and dishes, one must be in health, live in the country, be returning from hunting. Still, without these preparations, bigos is not a dish to be despised. For it is artfully compounded of the choicest vegetables. One must take chopped pickled cabbage, which, as says the proverb, goes of itself into the mouth, enclosed within a kettle, let its bosom moist. Cover chosen pieces of best meat, and let it simmer till the fire express all vital juices, till the boiling liquor spurts from the vessel's borders, and the air around is with its odor redolent. The bigos now was ready. All the huntsmen, with threefold vivat, armed with spoons, ran up and stirred the vessel. Roared the brass, the smoke burst forth, the bigos disappeared like camphor. It vanished, fled. And in the cauldron's mouths the steam alone was boiling, as within the crater of extinct volcanoes. When they all had eat and drunk their fill, they mounted on horseback. All were in high spirits, all were full of talk, except the assessor and the regent. They were angrier now today than yesterday. They quarreled with each other about the virtues, one of his Sangusko rifle, the other of his Sagalas. The count likewise, and Thaddeus unjoyful, rode on, and felt ashamed because they missed and had retired. For he in Litva who has let the beast escape the toils must labor long ere he may redeem his reputation. The count declared he first had seized the spear, and Thaddeus would not let him meet the beast. Thaddeus maintained, that being of the two the stronger, and the better skilled to wield a heavy spear, he would forestall the count. Thus talked they mid the murmur and the noise of all the throng. The Wojski in the center rode, merry was the good old man beyond his usual custom, full of conversation. He, wishing to amuse the quarrellers and bring them to agree, the story of Demejko and Dawejko ended thus. Assessor, if I wished that thou shouldst fight a duel with the regent, do not think that I am eager after human blood. Forbid it, heaven. I wished but to amuse you, to give you as it were a comedy, and to renew that same conceit, which I imagined 40 years ago. It was most excellent. You all are young, you do not remember this, but in my time it made the forests loud even to Podlakia's woods. Demejko and Dawejko's disputes came from a strange cause, likeness of their names. Most inconvenient. For in time of Sejmix, when that Dawejko's friends were gaining o'er supporters, someone whispered to a noble, vote for Dawejko. And he, hearing but imperfectly, his vote gave to Demejko. When at a feast Marshal Repejko once proposed a health, long live Dawejko, others cried out, Demejko. And who midmost sat could never get it right, especially in speaking indistinct of dinner time. It came to even worse. One day in Wilna, some drunken noble with Demejko fought, and got 2 saber wounds. And later on, that nobleman, returning home from Wilna, by strange hap crossed the ferry with Dałeczko. As in one boat they crossed o'er the Weleczka. He asks his neighbor, who is that? Dałeczko. The answer was. Without delay, this noble whips forth his rapier from beneath his cloak, and cut Dałeczko underneath the whiskers, thinking he was Demeczko. But at last, as for the finishing stroke, it needs must be that at a hunting party thus it chanced. The namesake stood, and at the same she-bear together fired. 'Tis true, she lifeless fell after their shots, but she already bore 10 bullets in her body. Many persons had guns of like caliber, who had slain the she-bear. Well, find out. But by what means? Here then they cried, enough, the thing must be once for all ended. Whether God or devil joined us, we must be parted. 2 of us, like 2 sons, are too many in the world. So to their sabres, and they stood at distance. Both honorable men, the more the nobles surround them, the more fiercely on each other they strike. They changed their weapons, and from sabres it came to pistols, and they stood. We cry that they too nearly have approached the standpoints. They in pure spite swore then to fire across the bearskin. Death inevitable. Nearly. One barrel to the other. Both sure shots. Be second now, Hrexica. I replied. Agreed, but let the sexton dig a grave at once, for such a quarrel cannot end in nothing. Fight like noblemen, and not like butchers. 'Tis enough to place the standpoints more near. I see that you are desperadoes. Will you then fight, the barrels on your chests? I will not suffer this. Agreed, let it with pistols be, but at no greater distance or less than o'er the bearskin. I, as second, with mine own hands will stretch it on the ground. And I myself will station you, sir, on one side, stand upon the muzzle's end. And you, sir, on the tail. Agreed, they shouted. The time? Tomorrow. Place? The Tavernusa. They rode away. But I went to my Virgil. A shout the Wojski interrupted, Vicha. And right from underneath the horse's hoofs darted a hare. Now Kusi, and now Sokol pursued him. To the hunt the dogs were brought, since on returning one might easily a hare encounter on the plain. The dogs beside the horses free from leashes ran, and when they saw the hare, straightway, before the hunters urged them, swiftly they pursued. The regent and the assessor too would urge their horses onward, but the Wojski stayed them, crying, where? Stand and look on. I allow no one to stir from this place by a step. From hence we all shall well observe, the hare is going to the plains. In truth the hare, perceiving dogs and hunters close behind, rushed headlong to the plain. His long ears he, like to a rose 2 horns erected. O'er the plain he spread himself, his legs, stretched out beneath him like 4 rods appearing. Well might one have said he moved them not, but only skimmed o'er the surface of the earth, like swallow kissing the waters. Dust behind him, dogs behind the dust. From far away it seemed that hare, and dogs, and greyhounds formed one body, as though some sort of viper o'er the plain were gliding, with the hare as head. The dust, the snake's blue length, that like a double tail kept wagging to and fro the dogs. The regent and the assessor gazed, their lips stood open. They held their breath. At once the regent turned. Pale as a linen cloth, the assessor pale. Turned also. They behold, most fatally. It chanced. The further off that viper ran, the more it lengthened, and it broke in two. Now vanished was that neck of dust, the head. Already neared the wood, the tails, where are they? Behind. The head had vanished, once it seemed. As some one waved a tassel. It had entered the wood, the tail broke off beside the wood. The poor dogs, stupefied, beneath the thicket, ran, seeming to take counsel, and accuse each other. They at last return. They slowly spring o'er the brushwood, drooping low their ears, their tails close pressed unto their chests, and when they had approached, they scarce dared raise their eyes, for very shame, and, instead of going to their masters, stood upon one side. The regent drooped down his gloomy brow upon his breast. The assessor cast a glance, but one unjoyful. Then to the hearers both would demonstrate how that their greyhounds were in use to go unleashed, how unforeseen the hare ran out, how ill they set upon him in a field where the dogs truly should have put on boots, so full it was of pebbles and sharp stones. Wise things expounded these experienced prickers. The sportsmen might therefrom have reaped much profit, but they did not attend with diligence. Some began whistling, others laughed aloud. Some, having in their memory the bear of him talked, with the late hunt occupied. The Wojski scarce had glanced upon the hare, and seeing it escape, turned round his head indifferently. His interrupted story concluding, where did I leave off? Ah! Ha! Just where I took them both so at their word, to fire at one another o'er the bearskin. The nobleman cried out, 'twas certain death, barrel to barrel nearly. But I laughed, for my friend Morrow taught me that a bearskin is not a paltry measure. For you know how when Queen Dido sailed to Libya, she with the greatest trouble, for herself, purchased such piece of land as might be covered o'er with an ox hide. And she founded Carthage upon this bit of land. 146. So in the night this passage I discussed with care. The day had scarce begun. From one side in a carriage Dałeczko drove, Demeczko from the other. On horseback came. They look, across the river. Behold a hairy bridge, a girdle of the bearskin cut up into strips. I placed Dałeczko on the beast's tail on one side, Demeczko on the other. Now, I said, bang off at one another, though it be your whole life long, but I'll not let you go till you are friends together. Both were furious. But here the nobles rolled upon the ground with laughter, and the priest and I with solemn words, from the Gospels now from the statutes, discoursed to them. There was no help for it. They laughed, and were obliged now to be friends. Their quarrel changed into a lifelong friendship. Dałeczko wed the sister of Demeczko. Demeczko also wed his brother's sister. They shared their property in equal halves. And on the spot where this had come to pass, they built a tavern, calling it the Bear. Book. Chapter 5. Diplomacy and the Chase. Telemina's hunting plans. The gardening nymph comes out into society and receives the instructions of her guardian. The hunters return. Great astonishment of Thaddeus. The second meeting in the sanctuary of meditation and reconciliation effected by means of ants. The subject of the hunt is discussed at table. The Wojski story of Rejtan and Prince Denisaw interrupted. The conclusion of conditions between the parties likewise interrupted. an apparition with a key, the quarrel, the Count and Gervasy enter on a council of war. Having the chase thus ended gloriously, the Wojski from the pine woods home returns. But Telemina now begins a hunt. Deep in the lonely mansion. She indeed sat motionless, with hands upon her lap. Folded, but she two heads of game pursued. In thought, considered best how to surround the two of them, and how best hunt them down. The Count and Thaddeus. The Count, he was a young lord, heir of a great family. Good-looking very, and already somewhat in love, but what of that? He well might change. Then, did he love sincerely? Did he wish to marry with a woman some years older? Not rich? Will his relations suffer it? What will the world say? Telemina, thus considering, from the sofa rose, and stood. Her full height, one might say her stature grew. She somewhat bared her bosom, bent aside, and with attentive eyes herself reviewed, and once again asked counsel of the mirror. A moment passed, she dropped her eyes, and sighed, and sat down. Well, the Count was a young lord, and rich men are inconstant in their tastes. The Count was fair-complexioned, they are not over-emotional. And Thaddeus? He was simplicity its very self. A good boy, very near unto a child. He now begins for the first time to love. And if looked after, will not easily these first bonds sever, and besides, he is obliged to Telemina. Men, while young, though changing in their thoughts, are in emotions far steadier than their grandsires. They possess a conscience simple as a young man's heart, and maidenlike, and long it will retain. For love's first sweetness gratitude, and will both welcome joy, and bid farewell to it with pleasure, like a modest banquet shared with friends. The ancient debauchee alone, whose entrails are already scorched, doth loathe that drink wherewith he drenched him to excess. These things to Telemina well were known, for she had wit and great experience. But what will people say? Why then, depart from out their sight, to other parts remove. Live in retirement, or far better yet, remove entirely from the neighborhood. As for example, go a little journey unto the capital, and introduce the young lad to the world, direct his steps, and be his helper and his counselor, and form his heart to have in him a friend, a brother, and at length, enjoy the world, while years suffice. Thus thinking, through the alcove, gaily and boldly many times she passed. Again she dropped her eyes. It seemed worth while of the Count's destiny to think. Would it not answer to push Sophie in his way? She was not rich, but in her birth his equal. Of senatorial house, a dignitary's daughter. And if this marriage come to pass, then Telemina for the future owns a sure asylum in their house, as being Sophia's relation, and the Count's betrother. To this young couple she will be a mother. When she this plan of action thus had formed, in council with herself, she called Sophia, who in the orchard was at play. Sophia, in mourning dress, and with uncovered head, stood, in her hands a sieve upraised. Around her feet the poultry hastened. On one side, the tufted hens pressed forward in a knot. And there the crested cocks, upon their heads, shaking the coral helmets with their wings, oaring their way through furrows and through bushes. Widely their spur-armed feet they stretch. Behind, the bloated turkey slowly pushes on, snorting at grumbles of his noisy spouse. Thither, like rafts almost, with lengthy tails, steer o'er the meadow, and at times descend. Like flakes of snow, the pigeons silver-plumed. In center of a circle of green turf. The poultry circle, noisy, stirring, crowds. Engirdled by a band of pigeons, like a snowy ribbon, varied in the midst. By stars, by spots. By stripes. Here amber beaks. Their coral crests, from out the depth of plumage. Like fish from under waves, rock to and fro. Like water tulips, thousand eyes like stars. Gleam toward Sophia. In the center she towered high above the birds, herself all white. Like to a fountain, playing amid flowers. O'er wings and head she scattered from the sieve. With pearl-white hand, a plenteous, pearly rain. Of wheaten grains. Such grain, of noble tables. Worthy, is used to make Lithuanian rossel. 147. Sophia from the household stores abstracts. This grain to feed her poultry, doing mischief. Unto the housekeeping. She heard the call of Sophie. 'Twas her aunt's voice. So she flung the dainty's last remains unto the birds. And twirling round the sieve, as dancers twirl a tambourine around, and beating time upon it, did the playful girl skip o'er the peacocks, pigeons, hens. The birds, confused, did flutter upwards all tumultuously. Sophia, the ground scarce touching with her feet, appeared to soar the highest among them all. Before her the white doves, which in her course she startled, flew as though before the car of pleasure's lovely goddess. In Sophia flew through the window, with a joyous cry, and rested on her aunt's lap, out of breath. And Telomina, kissing her, and stroking beneath the chin, considered with delight the child's high spirits, and her beauty, for she truly loved her charge. But now again her features she composed to gravity. She rose, and walking to and fro along the alcove, with her finger on her lips, pronounced these words. My dear Sophia, you quite forget your age and station. This same day you end your 14th year. It now is time to abandon cocks and turkeys. Fie! A fit amusement for a dignitary's daughter. And you have been caressing at your will the unwashed children of the peasantry. To look upon you, Sophie, grieves my heart. Your face is tanned quite horribly, just like a very gypsy. And you walk and move quite like a country girl. Now, for the future. I will amend all this, today begin. And I will bring you out into the world. Into the drawing room, unto the guests. We now have many guests here. Take thou heed. Thou dost not make me be ashamed of thee. Sophia sprang up from her seat, and clapped her hands with joy, and with both arms she hung about her aunt's neck, and by turns she laughed and wept aloud with joy. Oh, auntie, 'tis so long since I saw any visitors. Since here I have been living among hens and chickens, I have only seen one guest. A wood pigeon. And I am just a little wearied of sitting here in the alcove. And even the judge says it is bad for health. The judge, her aunt broke in, was constantly tormenting me to bring thee out into society. He mutters to my face that thou already art grown up. He knows not what he says. The old man never lived in good society. But I know better. How long a damsel must have been prepared to cause sensation, entering in the world. For know, Sophia, that when young persons grow in people's very sight, though fair, though witty, they can cause no sensation, where all folks were used to see them from a child. But let a finished, grown-up damsel suddenly shine forth, from neither here nor there, before the world, then all around her press, desiring to see her. They consider all her movements, and every look, they listen to her words, repeat them unto others. And when once a damsel is the fashion, every one must praise her, even though she please them not. I trust thou knowest how to find thy level. Thou in the capital hast grown up, though thou hast lived for 2 years in this neighborhood. Thou hast not quite forgotten Petersburg. Then, Sophie, make your toilet, from the bureau. For in it thou wilt find all things for dressing. Make haste, for they will soon be back from hunting. A lady's maid and serving girl were called. A pail of water in a silver basin 148 was poured. Sophia, like a sparrow in the sand, did flutter, hands and face, and neck. She washed. And Telemina all her stores from Petersburg did open, of perfumes. Pomades, with choice perfume she sprinkled o'er Sophia, the odor filled the room, she smoothed her locks with gum. Sophia then put on white silken stockings, and morocco shoes of thin white leather, meanwhile were her stays laced by the lady's maid, who over her then threw a dressing jacket. Then were pinched the papilottes with heated tongs, the curls, not being too short, were woven in 2 braids. The locks upon her forehead waving free, but freshly gathered cornflowers in a braid. Woven, the servant brought to Telemina, who fastened them with skill to Sophie's locks. Passing from right to left, the flowers stood forth in pleasing contrast with the light fair locks, as though with corn ears. Then the dressing gown removed, the toilet all was done. Sophia threw on a white frock o'er her head, her hand held a white cambric handkerchief, and thus she looked completely like a lily white. The last completing touch to locks and dress now given, she received command to walk across the chamber, and again its length, while Telemina, with a practiced eye, reviewed her niece, grew angry, shrugged her shoulders, till at Sophia's curtsying, in despair, she cried, Ah me! Sophia, thou sayest now what 'tis to live with birds and shepherd folk. Thou standest with thy feet apart, just like a boy, and starest round to right and left. A thorough hoyden. Curtsy. See how awkward. Oh! Auntie, cried Sophia, quite sadly. How am I to blame? You kept me shut up, auntie. And I had none to dance with, and I liked from very weariness to nurse the children and feed the poultry. Wait a little, auntie. Let me but be a little among people, and you shall see how I will cure myself. In truth, her aunt replied, of 2 bad things. 'Tis better far to live with birds, than with those vulgar folks who late were guests with us. That parish priest for ever muttering prayers, or playing draughts, and that solicitor with his pipe. Nice cavaliers, and pretty manners. You would have learned from them. But now at last, there's somebody to whom to show oneself. We in the house have some distinguished guests. And mind, Sophia, there's a young count here. A gentleman of breeding, kinsman to a wojewode, remember, pray, to be polite to him. The neigh of horses near, and hunters' murmurs were already heard. They are near the door already. There they are. And seizing by the hand Sophia, she ran into the drawing-room. As yet the hunters had entered not the room. They first must change their dresses, for they had no wish to meet the ladies in their shooting jackets. First of all the young men Master Tadeusz. And the count entered, soon as well might be. Then Telemina fills a hostess' duties. She welcomes those incoming, places them, and entertaineth them with conversation. To every one in turn presents her niece. To Tadeusz first, as a near relative. Sophia politely curtsied, he bowed low. He wished to speak to her, half op-ed his lips. But looking in her eyes such trouble seized him, that standing dumb before her, he now blushed. And now grew pale. What was within his heart? Himself he guessed not, but he felt himself most miserable, for he knew Sophia. He knew her by her stature, her bright hair, her voice. That form, that little head, he saw upon the garden wall, and that sweet voice had woken him unto the hunt today. At length the Wojski from this aberration roused Tadeusz, and seeing him so pale, unsteady on his feet, he counselled him to go and lie down in his room. Within a corner Tadeusz stood, against the chimney, leaning, not saying, his wide, wandering eyes now turning on the aunt, now on the niece. Well, Telemina marked what strange effect this first sight of Sophia upon him made. She guessed not all. But yet, how embarrassed she entertained the guests, while from her glance she lost him not. At last her time observing, she ran towards him. Was he well? Why sad? She asked, insisted, of Sophia she spoke. Began to jest with him. Still Tadeusz stood unmoving, leaning on his elbow, not replying, with knitted brow and twitching lips. And thus still more to Telemina caused confusion and surprise. She changed at once her countenance, and the tone of her discourse. She rose up angrily, with bitter words, began to heap reproach and taunt on him. And Tadeusz started, even as though a sting had pierced him through. He looked away, and colored, unspeaking. Then he kicked his chair away, and rushed from out the room, and slammed the door. But happily to none this scene had meaning, except to Telemina. Through the gate he fled, and straightway rushed into the field, as when a pike, pierced by a fish spear through, splashes and plunges, thinking thus to fly, though dragging rope and iron along with him. So Tadeusz after him vexation drew, as he o'er ditches and o'er hedges sprang, without a goal, or settled road. Around he wandered not a little time. At length he entered in a woodland depth, and came, either by fixed design, or else by chance, upon that mount which yesterday had been the witness of his happiness, and where that billet he received, of love the token. The spot, as well we know, called sanctuary of meditation. As he looked around, he saw, 'twas she alone there, Telemina, in thought deep buried, changed from yesterday, by dress and form, in white, upon a stone, herself as turned to stone, her face concealed within her open hands. Although no sob was heard, he saw that she was drowned in tears. In vain strove Tadeusz against his heart. He pitied her, and felt by sorrow moved. Long time he gazed unspeaking, while concealed behind a tree. At length he sighed, and spoke, in anger to himself, fool that I am. Is she to blame because I thus mistook? So from the tree to her he slowly turned, when sudden from her seat sprang Telemina. She threw herself to right and left, she sprang across the brook, with arms stretched out, with hair dishevelled, pale, she dashed into the wood. She skipped about, and half knelt down, then fell. Unable now to rise, she writhed upon the turf. Her movements showed that she endured Some torture most exceeding. She clutched fast her bosom, neck, feet, hands. Then to her side sprang Tadeusz, believing she was mad, or seized with some most fearful malady. But from quite other cause these movements came. There was within the neighboring birchen grove a mighty ant-hill, black and rapid swarmed around the industrious insects, through the grass. But whether it were from necessity, or for their pleasure, they especially to visit meditation's sanctuary delighted. From their ant-hill capital, as far as to the border of the brook, they had a pathway trodden, by the which their ranks could march. And to her great mishap, in middle of this road sat Telemina. The ants, attracted by her stockings white, rushed on them, and began to bite and tickle. And Telemina was constrained to fly, to shake them off, at length upon the turf, to sit, and try to chase away the ants. Assistance Tadeusz could not her refuse. And making clear her dress, he bent him down unto her very feet. By chance his lips approached her forehead, in such friendly posture. Though of their morning quarrel said they not, yet any earthless they were agreed again. How long their converse had endured none ever can know, but suddenly the bell aroused them from Soplicowo, ringing as the signal of supper. It was time now to return unto the mansion, all the more that far was heard a crackling on the ground, may be that they were sought for. It were unbecoming they should return together. Telemina stole therefore by the garden to the right, and Tadeusz took the highway to the left. And both adopting this maneuver felt no little fear. It once to Telemina appeared that from behind a bush looked forth the pale and hooded face of Roback. Well saw Tadeusz how at one time and again a shadow long and white appeared to left. He knew not what it was, but yet an inkling he had that 'twas the Count, in long surtout of English cut. They supped within the castle. The obstinate Protasi, heeding not the judge's orders, in the master's absence, again had stormed the castle, as he said. A credence intermitted thereupon. The guests in order entered, and around in circle stood. The chamberlain then took the highest place at table, from his years and dignity this precedence was his. In going there he to the ladies bowed. The old men, and the youths, the friar this time was not at table. In his place today, upon the right hand of her husband, sat the lady of the chamberlain. The judge, when he had placed the guests as fitting, spoke a prayer in Latin, blessing on the board. Then vodka was presented to the men. All after that sat down, and speedily the whitened clodnik ate. The clodnik done, came crabs, asparagus, and chicken. In their company Hungarian wines appeared, and Malaga. They ate, they drank, but all preserved a gloomy silence. Never since these castle walls were builded, they which had so many brother nobles feasted, heard, and given back so many joyous vivats, did they remember such a gloomy supper. Only with sound of corks and clash of plates the great and empty castle halls resound. Thou wouldst have said indeed some evil sprite had sealed all lips. The causes of this silence were many. From the toils the hunters came, sufficiently loquacious. But when cooled their ardor, when considering the chase, they soon perceived that they with little glory had come therefrom. So was it needful that one priestly hood, that came where from heaven knew, like Philip from the hemp 149 should so surpass the hunters of the district. Shame! Oh! Shame. What would be said concerning this affair? In Osmiano, and in Lida, which so many ages with their district had contended for precedence in the chase. They thought of this. The regent and assessor had also in their memories the first ill will between them, likewise they remembered their greyhound's shame. Before their eyes still stood that naughty hare, his long legs stretching out, and from beneath the thicket them defying, wagging his tail, and with that tail he lashed their hearts as with a whip. They sat with faces bent downwards to their plates. The assessor had another grievance to lament, as he on Telemina and his rivals gazed. She sat by Thaddeus, but, all confused, scarce dared to glance at him. The gloomy count she made endeavor to beguile, to challenge to longer conversation, and to bring him to better humor. For the count had come back strangely cross from walking, or the rather, as Thaddeus imagined, from his ambush. Hearing, he raised his forehead boldly, frowned, and looked well nigh with scorn upon her. He drew as near Sophia as well he might, then, and poured out wine for her, and brought her plates. 1,000 courtesies performing, bowed, and smiled, but sometimes turned away his eyes, and sighed full deeply. But in spite of such deceit adroitly played, 'twas evident that all these coquetries were merely played from spite to Telemina. For round turning, as though unwittingly, he gazed on her with dreadful glance. She could not understand what this should signify. Her shoulders shrugging, she thought unto herself, he must be mad. Then of the count's new wooing pretty glad, she turned towards her other neighbor, Thaddeus. In deep gloom likewise buried, nothing ate, nor drank, he seemed to listen to discourse, and kept his eyes close fixed upon his plate. As Telemina poured out wine for him, he angry grew at her officiousness. He took it ill, one day had changed him so, that Telemina was so quick to woo. It shocked him that her dress was cut so low. It seemed immodest. When he raised his eyes, as fearing so to do, far sharper now they were, for scarcely on her rosy cheeks they rested, when he quick became aware of a most terrible and frightful secret. Good heavens! She wore rouge. It might have been the rouge was of a bad sort, or rubbed off the face by accident. It here and there was thinner, and revealed the coarser skin below. May be that Thaddeus himself, in meditation's sanctuary, too close conversing with her, from the white had brushed the carmine, lighter even than the dust from wings of butterflies. And Telemina, returning in a hurry from the wood, had found no time her colors to repair. Around her lips especially were freckles. The eyes of Thaddeus now, like cunning spies, discovering one treason, all around, began a visitation with the rest of all her beauties, and in every part, to track some falsehood out. 2 teeth were gone from out her mouth, and on her brow appeared some wrinkles, on her temples, and 1,000 of wrinkles lurked concealed beneath her chin. Alas! Now Thaddeus felt how needless 'tis to scan a lovely thing too closely, and how shameful to be spy upon his love. How wicked even to change one's taste and heart. But who may rule their hearts? He tried in vain the loss of love by conscience to supply, and with the light rays of her glance again to warm his spirit's chillness. For that glance, now like a moonbeam bright, but void of heat, played o'er the surface of his spirit, frozen down to the very depths. Lamenting and himself reproaching, he bowed down his head, was still, and bit his lips. Meantime an evil spirit allured him with temptation new, and made him list to what Sophia said unto the Count. The damsel, vastly glad at the Count's courtesy, first blushed, and drooped her eyes. The Count, 'twas seen, was praising her by flattery most delicate, and then they both began to laugh. At length they talked of some unlooked-for meeting in a garden, some trampling over garden beds and burdocks, which Thaddeus, listening to the utmost, heard. The bitter words he swallowed, in his soul digested them. He had a dreadful banquet, as when a viper in a garden drains with double tongue herbs venomous, then twists himself up in a coil, and on the path lies, threatening the unwary foot that treads upon him unforeseen. So Thaddeus, with envy's poison drunken, outwardly appeared indifferent, with spite yet bursting. Let but a few in merriest company be angry, all at once their gloominess is shed upon the rest. The hunters long had silent been, and on the other side there too was silence at the table. They were all infected by contagion of that ill humor shown by Thaddeus. And even the chamberlain, in this deep gloom, so unaccustomed, had no will to talk. On seeing how his daughters, pretty girls, endowered well, and in the flower of youth, were silent, by the silent youths neglected, the hospitable judge was like concerned. The Wojski, noting general silence round, said this was not a Polish supper, but a wolfish one. Horeszkos did possess an ear to silence very sensitive. Himself was a great talker, and he loved all chattering greatly. 'Twas no wonder he had spent his life in banquets, expeditions, and hunts, and diets. He was used to hear each moment something drumming in his ear. When he kept silence even, or was stealing with fly scare to smite down a fly, or when he sat him down to dream with closed eyes. By day he sought for conversation, even by night he must be counting o'er his beads, or telling fables. Therefore was he a deadly enemy unto the pipe, invented by the Germans to convert us to foreigners. He always used to say, "Make Poland dumb, 'tis making Poland German." 150. The old man, having passed an age in noise desired to rest, and silence woke him from slumber. Millers thus are lulled to sleep by rattle of their mill wheels. Scarcely stand the axles still, then they awake exclaiming in anguish, and the word became. 151. The Wojski unto the chamberlain signed with a bow, and with light movement beckoning from his lips towards the judge, entreated to be heard. At once both gentlemen at this mute sign did bow, as saying, "We entreat you." So the Wojski in this wise began to speak. "I venture to entreat the young men here to entertain themselves at supper in the ancient fashion, not keep still and chew. Are we then Capuchins? Whoever keeps mid noble silence, does the same as does the sportsman who allows a charge to rust within his gun. I for this reason praise our forefathers' loquacity. They went to table after hunting, not alone to eat, but talk out mutually those things which each had nearest to his own heart. Praise and censure, marksmen, beaters, mastiffs, shots, were called upon the place. A shout arose, sweet as another hunt to sportsmen's ears. I know what ails ye. All this cloud Of sable cares 152 has risen from Roebuck's hood. You are ashamed of missing. Let not shame consume you, I have better hunters known than you are, and they missed to hit and miss, and still improve, that is the hunter's course. Myself, although from childhood I have borne a gun, have sometimes missed that famous hunter. Tadeusz sometimes missed. The late Pan Tadeusz did not invariably hit. Of Tadeusz I'll tell you later on. But as to what concerns the bear escaping from the toils, that the young gentleman did not, as fitting, engage the beast, although they had a spear. No one will praise this, neither blame. To fly with charge already loaded, formerly had shown a man a coward of cowards. And to fire off blindly, as too many do, not letting come the beast in rifle range, nor taking aim, were a disgraceful thing. But who well measureth, and lets the beast approach him as is fitting, though he miss, may without shame retire, or with the spear engage him, but of free will, not compulsion. Because the spear to hunters is not given to make attack, but for their own defense. And so believe me, and you're drawing back. Take ye not thus to heart, beloved Thaddeus. And you, most powerful Count. But often as you shall recall this day's events, remember the ancient Wojciech's warning. Let not one thus place himself upon another's way, nor either let the two of you again together measure at like game. Soon as the Wojciech had this latter word pronounced, the assessor whispered half aloud, like Dame 153. Bravo, exclaimed the young men. Murmurs rose. And laughter. They repeated all around Wrocław's warning, chiefly the last words. And others, laughing loud, said, at one Dame. The regent whispered, woman. The assessor. Coquette, 154 on Telemina fixing eyes. Sharp piercing as stilettos. Never thought the ancient Wojciech to upbraid a soul. Nor marked he what they whispered all around. But glad indeed that he had cause to laugh. The ladies and the young men, he turned round towards the hunters, wishing likewise these to gladden. He began, outpouring wine. In vain my eyes do seek the Bernardine. I should be glad to tell him a strange chance, like that occurrence of our hunt today. The Kluxnik said he only knew one man, as true a shot as Roebuck from so far. But I have known another, just as good. He saved two gentlemen. Myself I saw it. The time when, in the Naliboco woods, our nuncio, Thaddeus Tadeusz, and the prince Denísov went to hunt. These gentlemen did envy not the glory of that noble, but rather, they were first to drink his health at table, and bestowed on him great gifts, unnumbered, and the skin of the slain boar. Concerning this wild boar, likewise the shot, I will relate the tale, for I was present as an eyewitness, and it much resembled today's occurrence. But it chanced unto the greatest hunters of my time, our envoy Tadeusz, and Prince Denísov. But just then the judge, his goblet filling up, began. I drink the health of Roebuck in your hands, Wojciech. If we may not make rich a friar by presents, let us try at least to pay him for powder spent. We may be sure the bear slain in the forest, will 2 years at least the convent kitchen furnish forth. But I will not bestow the skin upon the priest. For either I must take it back by force, or else the friar must from humility abandon it, or I must buy it back, even with a tithe of sable. Let us then Bestow this skin according to our will. The servant of the Lord already has the chiefest garland ta'en and highest praise. Let then the most illustrious chamberlain adjudge the gift to him who has deserved the second prize. The chamberlain then smoothed his forehead, and half shut his eyes. The hunters began to murmur, each one something said. The one how he had first espied the beast. The other how he wounded it. One there had called the dogs, another had driven back the game into the toils. The regent quarrelled with the assessor, one extolling loud the excellence of his Sangusko gun. The other of his Sagalas. My neighbor judge, said the chamberlain at last, most justly. The servant of the Lord has won the first reward, but 'tis not easy to decide who next to him in glory stands. For all appear to me in merit equal, all alike in skill, experience, courage seem. However, fate distinguished two today by danger. Two men nearest were unto the creature's claws, the Count and Thaddeus. The skin is theirs. But Master Thaddeus, I am sure, will waive his right, as of the two. The younger, and related to our host. Take then, Sir Count, the spolia opima 155. And let these spoils your hunting chamber deck. Be it a memory of this day's sport. An emblem of the hunter's fortune, spur to future glory. Here he ceased, in joy, believing that the Count was much rejoiced. He knew not how he pierced his breast with grief. For at the mention of the hunting chamber, the Count, despite himself, upraised his eyes. Those heads of stags, those branching horns, a forest of laurels planted by the Father's hands, as garlands for their sons. Those columned rows, adorned with portraits, and that shining crest. The half-goat on the arched roof, called loud on every side, with voices of the past. He roused him from his dreams, remembered where he was, and whose guest. He, the proper heir of the Horeszkos, in his Father's halls. A banquet sharer of Soplicas, foes eternal of his race. With bitter laugh he answered thus, my house is far too small. There's no place in it worthy of a gift of such magnificence. Let then the bear rest here among these horned beasts, until the judge will condescend to give it me, together with the castle. Quickly guessed the chamberlain the thing of which he spake. He tapped his golden snuff-box, asking hearing. You are of praise deserving, neighbor Count. He said, in that to business you attend. At dinner even, not like men of fashion. Of your age, who without a reckoning live. I'll pledge myself, and do desire to end by compromise my verdict. Heretofore the only difficulty doth consist in the court foundation. But I have a plan of making an exchange, and compensating with land for the foundation, in this wise. And here in order he began to unfold. In order, as I was wont to do, the plan of this exchange. Already half the subject he had ended, when began a sudden movement at the table's end. Some there observed an object strange, they pointed towards it. Others ran there with their eyes. And all the heads at last, like ears of corn, bent backwards by the wind, turned towards the side opposing, to a corner. From that corner, where hung the portrait of the dead man, last of the Horeszkos, of the Pantler, from a little door, among the columns hidden, glided a silent figure, like a phantom. Gervazy by his face and height they knew, and by the silver half-goats on his vest of yellow. Like a pillar stepped he forth, upright, severe, and mute, nor doffed his cap. Nor bowed his head, he bore a gleaming key. Like to a dagger. Straightway did he ope a cabinet, and straight began to wind a something in it. In two corners of the hall there stood, against the pillars leaning, two ancient clocks with chimes, in cabinets enclosed. The old and crazy things had been long in discordance with the sun, they oft would point out noon at sunset. No idea Gervasy had of mending the machines, but would not leave the clocks unwound, so long. Each even he tortured with the key the clocks. And now the time of winding had arrived. And while the chamberlain kept speaking still concerning the affairs of both the parties, he lifted up the weight. The rusty wheels did gnash their broken teeth, the chamberlain did shudder, and break off. My brother, cried he, postpone thy busy labor. Then he ended his project of exchange. But in despite, the klucznik pulled this time with greater force. The second weight. The bullfinch then that sat upon the summit of the clock began fluttering its wings, to chirp the chime notes out. The bird with art was fashioned, pity 'twas that it was spoiled. It groaned and squeaked, the more the worse. The guests laughed loud. The chamberlain must break off once again. Sir Klucznik, cried he. Or rather screech owl 156 if you prize your beak. I have had enough of shrieking. But Gervasy betrayed no terror at this threat. He laid with dignity his right hand on the clock, and on his side his left, supported thus. With both hands, he exclaimed, Sir Chamberlain, you are free to jest. A sparrow smaller is than is a screech owl, but mid his own chips he is bolder than a screech owl in another's mansion. A klucznik is no screech owl. He who creeps by night to strangers' garrets is a screech owl, and I'll frighten him away. To the door with him, cried the chamberlain. Sir Count, exclaimed the klucznik, do you see what things are doing? Is your honor not already stained enough, in that you eat and drink with these Soplicas? And was this needed, that I, the castle's governor, Gervas Rembajlo, Klucznik of Horeszkos, should in my master's house insulted be? And you endure it? Then Protasi cried 3 times, be silent. Stand aside. For I, Protasi Balthasar Brzekalski, of 2 names, once general of tribunal, Volgo Wozni, perform a Wozni's summoning. Formal revision, summoning all here. These well-born persons present, witnesses. And summoning the assessor to inquiry. On the behalf of the most powerful judge. Soplica. For incursion, that is, trespass. Across the boundary, for violence done. Unto the castle, which the judge by right rules over, whereof here is open proof. In that he eats therein. Brzekachu, cried the klucznik, I will teach thee. And he drew the iron keys from out his girdle, whirled the keys about his head, with all his force. He flung them like a stone hurled from a sling. The bunch of keys flew forth, and doubtlessly Protasi's head had shivered, by good luck. The Wozni bent aside, and thus scaped death. All started from their seats, deep silence reigned. A moment, then the judge exclaimed, in handcuffs. This insolent fellow. Hullo! Lads! The servants rushed by the narrow way between the walls and benches. But the count then barricaded their passage with a chair, and this weak rampart supported with his foot, where, he cried. Judge, none shall be allowed to wrong my servant. In my house. He who has complaint to make against this old man, let him bring to me. The chamberlain then gazed askance into the count's eyes. I am able, sir, to punish, without your help, an insolent petty noble. And you, sir count, too quickly do usurp this castle, ere is given the decree. Sit still as you have sat. If you respect not grey hairs, at least respect the highest office within the district. As for me, the count grumbled, I've had enough of idle talk. Make others weary with respect and office. Sufficient fool I have already been, in joining with you all in drinking bouts, that end in rudeness. Give me satisfaction for wounding of my honor. Now goodbye, till you are sober. Come with me, Gervasy. The chamberlain such answer never had expected. He was filling up his glass, when, smitten by the county's insolence, as by a thunderbolt, his glass he rested against a steadfast bottle. To one side he bent his head, and leant his ear, his eyes stared wildly, and his lips half opened. Silent he yet remained, but in his hand the goblet. So strongly grasped he, that the glass was shivered. Loud ringing, in his eyes the liquid spurt. And one had said that with the wine of fire was poured into his spirit, even so flamed his visage, and his eyes glowed. He addressed himself to speak, but inarticulate. The first words were ground down upon his lips. At last they flew forth from between his teeth. Fool! Miserable count! I'll, Thomas, bring my sabre, I will teach thee manners here. Fool! Damn him! Offices and reverence weary. A delicate ear. I'll cut thee round about those precious ears. Fora! Out at the door. Thomas! My sabre! To his side at once sprang friends. The judge now grasped him by the hand. Stop, friend, 'tis our affair. I first was challenged. Protassi, bring my sabre. Such a dance. I'll lead him, as a bear with sticks. But Thaddeus restrained the judge. Sir uncle, is this fitting? And you, most powerful chamberlain, is't worthy of you with such a coxcomb to engage? Are there no young men here? Leave it to me. I'll punish him as suits. And you, bold sir, who challenge old men, we will see if you are such a valiant knight. We'll talk of this tomorrow. We will choose the place and weapons. Today depart while you are safe. The counsel was good. The Kluxnik and the count now fell into no trifling trouble. At the upper end of the table a loud shrieking rose. But from the lower end flew bottles round the county's head. The frightened women all were praying, weeping. Telemina cried, alas! With lifted eyes she rose, and fell down in a swoon, upon the count's arm drooped, and on his breast her swan-like bosom laid. The count, though angry, checked his furious zeal, and strove to rouse her, and to dry her tears. Meanwhile exposed to stool and bottle strokes, Gervasy tottered, now with tucked-up sleeves. The servant throng rushed on him from all sides. When happily Sophia, as she saw the assault, with pity moved, to the old man sprang forward, with her little hands wide spread. She shielded him. The assailants ceased. Gervasy drew slowly backward, vanished from their eyes. They looked to see if he were hid beneath the table, when he suddenly came forth upon the other side, as though emerged from underground. And in his powerful arms, a bench high raising, like a windmill's sails. He whirled it round, and half the hall made clear. Then took with him the count, and both thus screened. With the defending bench, retired towards the little door, and reached the threshold, yet Gervasy stood, and looked upon his foes. He stood a while in thought, uncertain whether to draw back under arms, or once again with newer arms his fortune try in war. He chose the second course. He lifted high the bench like battering ram behind to strike. He bent his head, with breast thrust out in front. With lifted foot, he for attack prepared. When he perceived the Wojski, and he felt in spirit terror. Sitting still, the Wojski appeared as deep in meditation plunged. At the beginning, when the count began the quarrel with the chamberlain, and when he spoke those threatening words unto the judge, the Wojski turned away. He twice took snuff, and rubbed his eyes, though but a distant kinsman. Unto the judge, he dwelt within his house, and heedful of his good friend's safety was he. And so with deep concern he gazed upon the fight. He lightly stretched his hand across the table, palm and fingers, laid upon one hand a knife, the handle placed upon the index fingernail, but turned towards his elbow was the steely blade. Then balancing the hand turned somewhat back. It seemed like sport, but on the count he gazed. The art of throwing knives, most terrible in single fight, already at that time in Litva was disused, and only known to old men. But the Klucznik sometimes had proved it in tavern combats, and the Wojski excelled therein. It well might be perceived from action of his hand, he aimed towards the count, the last of the Horeszkos, though by spindle side. The younger men, less heedful, knew not what signified the old man's movements. Gervasy turned pale, with the bench he covered the count's retreat, and to the doors retired. Catch him, the throng cried, as a wolf, surprised on sudden at his feast of carrion. We'll cast him blindly on the throng that break upon his feast, pursue them, and proceed to tear them into pieces. All at once, amid the canine shriek, a trigger's click doth sound. The wolf doth know it, searches round, perceives the huntsman there behind the dogs, on one knee bending, who the barrel turns towards him, and the trigger stirreth now. The wolf drops down his ears, and hies away with tail between his legs. The pack, with cry of triumph, rush upon him, tear the tufts of hair upon him. Round the beast at times will turn, he looks, and grindeth with his jaw, and by the gnashing of his white tusks, scarce the pack doth threaten, when with whining cry they all disperse. Even thus Gervasy held with threatening mien assailants all at bay, with eyes and bench, until he with the count did enter in a dark and deep recess. Catch M. The cry once more arose. Not long that triumph, for above the heads of all the crowd, the Klucznik showed him in the choir, beside the ancient organ, and began to tear off with loud crash the leaden pipes. And smiting from above, he surely had inflicted great disaster. But the guests in tumult left the hall, the frightened servants dared not approach, and quickly gathering up the table vessels, rapidly they fled in footsteps of their masters, left behind the covers, with their spoons and forks in part, who latest did retire, not heeding blows or threatenings, from the battlefield. It was Protasius Brzykalski. He, unmoved, stood by the judge's chair, and with the voice of summoner his declaration made, until he ended it, and backward drew, leaving the empty battlefield, where lay the dead and wounded, and a mighty ruin. No loss was there in men, but every bench had legs put out of joint, the table, too, was lame, and naked of its tablecloth. It lay upon the plates, wine deluged o'er, as 'twere a knight on bloody shields, among the many bodies of the chickens and the turkeys, in whose breasts forks lately planted remained a little while, and everything within the lonely castle of Horeszkos had to its rest accustomed come again. The twilight thickened. The remainder of that lordly, stately banquet lay there, as in that nocturnal festival, wherein at the solemnity of ancestors 157 the dead are gathered. Now 3 times had shrieked the screech owls in the garret, like the wizards. 158. The rising of the moon they seemed to hail, whose beam fell through the window, quivering upon the table, as it were a soul in purgatory. From the underground sprang rats, like damned souls, they gnaw, they drink. At times, forgotten in the corner, burst a bottle of champagne, as if to toast 159. The spirits. But upon the upper floor, within that chamber called the mirrored room, though there were now no mirrors, stood the count upon the balcony against the door. He cooled him in the wind, upon one arm he wore a surtout, but the other sleeve and skirts were folded round his neck, and draped the surtout like a mantle o'er his breast. Gervasie strode with wide steps through the hall, and both, in deep thought, talked unto themselves. Pistols, the count said, sabres if they will. The castle, said the Kluxnik, and the village are both our own. The uncle, nephew, cried the count, I'll challenge the whole race together. 160. The castle, cried the Kluxnik, village, land. Seize them, sir. Saying this he turned towards the count, if you, my lord, do peace desire. Seize everything. Why go to law, Mopanku? The cause is clear as day, the castle was in the Horeszkos' hands 400 years. Part of the revenues were rested in the time of Targowica, and, as well, you know, were given to Soplica's rule. Not this part only we must get from them. The whole, for costs of lawsuits, punishment of robbery. I always told you, sir. Abandon lawsuits, always told you, sir. Invade them, harry them. Yes, thus it was in former days. Who once had held the land was owner, win in field, thou also wilt in law courts win. And as for former quarrels with the Soplicas, better is the penknife for them than lawsuits. But if Matthew will lend me his rod to help me, we will soon chop both of these Soplicas up to chaff. Bravo, the count exclaimed. This plan of thine, Gothic Sarmatian, better pleases me than wrangling of the advocates. We'll make a noise throughout all Litva with this thing, unheard of since the ancient times, and we shall also reap amusement. These 2 years that I have dwelt here, what battles have I seen among the peasants for a boundary ridge. This enterprise of ours doth promise bloodshed. During my travels I have been in one. In Sicily a certain prince's guest. We was I, when brigands carried to the mountains his son-in-law, and from his relatives the daring wretches asked a ransom. We in haste collected all the serving men and vassals, and upon the robbers fell. Myself 2 brigands slew with mine own hand. And first was in their fortress, setting free The prisoner. Ah! Gervasy mine! What triumph! 'Twas then. Our coming back, how beautiful! So knightly feudal. All the people met us. With flowers, the prince's daughter in my arms. Fell, grateful to the brave deliverer. When in Palermo I arrived, the whole was known already from gazettes. The women would point me out. There even had been printed a novel on the whole affair, wherein I mentioned M by name. The title of the novel is as followeth, The Pole, or Mysteries of the Castle of Brabanti. Rocca. Are there within this castle dungeons? There are enormous cellars, said the Kluxnik. But they are empty, the Soplicas have drunk all the wine up. We must arm the jockeys. The count said, in the house. The vassalage must summon from our own domains. What? Lackeys. Forbid it, heaven. Gervasy cried, is then a foray but a deed of villainy? Whoever knew a foray made with peasants and lackeys? You, my lord, know not at all of raids. But nobles, that is something other. Then vassals. They are found not on estates, but in the nobles' farmsteads there in Dobrzyn, in Rzeszyko, in Siedlce, in Rabanki. And nobles are they from eternity, in whom flows knightly blood, all friends unto Horeszkos family, and deadly foes unto Soplica. I will gather from them 100 whiskered nobles. That I'll do. You, sir, return unto your palace, sleep your fill, tomorrow there will be great work. You love to sleep, 'tis late. The second cock has crowed already. I will stay to guard the castle until dawn, but with the sun I stand within the farmsteads of Dobrzinski. 161. The count at these words left the balcony. But ere he went he through a shot-hole gazed. And as he viewed a multitude of lights within Soplica's house, light up, he cried. Tomorrow at this hour it will be bright. Within this castle, in your mansion dark. Gervasy sat upon the ground, and leaned against the wall, while sank upon his breast his thoughtful brow. The moonlight fell upon the summit of his bald head. With his finger, Gervasy traced upon it many strokes. He dreamed of warlike plans in coming raids. But more and more his heavy eyelids weighed upon him, and he bowed his powerless neck. He felt that sleep was overtaking him. And as his custom was, he did begin his evening prayers. But, 'tween the Paternoster and avenue merry wondrous phantoms rose, who crowded round the Kluxnik, and who whirled about him. He beholdeth the Horeszkos, his former lords, some bearing sabres, others with truncheons, each one looks with threatening glance. His whiskers twirls, and flourishes his sword, or shakes his truncheon. 162. After them there came one silent, gloomy shade, a bloody spot upon his breast. Gervasy shuddered, for he recognized the pantler. He began to sign the cross around him, and more surely to drive off fearful dreams, he said aloud the litany for souls in purgatory. Again his sight was shut. Within his ears there was a sound. He saw a crowd of nobles on horseback, and the sabres gleamed. A foray! A foray! Karelix and Rimsa lead them. And he beheld himself on charger grey, his dreadful rapier lifted o'er his head. He flies, his mantle with wide streaming folds rustling, the cap from his left ear falls back. He flies, o'erthrowing horse and foot upon the road, at last Soplica in his barn He burneth up. Then sank upon his breast. His brow, with heavy dreaming weighted down. Thus the last Kluxnik of Horeszkos slept. Book. Chapter 6. The Farmstead 163. The first warlike movements of the Foray, Protasis expedition, Roback takes counsel with the judge about the public cause, continuation of Protasis' bootless errand, episode of the hemp, the farmstead of the noble family of Dobrzyn, description of the homestead and person of Matthias Dobrzyński. From the damp twilight stole forth, dimly seen. Light without blushing, leading on the day. With lightless eye. The day had risen long since. But scarce as yet was visible. A mist hung o'er the earth, as thatch of straw o'erhangs a poor Lithuanian hut, towards the east. A circle somewhat wider than the rest. The sun betokened, risen in the sky. Thence must he to the earth descend, but he passed joylessly, and slumbered on his way. By heaven's example all was laid on earth. The cattle to their pasture went forth late. And stumbled on the hares, still feeding late. Though used to come back to their groves at dawn. Today, enveloped in the rolling mists. Some crunched the damp grass, others burrowing. Upon the field, in couples flock together. And think to enjoy the open air betimes. But they before the cattle must retreat. Unto the forest. In the forests too. Was silence. The awakened bird sang not. He shook his feathers clear of dew, and pressed close to the tree, and thrust his head again beneath his wings, half shut his eyes, and waited. The sun. On shores of water, mid the mire. The storks do clatter with their beaks, the crows sit dripping wet, with large and open beaks. And carry on their lengthy chatterings. Hateful to farmers, prophets of the rain. The husbandmen had long gone forth to work. The reapers now began their custom song. Monotonous and gloomy, full of longing. Like to a rainy day, the sadder sounding. As sinking without echo in the mist. The sickles and the corn clashed, and the mead resounded, in a row the mowers cut the after grass, and whistled loud their song. With ending of each stanza they stand still. Sharpen the steel, and beat upon the hones. In time. The folk unseen in mist, alone. The sickles, scythes, and songs resounded, as music from voices of the invisible. In midmost on a sheaf of corn, the bailiff, sitting, grew weary, turned around his head. Regarding not the labours on the road. He looked, upon the crossways, where there passed some unaccustomed things. Upon the paths and highways, from the morning had there reigned unusual movement. There was creaking loud. The peasant's cart, that like a post did fly. And here a noble's carriage rattling flew. It meets another, and a third. From left. There rode an envoy like a courier. And many horses from the right-hand way. Flew, as though racing. All seemed hastening. To various quarters. What may all this mean? The bailiff rose up from the sheaf, he wished to look around him, and inquire. Long time. He stood upon the road, but called in vain. He could not stay the course of any one. Nor in the mist could recognize a soul. And horsemen flitted fast like spirits, only. Time after time the hollow fall of hoofs was heard, and stranger yet, the clash of sabres. This much rejoices, but yet terrifies the bailiff's heart, for though in Litva then was peace, long time low murmurs went around. Of war, the French, Dombrowski, of Napoleon. Should then these horsemen war portend? These arms? The bailiff ran to tell it to the judge. Trusting himself to learn of something news. In Soplicowo guests and household both. After the quarrelings of yesterday. rose sad and discontented on this morn. In vain the Wojski's daughter would invite the ladies unto fortune-telling. Vainly were given playing cards unto the men. They will not seek amusement, neither play. Silent they sat in corners, and the men smoked pipes, the women knitted, even the flies appeared asleep. The Wojski, throwing down his fly scare, wearied by the silence, went among the servants. He was glad to hear within the kitchen the housekeeper's cries, and the cook's threats and blows, and scullion's noise, until the sound monotonous of spits, turning with various roasts, did gradually in sweet and pleasant dreaming steep his sense. Since morning shut up in his room the judge was writing, and the Wozni since the morn beneath the window in the anteroom was waiting. Having finished now his summons, the judge called in Protasi, read aloud an accusation couched against the count for outrage to his honor, and reviling against Gervasi for assault and battery, against them both for insolence and costs. He enters in the criminal register. 164. This must that very day by word of mouth delivered be, and openly, ere sunset. The Wozni, with a solemn mien, outstretched both hands and hearing when he saw the summons. He stood right gravely, but had fain jumped high for very joy, for thinking of a lawsuit. He felt him growing young again, remembering when he went out with summons, to earn blows, but likewise liberal pay. The soldier thus, whose life was spent in war, but old and broken, now rests in hospital, soon as he hears the trump and drum far off, from off his couch springeth, and in his sleep cries out, upon the Muscovites, and on his wooden leg. So fast he rushes from the hospital, that young men scarcely may him overtake. Protasi hastes to don forensic dress. Yet wears he nor the Zupan nor Contus. They serve alone the law court's grand parade. For journeying he has a different dress. Wide riding hose, and jacket, whose long skirts with buttons may be shortened, or let down below the knee. A cap with ears, and band, that fastens round the crown, in sunshine raised, let down in rain. Accoutred thus he took a cudgel, and on foot set forward, since the Wozni, like a spy before the war, must hide himself before the suit begin, beneath another form, another name. Well did Protasi, that such haste he made upon the road, else had he not for long enjoyed his summons. For in Soplicowo the plan of the campaign had all been changed. On sudden to the judge came Roback, breathless, thus saying, Judge, the ant will work us woe. This lady Telemina's a coquette and flirt. When as a helpless child Sophia was left, to Telemina's care did Jacek confide her, since he heard that she was good, and had great knowledge of the world. But I perceive that she is carrying on intrigues, and possibly enticing Thaddeus. I have watched her, or perhaps it is the Count. Perhaps the two at once. Let's think of means to rid ourselves of her, else may result some complications hence, an ill example. Quarrels between the young men, which may mar thy legal compromise. My compromise, the judge exclaimed, with unaccustomed heat. I'm quit of compromises. I have ended. I've broken them all off. But how is this? Broke Roback in. What reasons int or sense? No fault of mine, the judge said, and the lawsuit will make all clear. The Count, that proud young fool, was cause of all the quarrel, and that rascal Gervasi. But all this is for the courts. Pity thou wert not in the castle, priest. At supper, for thou couldst have then been witness. How grievously the count offended me. Why did you creep again into those ruins? Said Roback, for you know I cannot bear that castle. Henceforth never shall my foot enter within it. What? Another quarrel. Chastisement of the Lord. How was it? Tell me. All this must be forgotten, I am weary of all these fooleries. I've weightier business than to conciliate brawlers, but I fain would bring ye to agree. Thou make agree. What means this? Get ye gone with make agree. Unto the devil, stamping with his foot. The judge exclaimed. Because, just see this monk. Because I have received him here with courtesy. He wants to lead me by the nose. Learn thou that the Soplicas are not used to agree. When once they send a summons they must win. Not one time only in their name a suit has lasted full 6 generations long. Until they gained it. I have done enough of fooleries by your counsel, calling in 3 times the judgment of the chamberlain. Henceforth there is no peace, no, none. 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 And thus exclaiming he rose up, and stamped with both his feet. Besides this, for last night's discourtesy, he must entreat my pardon. Or else we fight. But, judge, how would it be if Jacek heard of this? Why, his despair would slay him. Have not the Soplicas done enough of evil in that castle yet? Brother, I will not unto thee recall that terrible event. Thou knowest also that Targowica did make confiscate some of the castle holdings, and did give them to the Soplicas. Jacek, for his sins grieving, must under absolution make a vow to render back these lands, and so did he adopt Sophia, the destitute inheritrix of the Horeszkos. He laid out much money on her bringing up. He would betroth her to his Thaddeus, and thus unite 2 families at feud again in brotherhood, and without shame. Thus yield the plunder to its rightful heiress. But how is that my business? Said the judge. I never knew him, never even saw my brother Jacek. Scarcely by report. I knew his life of rioting, as then I studied rhetoric in a Jesuit school. Then at the Wojwodes as a page I served. The estates were given me. I took them. He commanded that I should receive Sophia. I did receive her, gave to her a dowry. And for her future also will provide. But this old woman's tale has wearied me. Enough. And then why has this count come down upon me with a claim unto the castle? For thou, my friend, well knowest, he is kin to the Horeszkos only distantly. 165. Shall he insult me thus, and I invite him to concord? Brother, said the priest, for that thou shouldst thus do, there are important reasons. Rememberest thou how Jacek once desired to send his son unto the wars, but after caused him to stay in Litva? Why was this? Because at home and in his fatherland he will be far more needed. Thou hast heard this thing whereof they are speaking everywhere, of which not seldom I have tidings brought. Now is it time to tell all things, 'tis time. Most weighty things, my brother. War among us. A war for Poland, brother. We'll be Poles. A war for certain. When I hastened here on secret embassy, our army's foreposts already stood upon the Nieman's shore. Napoleon gathers now a mighty host. Our Joseph, our Dombrowski, our White Eagles Our Polish hosts beside the Frenchmen march. Now are they on the way, and at the first sign from Napoleon they will cross the Niemen. Our brothers. Then our country shall awake. The judge, while listening, laid his glasses down. And gazing fixedly upon the priest, said not a while, but deeply sighed, and tears were circling in his eyes. At last he rushed upon the priest's neck, and embraced him. My Roback, cried he, is this but the truth? So many times deceived. Dost thou remember? They said, Napoleon now is coming, and we looked for him. They said, he is in Poland. He has the Prussians beaten, he will soon break through to us. And he, what then? He made at Tilsit peace, 166. Is this the truth? Art thou thyself deceived not? Truth, cried Roback, true as God in heaven. Oh, blessed be the lips that tell such news. The judge exclaimed, and raised both hands on high. Thou shalt thine embassy regret not, Roback, neither shall thy convent regret it. 20 sheep at choice I give unto the convent. Priest, thou yesterday didst burn to own my chestnut, and didst praise my bay. They shall immediately be harnessed this day unto thy wagon. Ask of me what thing thou wilt today, what pleases thee. I will not thee refuse. But as concerns this business with the Count, leave me in peace. He wronged me, and already have I sent a summons. Does this please thee? Then the priest, astonished, wrung his hands, and fixed his eyes upon the judge, his shoulders shrugged, and said, so when Napoleon bringeth liberty to Litva, when the whole world trembles, thou art thinking of a lawsuit? And yet more, thou, after all that I have said to thee, wilt sit here peaceably, with folded hands, when needful 'tis to act. To act, and how? The judge inquired. What? Hast thou read it not? Said Roback, from my eyes. Hast not thy heart yet told it thee? Ah! Brother, if thou hast still something in thee of Soplica blood, only consider. If the French in front should strike, and if the nation rise behind, what thinkest thou? Then let the horseman neigh, 167. Let the bear roar in Samagisha. Ah! If some 1,000 men, if but 500, should strike upon the Russians on their rear, then like a fire would insurrection spread around. If we might snatch from Muscovy their cannon, ensigns, then as conquerors come forth to hail our countrymen, the land's deliverers, we march. Napoleon, when he beholds our lances, will inquire, what army are ye? We reply, insurgents. O most illustrious Emperor, volunteers of Litva. He, beneath whose captaincy we are led by Judge Soplica. Ah! Who then will dare of Targowica but to whisper? Brother, while still the trees of Ponar stand, while flows the Niemen, shall Soplica's name be famed in Litva, and the capital of the Jagiellons shall point out thy grandsons and grandsons' sons, and say, behold, that man is a Soplica, sprung from those Soplicas who first made insurrection. But to that the judge, to me a lesser matter is. The talk of men, ne'er recked I much of praise. God is my witness, of my brother's sins. I am not guilty, never much I mixed in politics, my office exercising, and ploughing on my bit of land. But I, a noble am. I gladly would efface this stain upon my house. I am a Pole. Would gladly for my country aught achieve. Though yield my life up. Never greatly I. With sabre did excel, though men from me have taken blows. The world doth know them in the latest diets of Poland. I once challenged and wounded two Bozwiki, who, but this is of no moment. What is your opinion? Needs it that we should take the field at once? To gather marksmen is an easy thing. I have good store of powder, some few cannon are at the parish priest's house. I remember. Once Jankiel said that he had lance heads stored, which I could take at need. He brought them here. In secret and in packages prepared. From Königsberg. We will take them, and at once. We'll make the shafts. Of sabres we've no lack. The nobleman shall then on horseback mount. I and my nephew at their head, and somewhat shall be. O Polish blood! The Bernardine cried with deep feeling, and towards the judge he sprang with open arms, embracing him. True child of the Soplicas! Heaven designs thee to cleanse the sinning of thine exiled brother. I ever honored thee, but at this moment I love thee, as though we own brothers were. Let us prepare all things. But 'tis not time to go forth yet. I will myself appoint the place, and will to you proclaim the time. I know the Tsar sent lately couriers unto Napoleon, to beg for peace. War is not yet declared. But our Prince Joseph 168 has heard from Binion, a Frenchman, who is of the Emperor's council, that all these negotiations will but end in naught. That war will come to pass. The prince sent me as scout to give commands that the Litvini be ready to inform Napoleon, when he shall arrive, that Litva would again unite herself to Poland, to her sister. And that they ask that Poland be restored. And meanwhile, brother, it is needful you should with the Count agree. True 'tis that he eccentric is, and somewhat singular. But young, and honorable, a good Pole. We've need of such. In revolution such eccentric men are necessary. I can say this from experience, even fools may be of use, if they are honest, and beneath good governance. The Count's a lord, and he among the nobles has great weight. The district all will move, if that he stir in insurrection. Knowing his great riches, each nobleman will say, 'tis a sure thing. If lords are in it, I'll make haste at once to him. Let him the first declare himself. The judge replied, let him come here to me, and beg my pardon, for I am his elder, and I hold office. As concerns the suit, let it be judged by arbitration. But the Bernardine had slammed the door to. Well, a happy journey, said the judge. The priest mounted a wagon standing at the door. He touched the horses with his whip, and shook the reins upon their sides. The wagon swift vanished in clouds of mist. The monk's grey cowl alone rose here and there above the wreaths, like to a vulture o'er the clouds. The Wozni had long gone forth unto the county's house, as an experienced fox, when lured by smell of bacon, runs towards it, but as he knows well the wiles of hunters, as he runs, he stands, and sits still, raises up his tail, and with it towards his nostrils drives the wind, as with a fan, interrogates the wind, if maybe hunters have not poisoned the meat. Protasi went thus off the road, and circled by a field of hay around the house, pretending that he there perceived a vicious ox, thus making tax expert. He stood beside the garden, and he stooped. And ran. Thou wouldst have said he followed after a landrail, till he all at once sprang o'er the hedge, and entered in among the hemp. In this sweet-smelling, green, and thick-grown plant, round a house planted, lies a sure asylum for beast and man. Not seldom does a hare, surprised among the cabbages, spring out to hide among the hemp, than brushwood surer. For deep in the thick green no greyhound can o'ertake him, neither mastiff track him out. For the strong odor of the hemp, among the hemp a servant of the mansion can escape from whip or fist. There may he sit until his lord has stormed away his rage. And even peasants, or escaped recruits, while the authorities in forests seek them, do sit among the hemp. And hence in time of battles, seizures, raids, the parties both will spare no efforts to possess this stronghold of hemp, which to the house's front extends, beneath the well, and usually behind, does border on the hops. Protassi, though a bold man, yet felt not a little fear. The odor of the hemp recalled to him his past adventures as a Wozni, one after another, taking as his witness the hemp. How one time he with summons served a nobleman of Tels, a Zindalit, who, holding to his breast a pistol, ordered that he should crawl beneath the table. There recant his summons with a voice of cur. 169. How later Wulodkowicz 170 a proud lord, and insolent, who diets would disperse, and violate tribunals. And when he received official summons, tore the paper, and placing Haydux 171 at the door with sticks, himself upraised above the Wozny's head his naked rapier, crying, either die, or eat thy paper. So the Wozny made as he would eat it, like a prudent man, till, stealing to the window, in the garden of hemp he entered. At that time indeed 'twas no more Litvan custom to resist a summons by the sabre or the whip. And seldom did the Wozny hear at times a scolding. But Protassi could not know as yet this change of custom, since for long he had served no summons, though ready, though he would entreat the judge. The judge till now, through due respect to ancient years, refused the old man's prayers. Today this sacrifice he would accept from sheer necessity. The Wozny gazes, watches everywhere. 'Tis silent, slowly pushes he the hemp aside with both hands, parting wide the thicket of stalks, he glided onward through the plants. As dives a fish beneath the waves, he raised his head, but everywhere is silence round. He searches through the windows all the palace. Interior, 'tis empty all, he enters the gallery. Not fearless, he uplifts the latch, all void as an enchanted castle. He draws his summons forth, and reads aloud his declaration. At this moment he did hear a rattling, and he wished to fly, when some one from the doors towards him came. By good luck, some one known to him. 'Twas Roback. Both marveled. Plainly it was seen the Count had marched off somewhere with his household all, and in great haste, for all the doors stood wide. 'Twas seen he went off armed. 4 guns and rifles were strewn about the floor, and further on were ramrods, triggers, with the gunsmith's tools, wherewith they had the firearms late repaired, and gunpowder and paper for the making of cartridges. Was then the Count hunting, with all his servants gone. But what should mean these hand arms? Here a headless sabre, that Had rusty grown, here lay a beltless sword. No doubt a weapon had selected been from out that store, and even been disturbed. The ancient armory with he did row back. Both guns and swords consider, then he went towards the farm to get intelligence. While looking for the servants, to inquire about the count, he in the empty farm found hardly 2 old women, and from them he learned the master and his household train had marched tumultuously in arms to Debrecen. Throughout Lithuania widely had renown the settlement of the Dobrozinskis, through its mankind's courage and its women's beauty. In former days, 'twas numerous and strong. For when King John III by VIII 172 called a general levy, from this very Debrecen, the standard-bearer of the region led 200 nobles to him under arms. Today the family was fewer and poorer. In former days, in courts of lords, or in the army, or incursions, sedgmic broils, had the Dobrozinskis eaten bread of ease. Now, like the hireling peasantry, must they work for their living. They however wore not the peasant's russet but the white capote, with stripes of black, on Sundays the countess. Likewise the dress their noble ladies wore. The poorest even, from the jackets worn by peasant women was quite different. They wore fine calicoes and muslin gowns. And when they led the beasts to pasture, they went not in shoes of bark, but slippers wore. And they reaped corn, and even spun in gloves. And, mid their Litvan brothers the Dobrozinskis were by their tongue distinguished, by their stature, and by their features. Of pure Lechite blood, 173. Black hair had all, high foreheads, eagle noses, black eyes. They from the Debrecen land derive their ancient race, and though 400 years in Litva settled, they had still preserved their Mazov speech and customs. When a child of theirs received a name in christening, they chose for its saint a patron of the crown. 'Twas Saint Bartholomew, or Saint Matthias. Thus was the son of a Matthias named Bartholomew, his son again was called Matthias, and the women all were named Catherine or Mary. In such great confusion, to know apart each other they conjoined unto their surname other different names, from some defect or virtue, men and women. At times the men received cognomina in sign of countrymen's contempt or scorn. A noble sometimes by one name in Debrecen was known, and in the neighborhood around, by something other. And the nobles round would copy the Dobrozinskis, and assume, like them, such surnames, Imianiska 174 styled. Now well nigh every family has such. But 'tis not generally known that they in Debrecen had their origin, and there were necessary, though through all the rest of Litva the same custom only rose from senseless imitation. Thus Matthias Dobrozinski, head of all the family, was called the Weathercock. Then in the year 1794, he changed his surname, and was Zabok 175 named. And the Dobrozinskis christened him the Rabbit. But the Litvini Matthew of the Matthews. As he o'er the Dobrozinskis, so his house ruled o'er the hamlet, as it stood between the tavern and the church. Well might be known 'twas visited but rarely, and a rabble did dwell therein, for doorless stood the gate. The gardens were unfenced, unsown, the peach trees upon the borders were o'ergrown with moss. And yet this farm, the hamlet's capital, appeared, and shapelier than the other houses, far more extensive, and its right side, where a window stood, was built of brick. Besides, there was a storehouse, granary, and barn. A cattle shed, and stables. All were placed together in a group, by nobles' custom. All things seemed wonderful, decayed, and old. The houses' roofs were shining, as though formed of some green metal, from the moss and grass that grew thereon, luxuriant as a mead. Upon the barn thatch, like a hanging garden of various plants, red crocus, and the nettle. The yellow stonecrop, many-colored trails of mercury, the nests of various birds. Within the garrets pigeons, in the windows. The nests of swallows, at the house's threshold. White rabbits skip, and in the untrodden grass do burrow. In a word, the house resembled a cage or rabbit hutch. But it had once been fortified. For on each side it bore the trace of many and of fierce attacks. Still lying in the grass before the door, large as a child's head, was a cannonball of iron, come down from the Swedish wars. And formerly a door-wing open wide was by this ball as by a stone retained within the courtyard, from between the weeds and absinthe, rose the heads of ancient crosses. In this unconsecrated ground the sign that here lay some surprised by sudden death, who closely might consider storehouse, barn, and cottage, saw their walls all speckled o'er, from ground to roof, as by an insect swarm. In midst of every spot a bullet lurked, as in an earthy hole a humble bee. Around the doors all latches, hooks, and nails were cut asunder, or bore sabre marks. Here certainly the temper had been proved of steel of Sigismund, which severs nails from off the head, or cuts a hook straight through. Yet in the sword blade never comes a notch. Above Dobrzinski's door were coats of arms. Yet were the armorial bearings hidden quite by ranks of cheeses, thickly arched o'er by nests of swallows. In the house itself, coach house, and stable, was a weapon store, as in an ancient armory. Beneath the roof there hung 4 monstrous helmets, once the ornament of martial brows. Today the birds of Venus, pigeons, cooed therein, and cherished there their nestlings. In the stable a coat of mail upon the crib outspread, and ringed cuirass, as a manger served, in which the stable boy did clover throw to young colts. In the kitchen several rapiers the sacrilegious cook had blunted, placing the roast upon them, using them as spits. A horsetail, trophy from Vienna, served as winnower to a hand-mill. In a word, industrious Ceres thence had banished Mars, and with Pomona, Flora, and Vertumnus reigned o'er Dobrzinski's house and granary. But now the goddesses must yield again to Mars returning. At the dawn of day a messenger on horseback had appeared in Dobrzyn, hastening from house to house, arousing all as for the corvée. All the brother nobles rise, the streets are filled with crowds, a shout is in the tavern heard, and lights are seen within the priestly house. The old men counsel take, the young men saddle the horses, while the women hold them back. The boys all struggle forward. All are eager to run, to fight, but know not whom to fight, nor where, and willy-nilly they must stay. In the priest's dwelling lengthy council lasts, tumultuous, and confused fearfully. But as the opinions could not be agreed, it was at last resolved to lay before Father Matthias the whole business straight. Years 72 Matthias numbered. A hale old man, of lordly stature, he. An old confederate of Bar. 176 both friends and enemies remembered yet the strokes his curved Damascus sabre gave, which cut asunder pikes and lances like to straw. and which in jest received the modest name of Rod. He from Confederate became a royalist, and held with Tyzenhaus 177. The Lithuanian treasurer, but when the king acceded to the Targowica 178. Matthew once more the royal party left. So from his frequent change of politics, he formerly was called the weathercock. Since, like the weathercock, he changed his standard with every turn of wind. In vain it were to seek to know the cause of all these changes. Matthew perhaps loved fighting overmuch, and conquered on one side, would seek again for war upon another. Or, may be, in politics far-seeing, he had searched the spirit of the times, and wheresoe'er he saw his country's good, he thither went. But yet one thing was certain, the desire of glory, or vile gain, had lured him never. For never with the Muscovitish party he held, and if he only saw a Russian, he foamed, and writhed about. And when the land was conquered, not to meet a Muscovite, he kept within his own house, like a bear who sucks his paws, deep in the forest. 179. He had long since for the last time gone to war. To Wilna with Oginski, where they both together served beneath Jasinski, 180 there. He with the rod had wonders shown of courage. Well known it was that he, being all alone, had sprung from Praga's ramparts down, to rescue Pan Tadeusz 181 who, upon the battlefield deserted, wounds had gotten 23. 'Twas long supposed in Litva both were slain. But both returned, though riddled through like sieves. Soon as the war was over, Tadeusz, like to an honest man, would have repaid his benefactor, the Dobrzinski, richly. He gave him a 5-acre farm for life, and a yearly pension of 1,000 florins in gold assigned to him. But said Dobrzinski, let Tadeusz have Matthew, and not Matthew have Tadeusz, for a benefactor. Thus the farm refused he, and would take no pay. Returning to his house alone, he lived by labor of his hands, made hives for bees. For cattle medicine, he went to market to sell the partridges he snared, and game. In Dobrzyń there were sage old men enough who Latin understood, and in the courts from their youth upward had been exercised. There were a many richer. But of all the family, the poor, unlearned Matthew was highest honored, not alone as swordsman, renowned, by wielding of the rod, but as a man of sure and wise opinion, who the history of the country, and the clans traditions knew completely, and was skilled in law as husbandry, whose secrets knew of hunting, and of medicine. They even ascribed to him, the parish priest said no knowledge of strange and superhuman things. One thing is certain, that he perfectly did understand the changes of the air, and oftener than the farmer's almanac would rightly guess. No wonder, then, that whether the question were, when sowing to begin, to send off barges, or to reap the corn, or go to law, or an agreement close. Not but by his advice was done in Dobrzyń. The old man sought such influence not at all, rather desiring to be rid of it. He grumbled at his clients, oftenest. He thrust them forth in silence from his house. Advice he rarely gave, and not to all. In most important quarrels or disputes, he scarce, when they inquired, his sentence gave. And in not many words. 'Twas thought that he would sure take up the question of today, and would in person head the enterprise, because he greatly loved to fight from youth, and to the Russians was eternal foe. The old man through his lonely garden walked, singing the song, when morning dawn doth rise. 182. Right glad he was the weather clearer grew. The mist had not arisen yet on high, as it is wont to do when gather clouds, but still fell down. The wind spread out its hands, and stroked the mist, and smoothed it, spread it wide upon the meadow. Meanwhile, from above, the pale sun with 1,000 rays pierced through the web, and spread it o'er with gold and silver, and rosy hues, as when an artist pair in Slucco weave rich girdles, on the ground. A maiden sitting lades the loom with silk, and smooths the warp down with her hand. Meanwhile, a weaver from above throws down to her silver and golden threads, and purple colors, and flowers creating, so the wind today outspread the earth with wreaths of mist. The sun uplifted them, and Matthew sunned himself, and said his prayers, then to his husbandry betook himself. He gathered grass and leaves, and sat before his house, and gave a whistle. Upon this whistle, swift from out the earth, a flock of rabbits spring, upon the grass, like flowerets of narcissus, whitely gleam. Their long ears, and their little eyes beneath, glitter like blood-red rubies, thickly set on velvet of the green grass. On their hind legs, the conies rear. Each listens, looks, at last. The white-downed flock all run to the old man, allured by cabbage leaves. Unto his feet they spring, upon his knees, his shoulders. He himself like a white rabbit, loves to gather the conies thus around him, and to stroke their warm fur. But he with the other hand throws millet to the sparrows from his cap, and from the roof the chattering rabble flock. But as the old man thus did please himself, viewing that banquet, all at once the conies vanished beneath the ground, and to the roof the sparrow crowds before newcomers fly, who with quick steps now enter in the farm. The envoys these were from the assembly sent, of nobles in the priest's house, and they came to Matthew for advice. They from afar saluted him, low bowing, with these words. They welcomed him, "May Jesus Christ be praised." 183. "For ever and ever, Amen," he replied. But when he heard the weight of their commission, within his cottage he invited them. They entered, sat upon a bench. The first of these ambassadors stood in the midst, and now began his sentence to unfold. Meanwhile a crowd of other nobles came. All the Dobrzinskis nearly, of the neighbors. Several from Zashianki round about. Armed and unarmed, in chaises and in cars. On foot and horseback. Carriages were stayed, and ponies to the birch trees tied, around the house they gather, curious of the issue. The room was full already, in the hall they gather. Others in the windows thrust their heads, and list attentive the discourse. Book. Chapter 7. Council. The sound and salutary counsels of Bartek, called the Prussian, the soldierly appeal of Matthew the Baptist, the politic opinion of Buckman, Jankiel counsels a reconciliation, which is severed by the penknife, the speech of Gervasy, wherein are exhibited the great effects of diet eloquence, protestation of old Matthew, the sudden arrival of warlike reinforcements breaks off council, down with Soplica. In order do their envoy Bartek now commenced his speech. He, as he often went on rafts unto the kingdom, had been named the Prussian by his fellow countrymen. In jest, for greatly did he hate the Prussians, although he loved to talk of them. A man advanced in years, in his far journeys he had seen much of the world, a constant reader of the gazettes, well versed in politics. In Matthew's absence he was usually the president of council. This is not. Sir Matthias, my brother, and good father. Of all of us, this is no empty promise. I'd count upon the French in time of war. As on 4 aces. 'Tis a warlike people. And since the days of Thaddeus Kosciuszko, the world has ne'er seen such a martial genius as the great Emperor Bonaparte. I well remember when the Frenchmen crossed the Warta. That time beyond the frontier I was staying. During the year of 1806. I was with Danzig trading, but I have in Posen many relatives. I went to visit them. And therefore with Pan Joseph Grabowski, now commanding officer. But who at that time in a village lived near Objeziers, I hunted some small game. Peace then was in Great Poland, as is now in Lithuania, but a sudden rumor spread all at once of a terrific battle. An envoy sent by Todwin came to us. Grabowski read the letter through, and cried out, Jena, Jena. The Prussians have been beaten. Upon the head, the neck. A victory. I, lighting from my horse, fell on my knees to thank the Lord. We rode into the town, as though on business, as we knew of not. And there we saw the Landrath, Hofraths, all commissioners, and all such sons of dogs. They all bow low to us, each trembling, pale. Like Prussian insects 184 deluged with hot water. Rubbing our hands, and laughing, we entreat. Humbly for news, we ask, what news of Jena, 185? They marveled that already we should know. Of their defeat, the Germans cry, ach Gott. Oh where? They went back home, and from their houses. They ran as fast as feet could carry them. Oh! What a scramble! All the roads were full of fugitives. The German folk like ants crawled fast away, the carriages ran on, which there the folk call wagon and fornelken. Men, women, carrying pipes and coffee pots, and dragging pillows, feather beds. They hurried as best they might. But we in silence went to council, hey! On horseback, to confound retreating of the Germans. Now to smite the Landraths on the necks, and flog the Hofraths. And catch the Herren offizier by their pigtails. But our General Dombrowski did enter Posen, and he brought the Emperor's command to insurrection. In 1 week. Our men so soundly had the Prussians thrashed and driven them away, thou couldst not get a German, even for medicine. Suppose we also should thus nimbly turn about, and with such speed, and here in Litva make just such another bath for Muscovy. 186. Ha! What dost thou think, Matthew? If the Russians contend with Bonaparte, it were no jest to fight with him. He is the greatest warrior in all the world, and he has countless armies. Ha! What does Matthew think, our Father Rabbit? He ended. All await old Matthew's sentence. Matthew nor moved his head, nor raised his eye. But only many times he struck his hand upon his side, as though he sought his sabre. Though since the land's partition he had worn no sabre, yet from ancient habit, when he heard the mention of the Muscovites, he moved his hand towards his left side eye, as though to wield his rod, and thence was he called Zabok. 187. Now he lifted up his head. They listen in deep silence. But Matthias deceived the general expectation, for a cloud hung o'er his brow, and once again his head sank down upon his breast. At length he spoke, pronouncing slowly every word with emphasis, and nodded to T in time. Silence, he said, whence cometh all this news? How far off are the French? Who is their leader? Have they begun already war with Russia? Where, and for what? And whence are they to march? What is their strength? What foot, and what of horse? Who knoweth, let him speak. Then silent all. The assembly, gazing each on each. I gladly, the Prussian said, would wait the Bernardine. For the news comes from him. Meantime we must send to the frontier trusty spies, and arm the district all in secret. And meanwhile, conduct the whole thing prudently, so as not to betray our plans unto the Russians. Ha! Wait. And bark. Put off. A second Matthew broke in, the Baptist christened, from a great club, which he called the Sprinkler. 'Twas with him. Today. He on its body leaned both hands. And on the handle did support his chin. Exclaiming, wait. Delay. Hold Sedgmix. Ham. Trem. Brem. And then to fly. I have not been in Prussia. Kingdom reasons good for Prussia. But for me nobles reason. This I know. That whoso wants to fight, has but to grasp a sprinkler. Who will die, call in the priest. And thus be quits. I want to live, to be. What is the Bernardine? Are we then schoolboys? What's Roback 188 unto me? Let us be worms. And on to gnaw at Muscovy. Trem. Brem. Spies, scouts. Do you know, you there, what this means? It means you're old men, and incapable brothers. 'Tis weasel's work to ferret out. A Bernardine's to beg, but mine, to sprinkle. To sprinkle, and be quits. And here he stroked his club, and after him the crowd of nobles shouted full loudly, sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. The Baptist side supported was by Bartek 189. Surnamed the Razor, from his thin-edged sword. Likewise by Matthew, who was named the Bucket. From a great rifle which he bore. With throat so wide that he from it, as from a pail, could pour a torrent of a dozen bullets. Both shouted, long live Baptist with the sprinkler. The Prussian tried to speak, his words were drowned by tumult and by laughter. They exclaimed, away, thou Prussian coward! He who is a coward, let him hide himself beneath a hood of Bernardine. Old Matthew then slowly upraised his head, and then the noise began to cease a little. Mock not, said he. At Roback, 'tis a tough blade of a priest. That tiny worm has not a bigger nut than you. I saw him only once, he scarce had cast a glance, I knew at once the game. The priest did turn away his eyes, as fearing that I should deign confess him. But all that is no affair of mine, there's much in this to talk about. He never will come here. 'Tis vain to call the Bernardine to us. If all this news proceed from him, who knows with what intent? A devil of a priest it is. If not, you know beside such news. Why come you here, and what more do you wish? War, cried they. What war? Asked he. They replied, war with the Muscovites. To fight, Hey! Down with the Muscovites! The Prussian shouted unceasingly, and ever raised his voice, until he gained a hearing, part by bowing, and partly by his thin and noisy speech. I too desire to fight, he cried, and smote with both hands on his breast. Although I bear no sprinkler, with a barge pole once I gave good christening to 4 Prussians at a time, Who would have drowned me in the foamy Pregal? You're a bold fellow, Bartek. Baptist cried. Good. Sprinkle, sprinkle. But then, sweetest Jesus. We first must know with whom to fight, and why. Must tell it to the world, the Prussian cried. For who will follow us? Where shall they march? When, whither go, when we ourselves don't know? Brother nobility. Ye noble sirs. Good gentlemen. We must have judgment, we must order have and regularity. Ye wish for war. Let us confederate, 190. Let us consider how we shall unite. And underneath whose staff? So was it in Great Poland, we the Germans saw retreat. What did we? We in secret did advise. We armed the nobles, and the peasant throng. When ready, we did wait Dombrowski's orders. At last. Heyday. To horse. We rose at once. I beg a hearing, the commissary 191. From Klecko cried. A young man, handsome, dressed in German fashion. Buckman was he called. But yet he was a Pole, in Poland born. 'Twas not for certain known if he descended from nobles. But none asked concerning that. And all respected Buckman, as he served. A great lord, a good patriot was, and versed in learning. He from foreign books had learned the art of husbandry, and with good order performed the administration of the lands. From politics he sage conclusions drew. By writing smooth and elegant could make himself renowned. And therefore all were still. When he began to speak. I beg a hearing. Repeated he, and coughed 3 times. He bowed. And thus with sounding lips he clattered forth. The previous speakers, in their eloquent speeches, have touched on all the vital points. And chiefest, they have the discussion raised unto a higher standard. Unto me remains alone to blow unto one fire these scattered thoughts and reasonings. I have hopes to reconcile all contrary opinions. 2 parts in the discussion have I marked. Division is already made, I go by this division. First of all, for what shall we make insurrection? In what spirit? This is the first and foremost vital question. The second question doth concern itself with revolutionary government. And this division is right excellent. Only I fain would have it t'other way. First to begin with government. As soon as government I understand, therefrom I may deduce its spirit and its aim. So, as to government, as I glance o'er the history of all humankind, what in it? Observe I that the savage human race, scattered in forests, herd together, bind themselves together for their mutual defense, they this consider, and this is the first of counsels. Each one then lays down a portion of his proper liberty for general good, and this is the first statute. From whence, as from a fount, all legislation doth flow. We therefore see that government is by agreement framed, proceeding not, as some judge wrongly, from the will of God, but on a mutual contract government. The rather is supported. And division of powers is but a needful consequence. There you have contracts of Kew or Minsk. Old Matthew cried out, truly Babin rule. 192. Pan Buckman, whether God sent us the Tsar, or 'twere the devil, I'll not quarrel with you. But only tell us how to oust the Tsar. Aye. That's the knotty point. The Baptist cried. If I might spring up to the throne, and with my sprinkler plash and wet the Tsar, no more by any contract would he I return. Of Q, of Minsk, or any Buckman treaty. Nor could his priests by power divine restore him. Nor by the power of Beelzebub. I call him a bold fellow, who will sprinkle. Buckman. Your speech, good sir, was very eloquent. But eloquence is froth and hum. To sprinkle. That's the chief thing. Just so, hissed forth. Rubbing both hands together, Bartek, named Razor, from Matthew to the Baptist running. Like shuttle thrown from one side of a loom. Across its length unto the further side. Only thou Matthew with the rod, and thou Matthew with club, agree, by heaven. We shall smash the Muscovites to bits, the all will go beneath the orders of the rod. Command is good, said Baptist, for parade. One order in the Kauno brigade we had, short and pithy, frighten, but yourselves. Be not afraid. Fight, but surrender not. March forward often, deal blows thickly round. Whiz. Whiz. Yes, those the orders are for me. Replied the all, why write an act? Waste ink. We must confederate. Why is all this coil? Our Matthew be the marshal, and the rod his staff. Long live, cried Baptist, Weathercock. The nobles answered, long the sprinkler live. But in the corners rose a murmur, though 'twas stifled in the midst, 'twas seen the council was now divided in two parties. Buckman said, never praise I unanimity. That is my system. Someone else exclaimed. I lay my veto down, 193 some from the corners. Re-echoed him. At last a rough voice spoke. The nobleman Skaluba late arrived. What's this here, you Dobrzinskis? What is doing? And we, are we then outlaws? When we were invited hither from our settlement. And by the Kluksnik Rembajlo Mopenku. They told us that some great things should be done. Not only the Dobrzinski family, but the whole district, whole nobility. Therein should be concerned, and Roback talked. In a like manner, though he never finished. And indistinctly spoke, and darkly he explained himself. At last, the end of ends. We rode here, and by couriers summoned all our neighbors. And you are not here alone. Masters Dobrzinski. We are full 200. From various other farmsteads of us here. So let us all take counsel. If a marshal be needed, let us all proclaim him, be the ballot equal. Live equality. 2 Terejwicks then, for Stypolkosi. 3 Mickiewicz cried aloud, long live equality. Skaluba's side upholding. And Buckman meanwhile, unanimity. Were ruin. And the Baptist said, we'll do. Without your help. Long live our marshal, Matthew. Of Matthews. Hey! Unto the staff. Loud shouted. All the Dobrzinskis, we entreat you. But the stranger nobles, we permit it not, 194. So in 2 parties was the crowd divided. Each nodding in defiance to the rest. One crying, we permit it not. The others. We do entreat you. But old Matthew still, alone unmoving, in the center sat. And the sole head immovable was his. There opposite to him the Baptist stood. With both hands leaning on his club. But round his head he kept turning, leaning on its top. Like to a gourd fixed on a lofty pole. And forward now back, alternately. He nodded, and unceasing, sprinkle, sprinkle. Exclaimed. Along the room unquiet razor. Ran from the Baptist unto Matthew's bench. The bucket slowly passed across the room. From the Dobrzinskis to the nobleman. As though he would unite them. one cried out. Unceasing, shave, the other, deluge, Matthew was silent, but 'twas plainly seen that he was angry. And this uproar raged a quarter of an hour, when from amid the heads of all the shouting crowd upsprang a shining column high. It was a rapier, a fathom long, a whole span broad, and sharp. On either side, it was a Teuton sword of steel of Nuremberg. All silence kept, gazing upon the sword. Who carried it? They knew not, but immediately they guessed. The penknife, they exclaimed, long live the penknife. Hail to the penknife! Jewel of Rembejlo! Hail to Rembejlo, Nachipate, half-goat! Mopanku! Soon Gervasi, for 'twas he, pressed through the crowd into the chamber's midst, and made the penknife's blade to flash around, lowering the point in sign of a salute. To Matthew said, the penknife bows unto the rod. My brothers, nobles of Dobrazinski, I come not here to counsel you in aught. I'll only tell you why I brought you here. And what to do, how do't, yourselves decide. Ye know that long a rumor goeth round the nobles' farmsteads, that great things shall be done in the world. Friar Roback spoke of this. Ye all know. Aye. We know, they cried. Good, good. Unto the wise, pursued the orator. With penetrating glance, 2 words suffice. 195. Is this not true? Aye, true indeed, they said. When the French emperor, the Kluxnik spoke, shall march from there, the Russian Tsar from there. War follows, twixt the Tsar and emperor. Kings fall to loggerheads with kings, as is the custom among monarchs. And shall we sit still when great folks other great men throttle? Let us the lesser strangle, each his own. From high to low, the great, the small. The small. As soon as we begin to strike, down falls the whole confederacy of knaves. Thus flourish happiness and the republic. Is not this true? 'Tis true, they said, as though he read it from a book. True, did repeat the Baptist, sprinkle, sprinkle, and be quits. I'm ready I to shave, the razor cried. Do but agree, the bucket courteously entreated, under whose command to go. Baptist and Matthew. Buckman interrupted. Let fools agree. Discussions never hurt the public cause. I beg you to be still. Let's listen, for the cause hereby will gain. The Kluxnik from a new point will discuss it. Rather, the Kluxnik said, from my great age, 'tis meet for me to think of weighty things. To do that there's an emperor, there will be a king, a senate, deputies. Such things, Mopanku, are in Krakow done, or Warsaw. But not among us here in Dobrzyn. Not. On chimneys with a piece of chalk are written Confederation Acts, nor in a barge. On parchment are they written. Not for us to write an act, for Poland has alike Crown and Lithuanian writers, our forefathers. Proceeded thus. My business is to slay with the penknife. Mine to splash with sprinkler, said the Baptist. And to pierce through with the awl, cried Bartek of the awl, his slender sword producing. All of us, the Kluxnik said. I take as witnesses. For did not Roback say that before you in your house receive Napoleon, you must sweep the dirt away? Ye all heard that. Do ye all understand? Who traitorously slew the best of Poles? Who robbed him, plundered, yet would wrest away the remnant from the true inheritor? Who is he? Must I tell you? 'Tis Soplica. The villain, broke in bucket, fie. The tyrant. Hissed Razor forth. Then sprinkle him, said Baptist. If he's a traitor, Buckman said, then to the gallows. Down, cried all, down with Soplica. But here the Prussian dared to undertake defending of the judge, and to the nobles. He cried, with lifted arms, my brothers. No. Ah. No. By God's wounds. What is this new thing? Sir Kluxnick, are you mad? Were we then speaking of this? Because a man at one time had a mad and outlaw brother, shall we then chastise him for his brother? That were Christian. There is some plotting of the counts in this. To say the judge was hard upon the nobles is falsehood. Heaven forbid that it were truth. It is yourselves would summon him to law. But he seeks concord with you. Freely he doth yield his own, he pays the mark beside. He has a suit against the count, what then? They both are rich, let lord contend with lord. What's that to us? The judge a tyrant. He did first forbid the peasant to bow down to earth before him, saying that was sin. Not seldom at his house a company of peasants, I myself have seen, sit down with him at table. For his peasantry. He pays the taxes, and it is not so. In Klecko, though you rule there, Master Buckman. In German fashion. What? The judge a traitor. We have known each other from the lowest form. Good was he as a child, and now the same. He loveth Poland more than all things. He keeps Polish customs, and no entrance gives to Russian fashions. Oft as I return from Prussia, wishing to wash off the German, I go to Soplicowo, as the centrum of Polish manners, there one may drink in and breathe one's country. Heaven forbid. Dobrazinskis. I am your brother, but I will not let the judge be wronged, and this shall come to naught. It was not, brothers, in Great Poland so. What spirit and what concord! Dear to Emry. None there with such a trifle dared to mar our counsel. 'Tis no trifle, said the Kluxnick. To hang up rascals. Louder grew the murmur. Then Jankiel begged the hearing, on a bench. He sprang, he stood, and raised above their heads his beard like tavern bush, that hung far down unto his girdle. With his right hand he did slowly doff his cap of fox's skin, and with his left composed again his gown, disordered. Then his left hand he replaced upon his girdle, and thus made discourse with fox-skin kolpak bowing all round. Now, Sirs Dobrazinski, I'm a Jew myself. The judge to me is neither kith nor kin. I honor the Soplicas as right good masters, and as my landlords. I respect all the Dobrazinskis likewise, all the Barteks and Matthews, all as neighbors very good and benefactors. But I tell you this. If you do any violence to the judge, 'tis very wrong. Maybe you'll conquer, kill. But the assessors, and the Spronic, 196 prison. For in the Soplicowo village is a band of soldiers, Jaegers 197 all. The assessor is in the house, and if he only whistle, they'll muster there, and come as though on purpose. And what will be? If for the French you wait. The French are still far off, the way is long. I am a Jew, I nothing know of war. But I was in Bielica, where I saw Jews from the very frontier, and they say, the Frenchmen stand on the Lososna River. And if there's war, 'twill not be till the spring. Now, thus I say, wait yet a little time. The Soplicowo house is not a booth that one can take down, put into a wagon, And drive away. The mansion as it stood will stand until the spring. The judge is not a Jew upon a lease, he will not fly. You'll find him there next spring. And now, go home. And do not talk aloud of what has been. For talking is in vain. And if it please the noble gentleman, I beg you come with me. My Sarah has a little jankiel. I will treat all today, and have great music. I'll order bagpipes, bass viol, 2 fiddles. And Master Matthew loves old July mead. And a new mazurka. I have new mazurkas. And I have taught my boys to sing right well. The generally beloved jankiel's speech went to their hearts. A cry arose, a shout of joy, a murmur of consent went round. Behind the very house, when with the penknife Gervasy pointed unto Jankiel. The Jew sprang down, he vanished in the crowd. The Kluxnik cried, away, Jew. Never thrust thy fingers between doors, this thee concerns not. Because you trade, Sir Prussian, with a pair of miserable barges, that belong unto the judge, you strain your throat for him. Have you forgotten then, Mopanku, how your father floated down to Prussia 20 barges belonging to Horeszkos, whereby he did enrich himself and family? And even all of you, who are in Dobrzen. You old men may remember, you, young men, have heard, the Pantler was to all of you a father and a benefactor. Whom sent he commissioner to his Pinsk estates? 'Twas a Dobrzinski. Who were his accountants? Dobrzinskis. And his stewardship, finances. To none except Dobrzinskis did he trust. Your interests he promoted in the courts. He got you bread of favor from the king. He sent your children, at his own expense, to school to the Pijeri fathers, 198 paid their board and clothing, and at his expense advanced them when grown up. Why did he this? Because he was your neighbor. And today, Soplica's borders touch upon your frontier. When did he ever aught of good to you? Nothing whatever, Bucket now broke in. For from a petty noble he grew up. And how he puffs himself with pride, faw. Faw. How lifts he up his nose? Do you remember? I asked him to my daughter's wedding. I was drinking, but he would not drink. Says he. I cannot drink like all you noblemen. You nobles drink like fishes. There's a magnate. A delicate dish of flour of Marymont. 199. He drank not, down his throat we poured the wine. He cried, you wrong me. Well then, wait a bit. And from my bucket I will deluge thee. The wretch, cried Baptist, oh. I'll sprinkle him. My son, he was a prudent boy, but now he is grown so stupid that they call him Bustard. 200. The judge is caused that he is such a fool. I said, why creepest thou to Soplicowo? If there I catch thee may the Lord defend thee. Again he went to see Sophia, lying in wait among the hemp. I caught him, and I laid about his ears at once, he bleated and whimpered, as he were a little boy. Father, although you kill me, I must go. And he kept whimpering. What is the matter? And then he told me that he loved Sophia. He wished to look upon her. I was sorry for the poor fellow. So unto the judge I said, Judge, give Sophia to the bustard. He said, she's young as yet, wait 3 years more. See what she wish herself. The wretch. He lied. He's now betrothing her to somebody. I've heard so. I will creep in at the wedding. And with my sprinkler sanctify their couch. And shall such villain, said the Kluxnik, be a ruler? Shall he ruin ancient lords? His betters? Shall he make to perish both? Horeszkos' name and race? Where in the world is gratitude? It is not here in Debrecen. Brothers, you wish to fight the Russian Tsar. And fear to fight the house of Soplicowo. You are afraid of prison. Should I counsel you unto murder? Heaven forbid it. Nobles and brothers, by the law I take my stand. The Count in very truth has gained the suit. Has gained already not a few decrees. It but remains to put in execution. So was it formerly. The tribunal wrote a decree, the nobles would enforce it. Most chiefly the Dobrozinskis, and your glory thus grew in Litva. You yourselves, Dobrozinskis, in the Mysk Foray fought against the Russians. Led by Wojciech, the Russian general. And by a villain who was friend to him. Wolk of Logomoix. You remember how we made Wolk our prisoner, how we wished to hang him on a beam, inside a barn. Because he was a tyrant to the peasants. As well as servant to the Muscovites. But as those foolish peasants pitied him, I had to spit him elsewhere on my penknife. I will not here recall you other raids. Without a number, whence you always came. With booty and applause, as suiteth nobles. Why speak of this? Today the Count in vain. Your neighbor, urges suit, procures decrees. And none of you will the poor orphan help. Heir of that Pantler, who so many fed. No friend now has he. Only me, the Kluxnik. And this most faithful penknife here of mine. The sprinkler also, said the Baptist. Where thou art, Gervasy, there will I be too. And while I have a hand, and it can plash. Plash in my hand. For two are two. By heaven. Gervasy mine, thou hast a sword, and I. My sprinkler, and I'll sprinkle well, and thou shalt hew them down. And so whiz. Whiz. Plash. Plash. And let them talk. And here is Bartek too. The razor said, my brothers won't reject me. And when you lather, I will shave away. And I, the bucket said, will march with you. And if we cannot make the rest agree. About the choice of marshal, what are votes? And balls to me? Another sort of ball. For me. Here from his pouch he drew a handful of bullets, and he clinked them in his hand. Here are the balls, he cried, into the judge. With all the balls. With you. Skaluba cried. We'll join with you, wherever you are, we shall also be. Long live the Horeszkos. Live the half-goats. Long the Kluxnik live, Rembajlo. Down with Soplica. Thus the eloquent Gervasy drew all hearts along with him. For each one had some grievance gainst the judge. As usual is with neighbors. One complained of damage, one about a clearing, one about infringement of a boundary. The rest were moved by envy of his wealth. But hatred did unite them all. They pressed around the Kluxnik, lifting up on high their clubs and sabers. Matthew, hitherto gloomy, immovable, now from the bench arose, and strode into the chamber's midst. And planted firm his hands upon his sides. And looking straight before him shook his head. He raised his voice, and slowly every word pronounced, with emphasis and weight, ye fools. Ye fools. And fools ye are. Who cometh to the mill may grind upon you. So then, while the council talked of Poland's resurrection, the common weal, ye fools, there were disputes among ye. Ye could not, ye fools, discourse together, nor in order, or appoint a leader over you, ye fools. But let one urge your private grievances, ye fools. Then is there concord mid you. Get you gone. For as I Matthew am, by many millions, hundred of many thousands, cartloads, tons, wagons, casks full of devils. 201. All were silent, as struck by thunder, till a fearful cry arose behind the house, long live the Count. He entered, riding in the Matthew's farm, himself well armed. 10 armed jockeys followed. The Count was mounted on a gallant steed, clad all in black, a wide cloak over all, nut brown, of cut Italian, without sleeves, like a great veil, and fastened by a clasp. About the neck, did o'er his shoulders fall. He wore a broad hat with a feather, and he bore a sword. Round turning, with the sword, the assembly he saluted. Live the Count! They cried, with him we'll live and die. The nobles peeped from the cottage windows, following the Kluxnik, pressing nearer to the door. The Kluxnik went out, and the crowd rushed forth behind him through the doors. Matthias drove out. The others closed the door, and drew the bolt. But looking from the window once again, said, fools. Meanwhile the nobles flocked around the Count, and went into the tavern. Now Gervasy recollected former times. 3 girdles from their garments he commands. They bring him. Buy them from the tavern vault. He dragged 3 casks, the one containing mead, the other vodka, and the third held beer. He drew the bung out. With a murmur spurted 3 streams forth, one like silver white, the other red as a bloodstone, yellow was the third. They in a threefold rainbow play on high, and in 1,000 barrels falling, hum. Within 100 glasses loudly shout the noblemen. Some drink, some wish the Count 100 years, all cry, down with Soplica. In silence Jankiel meanwhile had escaped upon a barebacked steed. The Prussian, likewise, unheard, though still he eloquently spoke, tried to escape. The nobles him pursued, crying, he was a traitor. Far apart Mickiewicz stood, nor shouted, nor advised, but from his mien that he some evil thing concocted, plain was seen. So to their swords. And hey! He backward drew, and made a stand. Leaning against the hedge, went to his aid. Sprang Zahn and the 3 Czechsots. After that, the nobles were dispersed. But in this stir, 2 on the hand were wounded, 1 received a cut upon the ear, the others mounted on horseback. Then Gervasy and the Count arrange the ranks, distribute arms, commands. At last all down the settlement's long street gallop, loud shouting, down, down with Soplica. Book Chapter 8. The Foray. The Wojcicki's astronomy, the Chamberlain's observations on comets, mysterious scene in the judge's apartment, Thaddeus, trying to extricate himself cleverly, gets into great trouble, the new Dido, the Foray, the last protestation by the Woźny, the Count captures Soplicowo, storm, carnage, Gervasy as butler, the banquet of the Foray. Before a storm a still and gloomy hour comes, while the cloud that soars o'er human heads stands still, and with a threatening countenance restrains the breath of winds. Silent, it runs around the earth with eyes of lightning, marking the spots whereon its thunders shall be cast, one after the other. Now this hour of stillness came in the house of Soplicowo. Well, one might suppose that some presentiment of strange events forthcoming sealed all lips. and raised all spirits to the land of dreams. The supper o'er, the judge and guests went forth into the court to enjoy the evening air. They sit upon the banks all spread with turf. The company, with still and gloomy cheer, looked up into the sky, which seemed to lower itself, and narrower grow, and evermore to approach the earth, till both beneath the veil of darkness hidden, like a loving pair, began their secret converse, by their sighs suppressed their love confessing, by their whispers, by murmurs, and by soft tones half aloud, that formed a wondrous music of the evening. The owl began it, from the gable roof, hooting, and with the rustling of their wings. The bats did whisper, near the house they flew, where window panes and human faces gleamed. But nearer moths, the sisters of the bats, circled in swarms, lured by the garments white worn by the women. Most they teased Sophia, striking against her face and her bright eyes, mistaking them for lights. And in the air, a mighty ring of insects gathered round, playing like spheres of an harmonica. Sophia's ear distinguished, mid the thousand murmurs, the chord of humming of the flies, and a false semitone the gnats created. The evening's concert in the fields was scarce begun, for its musicians even now their instruments were tuning, now 3 times. The landrail screeched, the mead's first violin. Now from afar the bittern's bass again re-echoed him from out the marsh. And now the woodcocks, rising upwards, circled round, and shrieked once, twice, as beating upon drums. Finale to the murmurs of the flies, and the birds' cries. A double chorus woke of 2 ponds, as among the Caucasus. Those lakes enchanted, silent in the day, but musical at evening. One pond, with bright water and a sandy shore, gave forth a solemn low sigh from its azure breast. The other pond, with muddy depths, and throat more hoarse, replied with passionate grieving cry. In both were singing countless hordes of frogs. Both choirs were tuned unto 2 great accords. One seemed fortissimo, the other soft and piano. One appeared to cry aloud, the other merely sighed. Thus through the fields each pond held converse with the other pond, like 2 Aeolian harps, that in their play answered each other. Thicker grew the dusk, and only in the grove, and round the osiers, upon the brook, were gleaming wolfish eyes, like candles, far along the horizon's verge. The fires of shepherds' camps gleamed here and there. At last the moon uplit her silver torch. She issued from the thicket, and illumed both sky and earth. From twilight now unveiled, they slept beside each other, like to happy consorts. The heaven in its pure arms embraced the bosom of the earth, by moonlight silvered. Now opposite the moon 1 star, and then another, now 1,000 gleamed, 1,000,000 now twinkled. At the head of them shone bright Castor, together with his brother Pollux. Among the ancient Slavs called Lel and Polel 202. Now in the zodiac of the common folk, rechristened. One named Litva, and the other the crown. 203. The 2 scales of the heavenly balance shine further on. The Lord, upon the day of the creation, as our old men tell, weighed all the planets and the earth in turn. Upon them, ere into the deeps of space helaunched their weights. The golden balance then he hung in heaven, therefrom men received the model of their scales and balances. Towards the north the starry circle shines of that famed sieve 204, through which the Lord, they say, the rye grain sifted, which from heaven he threw to Father Adam, banished from the garden Of pleasure for his sin. A little higher. Stands David's chariot 205 ready for career. Its long beam pointing to the polar star. The ancient Litvans of this chariot knew. That common people wrongly call it David's. It is an angel's car. In it, ere time, rode Lucifer, when he defied the Lord. And drove on headlong by the Milky Way. To heaven's threshold, until Michael hurled him down from his car. And cast it from the road. Now broken, doth it roll among the stars. The archangel Michael suffers not repair. And this too know we from the old Litvini. But they no doubt first learned it from the rabbins. That dragon of the zodiac, long and great. 206. Who winds his starry folds across the sky. Whom sages wrongly have the serpent called. No snake is, but a fish, Leviathan. Ere time he dwelt within the seas, but after the deluge from the lack of water died. So angels hung him on the vault of heaven. Partly for his strange figure, and in part as a remembrance. They suspended there his lifeless remnants, as the priest of Mir once hung up in his church the fossil ribs and vertebrae of giants. 207. Such old stories about the stars which he had learned from books, or from tradition knew, the Wojski told. Although the ancient Wojski's sight was weak at evening, and he could through spectacles see not in heaven, he knew by heart the names and figures of each constellation there. And so he pointed out their every place and orbit of their motion. Few today listened to him, or heeded not at all. The sieve, the dragon, or the scales. Today, a new guest, hitherto unseen in heaven, had drawn all eyes and thoughts unto itself. This was a comet of first magnitude 208. And power, that in the west appeared, and flew towards the north, and with a blood-red eye looked askance on the chariot, as it would assume the empty place of Lucifer. It threw long tresses backward, and therein enwrapped the third part of the heavens, and gathered as in a net 1,000 stars 209 and drew them after it, and measured ever higher to northward with its head, and pointed straight up to the polar star. With unexpressed foreboding, the Litvanian folk each night gazed on this heavenly wonder, and therefrom deduced ill omen, as from other signs. For they too often heard the cries of birds, ill-omened, who in flocks on desert plains gather, and whet their beaks, as they expect corpses. Too often marked they how the dogs tore up the earth, and as though scenting death, howled fearfully, portending war or famine. The guardians of the forest had beheld the maiden of the pestilence pass through the cemetery, she whose brow is high above the highest trees, and whose left hand waveth a blood-stained cloth. 210. Hence various conclusions drew, while standing by the hedge, the barn-keeper, who came to give account of farm work, and the district writer, with the bailiff whispering. But on the seats of turf before the house, the chamberlain sat, he broke in upon the guest's discourse. It might be known he gathered voice to speak, and his great snuff-box in the moonlight shone entirely of pure gold, with brilliance set. The portrait of King Stanislaus in midst. Behind a glass, he tapped thereon, took snuff, and spoke thus: Master Thaddeus, your talk about the stars is but an echo of. I much prefer the things you heard at school. To talk of wonders with the ignorant. I too attended lectures on the stars. 2 years in Wilna, where the Pusanina, a rich and learned lady, gave the rent. A hamlet of 200 peasants yielded To purchase various telescopes and glasses. Priest Poxabit 211, a most illustrious man. Was then observer, and of the academy. At that time rector. He, however, left. At last his chair and telescope, returning. Unto his convent, to his peaceful cell. And there he made most exemplary end. I likewise am acquainted with Sniadecki 212. Who is extremely learned, though a layman. But your astronomers consider planets only as citizens may view a carriage. They know if to the capital it go. Before the king, or from the suburbs goes. Beyond the frontier, but who rides therein? For what? Whereof he with the king discoursed. Or if the king has sent his envoy forth. With war, or as a messenger of peace. They know not. In my time I recollect. How when Branicki 213 drove his chariot. To Jasso, and behind this wicked car. A train of Targowica traders drew. The train resembling of that comet there. The simple people then, although they ne'er in public councils mixed, at once could guess. That train the omen of some treason was. 'Twas said the people to this comet gave the name of Broom, and said 'twould sweep away 1,000,000. With a bow the Wojski answered. True, most illustrious, powerful chamberlain. I recollect now what was told to me. Once as a little boy. I recollect. Though at that time I was not 10 years old. When in our house I saw the late Soplica 214. Commander in the army, and who later became court-martial of the crown. And died. At last Grand Chancellor of Litva, aged 110 years. He, in the time of John III, was at Vienna under the standard of the Hetman Jablanovsky. Well then, the Chancellor related how, when John III on horseback mounted, when the papal legate blessed him on the way, and when the Austrian ambassador did kiss his feet, and held the stirrup ready, Count Wilczek the ambassador was named. The king exclaimed, see what is doing in heaven. They looked, behold, a comet sailed o'erhead. By that same way whereby Mohammed's armies marched on, from east to west. And later on, Priest Bartoszewski wrote a panegyric upon the triumph of Krakow, by the title of Orientis Fulmen, saying much about this comet. I have likewise read about it in the work Janina titled, where is related the whole enterprise of the late King John, and where there is engraved the standard of Muhammad. And besides that comet, as we see this one today. Amen, the judge said, I accept your omen. May John III be with the star revealed. Now in the west there is a mighty warrior. Maybe the comet brings him here to us. Which heaven grant. Thereto the Wojski said, bending his head down sadly, comets sometimes mean war, and sometimes quarrels. 'Tis not good. It shows itself right over Soplicowo. Maybe it threatens us some home misfortune. We yesterday had strife and jar sufficient. The regent had a quarrel with the assessor. That morning, in the evening Master Thaddeus called out the count. This quarrel also came about the bear's hide. If the good judge had not prevented me, I had made both disputants agree at table. For I wish to tell a singular adventure, very like the events of yesterday's excursion. It chanced to the foremost hunters of my time. The envoy reached Han and to Prince Denisow. The accident was this. The general of the Podolian lands went from Volhynia to his estates in Poland, or indeed, if rightly I remember, to the Diet in Warsaw. On his way he visited the nobles, partly for amusement, partly for popularity, and so he came To Tadeusz Soplica, now of holy memory, who later was our Nowogródek envoy, and in whose house I grew up from a child. Now reached on the general's arrival. Invited guests. There gathered many nobles. There was a theatre, for the prince loved theatres. Kazakh, who dwelt in Joters, fireworks gave. Pan Tadeusz sent dancers, and musicians. Oginsky and Pan Sultan, who then lived in Zdjęciel. In a word, they gave an entertainment in the house past wonder. And in the forest was a grand hunt made. 'Tis known to you that nearly all, so far as I remember, of the Czartoryskis, although proceeding from Jagiellon blood, are little apt at hunting, not indeed from idleness, but from their foreign tastes. And the Prince General more often looked on books than on the kennel, and more often on ladies' balconies than on the woods. But in the prince's suite there came the German Prince Denísov, of whom 'twas said that when he sojourned in the Libyan land, he went a-hunting. And he there a tiger 215 slew, with spear in single combat, and of this a mighty boasting Prince Denísov made. We hunted at this season the wild boar. Reached a monstrous sow killed with a rifle. At great risk, since he fired from very near. Each of us marveled at the shot, and praised. The German Denísov alone did hear these praises with indifference, and muttered, "A clever shot needs only a bold eye, but steal a bold hand," and began to brag at length about his Libya and his spear, about his Negro kings, and of his tiger. And Reichtan took this very ill. He was a man of temper quick. He struck his saber, and said, "Sir Prince, whoever looketh bold, should boldly fight. A wild boar's worth a tiger, a saber worth a spear," and they began a conversation overwarm. But then the general happily broke in on them, and, speaking French, he made them to agree. What there he said I know not, but it was only as ashes laid upon hot coals. For Reichtan took this much to heart. He waited only an opportunity, and promised to make the German pay for this. Well nigh he paid with his own life for this offense. And did it on the morrow, as I'll tell. Here ceased the Wojski, and his right hand raised. And for his snuff-box asked the chamberlain. He long time used it, and deigned not to end his story, as he thought thereby to sharpen the listener's curiosity. At last, this curious story he resumed. They listened with fixed attention, but again the tale was broken off. For someone to the judge had sent a messenger, to say that he was waiting with some business very urgent, which might not be deferred. Good night then giving to all the assembly, took the judge his leave. They parted and went divers, some to sleep inside the house, the others in the barn, among the hay. Then went the judge to give an audience to the traveller. The rest already slept. But Thaddeus crept along the passages, and like a sentry paced all up and down before his uncle's door. For he in weighty matters must request his counsel ere he sleep. He dared not knock. The judge had locked the door, and secretly conversed with someone. Thaddeus waited till the end should come, and listened at the door. He heard within a sobbing, stirring not. The latch, he gazed, with careful heeding, through the keyhole. There he saw a wondrous thing. The judge and Roback kneeling on the ground, embracing, while they wept with bitter tears. Roback the hands was kissing of the judge. The judge embraced the priest upon the neck, and wept. At last, a quarter of an hour Being passed while they kept silence, Roback spoke these words in a low voice. The Lord knows, brother. I hitherto have kept those secret vows, which I in sorrow made, beneath the seal of absolution, that all consecrate to God and to my country, serving not pride, neither seeking earthly glory. I have lived till now, and I have willed to die a Bernardine, discovering not my name, not hiding from the vulgar only, but from thee and mine own son, yet from the Father provincial I had leave, in case of death, to make full revelation of my name. Who knows if I return alive? Who knows what may occur? In Debrecen, brother, is great, great confusion. Still the French are far. The winter must pass by. We still must wait. But nothing can withhold the nobles. I perhaps was far too busy with this rising. Perhaps they understood me ill. The Klucksnick has spoilt it all. That madman Count, I hear, hastened to Debrecen. I could not forestall him. There is a weighty reason why I could not. For old Matthias has recognized me. If he lets the secret out, I then must give my neck unto the penknife. Nothing will restrain the Klucksnick. 'Tis but a small matter about my head, but such discovery would break the whole web of conspiracy. But yet I must be there today, to see what they are doing, even though I die. Without me all the nobles will go mad. Farewell to thee, farewell, my dearest brother. I must make haste. If I should perish, thou alone must breathe a sigh forth for my soul. In case of war, the secret unto thee is known, do thou complete what I began. Remember ever, thou art a Soplica. The priest here dried his eyes, composed his frock, drew down his cowl, in silence opened wide the window at the back, and from the window he sprang into the garden. Left alone, the judge sat in an armchair, and he wept. A moment waited Thaddeus, ere he stirred the latch. The door was opened, and he entered. In silence, and low bending, said, Good uncle, a few days scarcely have I tarried here. These days passed like a minute. I have not had time sufficient to enjoy thy house and presence, yet I now must ride away and hasten, even today, my uncle, and be far away tomorrow. You indeed. Remember we the Count have challenged. 'Tis my business to fight with him. I have sent the challenge. Dueling in Litva is forbidden. I will go unto the frontier of Warsaw's duchy. Though the Count indeed a coxcomb is, he has no lack of courage. He'll surely come unto the place assigned. We will arrange our meeting, and as fitting, I'll punish him, if heaven prosper me. Then from the shores of the Lososna I will swim the stream, upon whose farther shore our brothers' ranks await me. I have heard my father's testament commanded me to serve in the army, and I know not who this testament has cancelled. Said the uncle, My Thaddeus, are you in boiling water, that thus you twist round like a hunted fox, who wags his tail one way, but runs another? We sent a challenge truly, and 'tis fitting to fight, but why such haste? Why go today? The usual custom is, before a duel, to send a friend, and make conditions. Then the Count may beg our pardon, deprecate. You wait a little, there is time enough. Unless some other demon drives you hence. Tell me sincerely, why so roundabout? I am your uncle, and though old, I know what young hearts are. I have been to thee a father. This saying, he stroked him underneath the chin. My little finger has already whispered something of this to me. That you have some affairs among the ladies, hang it. Now, young men take quickly to the ladies. Well, Thaddeus, confess it all to me, and truly. True, stammered Thaddeus, true, some other reasons. There are, dear uncle. 'Tis my fault perhaps. An error, a misfortune. Hard to mend. Dear uncle, no, I dare no longer stay. A fault of youth. My uncle, ask no more. I must from Soplicowo part in haste. Ho, said the uncle, love disputes no doubt. I marked how yesterday you bit your lips, while looking on a certain little girl. Askance. She also had, as I perceived, a little pouting mien. I know these fooleries. How when a pair of children are in love, 'tis sorrow measureless, they now rejoice, now are cross and sad. Heaven knoweth why, they quarrel. Both tooth and nail, now, sulking in their corners. They will not speak to one another, even. Sometimes they run away into the fields. If this has chanced to you, I'll take on me to reconcile you soon. I know these fooleries. I once was young. So tell me all, and I may also in my turn discover something. We both will make confession. Uncle, then, said Thaddeus, as he kissed his hand, and blushed. I'll tell the truth entirely. This young lady, your ward, Sophia, pleased me very much. Although I have but seen her twice. They say. You mean the daughter of the chamberlain? To be my wife. She is beautiful, and is the daughter of a rich man, but I cannot marry Miss Rosa when I love Sophia. It's hard to change one's heart, nor would it be an honorable act, to marry one and love another. Time maybe will cure me. I'll ride away from here for a long time. Thaddeus, broke in the uncle, this to me seems a strange way of loving, from the loved to fly. 'Tis well for thee, thou art sincere. Thou sayest thou wouldst have done a foolish thing. If thou hadst ridden off, what shouldst thou say? If I myself betrothed Sophia to thee? What? Dost not jump for joy? Said Thaddeus. After a while had passed, your goodness, sir, astonishes me. But how can it be? Your favor is of no avail to me. For all my hopes, alas, are but in vain. For Madame Tellamina will not give Sophia to me. We will entreat her, said the judge. No, no one can prevail with her. Did Thaddeus answer. No, I may not tarry. Dear uncle, I must quickly ride away. Tomorrow, uncle, give me but thy blessing. I have prepared all things, I'll ride at once unto the duchy. Twirling his mustache, the judge with anger looked upon the boy. So this is thy sincerity, 'tis thus thou openest thy heart to me. At first. This duel, then, 'tis love, and this departure. Fie on it. In this is some complication. They have talked to me, and I have tracked your steps. You are a libertine and a deceiver. You have told me lies. Where went you yesterday? Why like a weasel crept you near the house? Oh Thaddeus, if you could deceive Sophia. And now will fly, young man, you shan't succeed. Love or not love, I tell in truth to you, that you shall wed Sophia, and tomorrow you stand upon the carpet. 216 and if not, stripes. Talk to me of feelings, changeless heart. Thou art a liar. I will find out all about you, Master Thaddeus, fie upon you. I'll give you a good scolding even yet. I have had enough of trouble in the day. Until my head does ache, and still this fellow will not allow me yet to go to sleep. Go you to bed. This saying, he opened wide the door, and called the wozni to undress him. In silence Tadeusz went, with drooping head. This painful conversation with his uncle. In thought discussing. 'Twas the first time he had been so harshly chidden. Yet he felt the justice of this sharp reproach. He blushed before his very self. What should he do? What if Sophia should hear of this? Entreat her hand. And what would Telemina say? No, he must stay no more in Soplicowo. Thus deep in thought he scarce had gone 2 steps, when something crossed his path. He stopped, he saw a phantom all in white, long, slender, thin. She glided towards him with her outstretched hand, from whence the trembling moonlight back was thrown. And coming near, low sighed she, thankless man. Once thou didst seek my glance, thou shunn'st it now. Thou didst my conversation seek, but now dost close thine ears, as though within my words. And in my looks, a deadly poison lurked. 'Tis well, I know thee what thou art, a man. Unknowing coquetry, I had no wish to torture thee. I made thee happy, thus. Wouldst thou repay me? O'er a heart too soft. This victory has made thy heart too hard. Because thou hast too easy conquest made. Thou dost despise my heart too soon. 'Tis well. But, taught by such experience, credit me. Far more than thou canst do, I scorn myself. Said Tadeusz, Telemina, heaven forbid. My heart were hard, or that I should avoid thee from scorn, but thou thyself consider this. They spy upon us, track our steps. Can we thus openly? What will be said? It were unsuitable. By heaven, it were a sin. A sin, she answered, with a bitter smile. Thou innocent. Thou lamb. I, though a woman, care not about a love affair, although I were discovered, though I were dishonored. And thou art a man. What injury to one of you, although he should confess to having with 10 women all at once? Love passages? Speak thou the truth, dost thou wish to abandon me? She burst out weeping. But, Telemina, what would the world say? Spoke Tadeusz, of the man, who at my age, in these days, being sound, in the country lived. And loved, when now so many youths, so many, even married men from wives and children part, to go beyond the frontier, and to gather beneath the nation's standard. Though I should desire to stay, does that depend on me? My father in his testament ordained that I should in the Polish army serve. And now my uncle this command repeats. I go tomorrow, my resolve is fixed. And heaven forbid that I should change it now. I, Telemina said, would not obstruct thy path to glory, nor thy fortunes mar. Thou art a man, thou wilt to find a love more worthy. Thy heart, one richer, fairer, thou wilt find. But let me only for my comfort know, before our parting, that thine inclination towards me was true love. That 'twas not only a jest, no vain debauch, but love indeed. Let me but know my Tadeusz loves me still. Let me the words, I love, hear from thy lips. Let me engrave them on my heart, and write them within my thought. More easily will I forgive thee, even if thou cease to love, remembering how thou once didst bear me love. Here she began to sob. Tadeusz was moved to pity, seeing how she wept, and prayed so tenderly, and asked so small a thing. The purest grief and pity him possessed. And had he searched his spirit's inmost depths, he had not known for certain, if or no. He loved her. So he spoke with earnestness. May I be struck by lightning, Telemina. If 'tis not true I liked thee very much. Or loved, by heaven. Short the moments were that we together spent, but they for me so sweetly passed, so dear they are, that long they will be ever present to my thought. And heaven forbid that I forget thee. I. Then Telemina sprang upon his neck. I hoped for this, she said, thou lovest me. Therefore I live. For I today did purpose to end my life with mine own hand. If thou, my dear one, lovest me, canst thou cast me off? I have given my heart to thee, my property. I'll also give thee, I will follow thee to every place. Each corner of the earth were sweet to me with thee, the wildest desert. Believe me, love will change into a garden of pleasures. Thaddeus released himself by force from her embrace. What, answered he. Art thou in thy right mind? Where? And for what? To follow me? I, but a private soldier. To take thee with me, as a cantiniere? We will be married, answered Telemina. No, never. Never, answered Thaddeus. I have no intent at all to marry now. Or love. That was but nonsense, let it be. I pray thee, love, consider, be at peace. I am grateful to thee, but I cannot wed thee. Let us each other love, but thus, apart. I may no longer tarry, no, no, I must go. Farewell now, Telemina mine. Tomorrow I shall go. He spoke, and pressed the hat upon his brows, and turned aside, wishing to go, but Telemina stayed him with glance and visage of Medusa. He must tarry, spite himself, and looked in fear upon her form. She stood, unbreathing, still and lifeless, till she stretched her hand forth like a sword for piercing, with the finger aimed straight at the eyes of Thaddeus. I desired this man. She cried, ha! Tongue of dragon! Ha! Thou heart of lizard! Was it nothing, then, that I, infatuate with thee, have scorned the assessor and the regent, and the count? Thou didst deceive me, and now leav'st forlorn. That's nothing, for thou art a man. I know your wickedness. I knew that, like the rest, thou couldst break plighted faith. I did not know thou couldst so basely lie. I listened at thine uncle's door. And so this child, Sophia, has pleased thine eyes, and treacherously thou pursuest her. Thou scarcely hast deceived one hapless woman, 'neath her very eyes. Thou seekest a new victim. Fly, but yet my curse shall overtake thee, or remain. Thy wickedness I'll publish to the world. Thine arts no others shall deceive, as they did me deceive. Away! I scorn thee, thou a liar art, a vile man. At this outrage, deadly to nobles' ears, which no Soplica had ever heard with patience, Thaddeus shook pale as a corpse his visage, on the ground. Stamping, and pressing close his lips, he said, Thou foolish woman! He departed. Still this term of vile re-echoed in his heart. And the youth shuddered. Well, he felt that he deserved it, felt that he had done great wrong to Telemina, that she had with justice chastised him. Thus to him his conscience spake. Yet more he loathed her for these accusations. And oh, Sophia! He dared not think of her. It caused him shame. Yet this Sophia, so fair, so sweet, his uncle had to him betrothed her. She should have been his wife, if Satan still entangling him from sin in fresher sin, in falsehood after falsehood, had at last left him with laughter, chidden, scorned by all. He had wasted all his future in 2 days. Alas! This was the just reward of crime. In this wild storm of feelings, suddenly, that duel gleamed before him like an anchor of rest. "I'll slay that villain count," he cried. "In anger, I will have revenge or die." But wherefore slay? Himself he could not tell. This rage exceeding, as it had possessed him, so in a twinkling did it blow away. Again deep grief possessed him, and he thought, if true be my surmises that the Count may have some understanding with Sophia. What then? Perhaps the Count loves Sophie truly. May be she loves him, will for husband choose him. What right have I to break such marriage off? Myself unhappy, others' bliss destroy. He fell into despair, and saw no help. But rapid flight, and where? But to the grave. So pressing hard his fist upon his brow, he rushed into the meadows where the ponds gleamed far below, and o'er the muddy pool he stood. He plunged his greedy glance into the green gulf, and inhaled its muddy odor with pleasure, and he opened wide his lips towards the pond. For suicide is in choice as delicate as all debauch. And he in the mad whirling of his brain felt unexpressed attraction to the mud, to drown himself therein. But Telemina, who from the youth's wild looks had guessed the depth of his despair, beholding him thus rush towards the ponds, though she with anger glowed against him, and this justly, she was frightened. For him, she was in truth kind-hearted, though she deeply grieved that Thaddeus should dare to love another. She would punish him, but not destroy. So rushed she after him, exclaiming, "Stay! Most foolish! Love or not! Marry, or ride away, but only stop." But he in rapid flight outran her far, and stood now on the border of the pond. By strange decree of fate, on this same shore, the Count now rode, with all his jockey troop. And by the beauty of so fair a night, and by the wondrous harmony of that subaqueous orchestra, charmed those choirs that sounded like Aeolian harps, no frogs can make such music as the Polish frogs. He stayed his horse, and his emprise forgot. Turned to the pond, he listened curiously. His eyes roved o'er the fields, and heaven's wide plain, in thought composing landscapes of the night. The neighborhood indeed was picturesque. The two ponds with their visage near approached, like two fond lovers. Waters smooth and clear. The right-hand pond presents, like maidens' cheeks. The left-hand pond seemed something darker, like the swarthy visage of a youth, bedecked already with the down of manhood. Glittered with golden sand, like shining locks. The forehead of the second pond with osiers seemed bristling, and a tuft of willows bore. Both ponds were garmented in robes of green. From them two streams, like hands together clasped, gushed forth. The stream of these united fell down to the vale. It fell, but was not lost. For in the darkness of the trench it bore upon its waves the gilding of the moon. The water fell by stages, and on each shone handfuls of the moonlight. In the trench, the light was shivered into tiny fragments. The fleeting current caught them, and them bore away into the depths, and from above again the moonlight still in handfuls fell. Thou wouldst have said a Swidozyanka 217 sat beside the pond, and with one hand did pour the water from a vessel bottomless, while with her other hand she flung, in sport, handfuls of gold enchanted, from her lap into the water. Further, from the trench. The stream escaped meandered o'er the plain. Silent, but one might see its current flow. For on its moving, trembling surface, bright, the shimmering moonlight sparkled all its length. Like the fair Samogitian serpent, called Givoitos. 2:18 which, although it seems to sleep, lying among the heather, crawleth on, as it by turns with gold and silver gleams, till sudden from the eye it vanishes, in moss and fern. The stream, meandering thus, lay hid among the alders, shadowy black. Upon the horizon's verge, their forms upraising light, scarcely to the eye expressed. Like spirits, half on the earth, half in the clouds beheld. Between the two ponds sat within the trench a mill half hidden, like an ancient guardian, spying upon the lovers, listening their conversation. Seized with anger, he spreads wide his arms, and shaking head and hands, doth stammer threats. Thus suddenly the mill now shook his moss-grown brow, and whirled around his many-fingered fist, loud clattering, and stirred his toothed wheels. Thereby he drowned the loving conversation of the pawns, and roused the Count from out his reverie. The Count, perceiving Thaddeus had approached so near his warlike station, cried, "To arms! Seize him!" At once the jockeys sprang to earth. Ere Thaddeus might be well aware what chanced, they captured him. Towards the house they rush. They entered in the courtyard, woke the household. Loud barked the dogs, and sentries shouted loud. The judge half-dressed came forth, he saw a crowd of men well armed, and thought them robbers, till he recognized the Count. "What means all this?" he asked. The Count his sabre brandished o'er him, but seeing him disarmed his rage grew cool. "Soplica," said he, "thou eternal foe, unto my family I will chastise thee today for recent and for ancient crimes. So do me justice for my fortune's plunder, ere I revenge me for my honor's wrong." But making sign of cross, the judge replied, "In the name of Father and the Son, Sir Count." "Fie, fie! Are you a robber? Heaven forbid! Is this becoming to your noble birth and breeding, and your high rank in the world? I will not let myself be wronged." Just then up rushed the servants of the judge, some armed with sticks, with rifles others standing far. The Wojski gazed with curiosity in the Count's eyes, but in his sleeve concealed a knife. Now had begun a fight, the judge prevented this, however. 'Twere in vain to make defense, for newer enemies arrived upon the scene, among the alders. They saw a gleam, the light of rifle shots. The bridge across the stream resounded loud with horses' hoofs, and, "Hey!" upon Soplica 1,000 voices cried. The judge did shudder. He knew Gervasy's signal. "This is nothing," the Count said, "more of us will soon be here. Surrender, judge, for these are my allies." Then rushed the assessor, crying, "I arrest you in name of his imperial majesty. Yield up your sword, Sir Count, or I will call for military help. And know you, sir, that whoso ventures an assault by night, by the 1200 ukase is apprised, that like an evil, here, upon his face." The Count with sword flat struck him, and the assessor fell stupefied, and in the nettles lay. All thought he had been wounded, or were dead. "I see," the judge said, "your intent is murder." All cried aloud. Sophia's shrieks o'erpowered the others. Clasping close the judge, she screamed, like child transfixed with needles by the Jews. 219. Meanwhile, among the horses Telemina proceeded, and towards the count outstretched her clasped hands. "Upon thine honor," cried she, with piercing voice, with head thrown back, with hair streaming, "by all things holy, we implore thee. Upon our knees. Count, darest thou refuse? The ladies pray thee. Cruel one, thou first must murder us." She fell down in a swoon. The count sprang forth to help her, much surprised and somewhat troubled by this scene. "Miss Sophie," he said, "and Madame Telemina, ne'er. This sword shall be defiled by guiltless blood. Soplicas. Ye are all my prisoners. Thus did I in Italy, when underneath that rock the Sicils call Brabantiraca. I captured the entrenchments of the robbers. Those armed I slew, commanded to be bound. The unarmed, they behind our horses went, and decked my glorious triumph. After that, we hanged them at the base of Etna's mount." This was a happy chance for the Soplicas. The count, possessing better horses than those of the nobleman, and wishing first to engage the enemy, had left them far behind, and by a mile 220 at least outran their cavalry, and with his jockey train, obedient and used to discipline, he had some sort of army regular. While all those nobles, as insurgents wont, were stormy, and most prompt to hang their foes. The count had time to cool from his first rage, and thought how fitliest he might end the war, without the need of shedding blood. So then, he gave commandment to imprison all the household of Soplica in their house, as prisoners of war, and at their doors he posted sentries. Then, down with Soplica arose the nobles in tumultuous crowd, rushed in, besieged the mansion, and by storm took it, the easier because the leader was captive, and the garrison dispersed. But yet the victors longed to fight, they sought for foes, and not admitted to the house. They ran to the farm buildings, to the kitchen. When they the kitchen entered, there the sight of pots, the fire extinguished scarce, the fresh odor of food, the crunching of the dogs, gnawing the remnants of the supper, took all hearts, and quickly changed the thoughts of all. It cooled their rage, and kindled need of food. Tired by their march and counsel all day long, 3 times they cried in concert, "Eat, eat, eat. Drink, drink," arose the answer. Thus there were 2 choruses, some calling out for food, for drink the others. Loud the uproar still re-echoed. Where it only reached it caused all mouths to water, and with hunger moved. Each one, at signal given from the kitchen. The army all dispersed for foraging. Gervazy, from the judge's rooms repulsed, respecting the count's sentinels, must yield perforce, so as he might not there take vengeance upon his enemy. He thought upon the expedition's second great intent. Like an experienced man and versed in law, he would install the count all legally in his new heritage, and formally. The Wozni he pursued, and after long searching, he spied him hid behind the oven. He collared him, and to the courtyard dragged, and to his breast the penknife holding, said, "The count, Sir Wozni, ventures to entreat that you will deign proclaim forthwith, before the brother nobles, this his intromission upon the castle, and Soplica's mansion, the village, seedlands, fallows. In a word, cum grovis, woodus, edi boundaribus, 221. Pesantis, ac rebus omnibus. E quibustum aliis. As thou knowest, so bark thou, leave thou nothing out." Sir Kluxnick, wait a while, Protasi said. Boldly, his hands upon his girdle laid. I am ready from all parties to fulfill commands, but I must warn you that such act, by violence extorted, will possess no force in law, proclaimed too in the night. What violence is there, said the Kluxnik, here is no assault. I rather courteously entreat you, if it seems unto you dark, I with my penknife will a fire upraise, that speedily shall glimmer in your eyes, as though in 7 churches. Old Gervasy. The Wozni said, Why makest thou such haste? I am a Wozni, it is not my business to sift the action. It is known to you. A party will bespeak a Wozni, and dictate to him the thing they will, and he proclaims it. He is herald of the law, and none may chastise heralds. Therefore I know not why thus you hold me under guard. I presently will write an act, let some one bring me a lantern here. But I meanwhile proclaim, be silent, brothers. And to speak with greater clearness, mounted he upon a mighty pile of beams, that underneath the orchard hedge were heaped to dry. He climbed upon the pile, and all at once, as though the wind had blown him off, he from their eyes had vanished. Mid the cabbages they heard him. They saw among the dark hemp his white cap flit like a pigeon by. The bucket fired thereat, but missed his aim. The hop poles now began to crackle. Now Protassi walked among the hops. I do protest, he cried, certain of his escape, for him behind the bed and marshes of the streamlet lay. After this protestation, which had sounded as the last cannon shot o'er conquered ramparts, ceased all resistance in Soplica's house. The hungry nobles plundering went around, and gathered what they might. The Baptist made his quarters in the cattle shed, and sprinkled 1 ox and 2 calves on the head. And Razor had in their throats his sabre buried deep. The all had used with equal diligence his little sword, and pierced some sucking pigs beneath the shoulder blades. Now carnage threatened the birds. The watchful geese, who one time saved Rome from the treachery of Gauls, now cackled in vain for help. Instead of Manlius, the bucket enters in their roost, he strangles some of the birds, and to his girdle binds the others living, vainly, with hoarse throats. The geese cry out. In vain the hissing ganders nip the invader with their beaks, he forth rushes, with down all covered, that in flakes falls, thick as sparks, by motion of their wings. Borne on, as though by wheels, he seemeth Chochlik, the winged evil sprite. But fiercer carnage, although less noisy, mid the poultry raged. Young Bustard entered in the henhouse, there mounting by ladders, caught with ropes, and drew down from above the cockerels, crested hens, and tufted, strangled each one after each, and threw them in a heap. Most lovely birds, nourished on pearly groats. O heedless Bustard! What impulse thus did urge thee? Nevermore will prayers of thine appease Sophia's wrath. Gervasy now remembered former times. He ordered Countess girdles to be brought, and thereby from Soplica's cellar drew casks of old spirits, liquors, and of beer. He drew the bungs from some, the others seize. The noblemen, with ready will, as thick as ants, they roll them to the castle, there the whole crowd gather for the night. The Count has there made his headquarters. They now lay 100 fires, they boil, they roast, they fry. The tables bend beneath the load of meat. Drink flows in rivers. all the noblemen would eat, and drink, and sing this whole night through. But gradually they began to sleep. And yawn, eye is extinguished after eye. And all the assembly nods. Each where he sat falls down, the one falls with a dish, the other over a kettle, one by a beef quarter. Thus sleep, death's brother, has the victors vanquished. Book. Chapter 9. The Battle. Of the danger resulting from disorderly camping out, unexpected succor, sad situation of the nobles, a begging friar's rounds are an omen of rescue, Major Plutt by excessive gallantry draws a storm on himself, a shot from a pocket pistol the signal of war, deeds of the Baptist. Deeds and danger of Matthew, the bucket saves Soplicowo by an ambush cavalry auxiliaries, attack on infantry, the deeds of Thaddeus, duel of the leaders. Interrupted by treachery, the Wojski by a decisive maneuver turns the scale of war, the bloody deeds of Gervasy, the chamberlain a magnanimous victor. And in such sound sleep lay they that they woke not. At shine of lanterns, nor the entering of several men, who fell upon the nobles. As those wall spiders named scythe spiders pounce on flies half sleeping. Scarcely one may buzz. With lengthy legs its cruel conqueror embraces it around, and strangles it. But sounder than the sleep of flies, the sleep was of the nobles, not one buzzed. They all lay there as lifeless, though by powerful arms seized, and rolled over like to packs of straw. Alone the bucket, who no equal owned in all the district for his strength of head. At banquets, could 2 firkins drink of mead, ere his tongue tripped him, or his legs him failed. Though he had feasted long, and deeply slept, gave yet some sign of life. He oped one eye, and saw, true nightmares, 2 most dreadful faces right o'er him. Each a pair of whiskers bore. He felt their breath, their whiskers touch his lips. They move their fourfold hands like wings around. Afraid, he tried to sign the cross. In vain. Would raise his hand, the right hand pinion seemed. He moved the left, he felt, alas, the spirits had bound him like an infant swathed in bands. He feared things yet more dreadful, oped his eyes, and lay unbreathing, stiff, and all but dead. But yet the Baptist strove to save himself. It was too late. Already he was fastened in his own girdle. Yet he writhed about, and made such powerful springs, he fell upon the sleepers' chests, among their heads he rolled, and like a pike fish flung himself about, who throws him on the sand, and like a bear he roared aloud, for he had powerful lungs. He roared out treachery. The whole assembly waked up, and all in chorus answered, treachery, violence, and treachery. To the mirrored hall the echoes of that shout arrived, where slept the Count, Gervasy, and the jockeys. Then Gervasy woke, in vain he strove to rise. To his own rapier bound in stick-like form he looked, and through the window armed men perceived, in low black hats, green uniforms. Of these one, girded with a scarf, upheld a sword, and with its point his company of soldiers ordered, whispering the while, bind, bind. Around like sheep the jockeys lie. In bonds, the Count sits unbound, but disarmed. Beside him stand, with naked bayonets, 2 soldiers. These Gervasy recognized. Alas! They are Muscovites. Not seldom had the Kluxnik been in such a plight before. Not seldom ropes were on his feet and hands. Yet could he free himself. He knew the way to break asunder bonds, great strength had he. Trust in himself, in silence he considered how best release himself. He closed his eyes. As though he slept. He slowly lengthened out. Both feet and hands, drew in his breath, compressed. His chest unto the narrowest, until at once contracting, swelling, rolling up. As when a serpent hides both head and tail. Among his folds, Gervasy thus from long. Grew short and thick. The ropes expanded, they did even creak, but still they did not burst. The Kluxnik turned him round in shame and rage. And on the ground his angry visage hid. Eyes closed, he lay insensible as wood. Then woke the drums, at first full low, and then with ever greater and with louder rattle. At this appel the Russian officer ordered the count and jockeys to be locked within the hall, and under guard, to lead the nobles to the mansion, where there stood the second band. In vain the Baptist strove, and flung himself about. The staff was placed within the mansion, and with it were many well-armed nobility, Podhajci and Berbasoi, Hrexiki, Birgil. Relations all, or friends unto the judge, who hastened to his succor when they heard about the attack, the more because they long had been at feud with the Dobrzinskis, who the Muscovite battalion from the hamlets had brought, who from the nobles' farmsteads round so fast had summoned all the neighborhood. The assessor was it, or else Jankiel. Of this were differing tales, but no one knew for certain either then, or later on. Now had the sun arisen, all bloody red, stripped of his beams, half seen, and half in clouds, concealed, like horseshoe in a smithy's coals, enkindled. Now the wind increased, and blew clouds from the eastward quarter, thick and ragged, like ice flows, every cloud cold drizzly rain, in flying scattered. After it the wind flew swift, and dried the rain up, and again a damp cloud following the wind rushed on. And thus the day by turns was chill and rainy. Meanwhile the major ordered to be brought some beams that near the house were laid to dry, and in each beam with hatchet to be cut a half-round opening, and in these holes to insert the prisoner's legs, and close them round with other beams, both logs of wood, with nails secured upon the corners, tightly pressed, like canine jaws upon their legs. Their hands were tighter yet secured behind their backs. The major, to increase their torment, ordered their caps to be first stripped from off their heads, their cloaks from off their shoulders, their contus, even teratotki, even their zupani. And thus the nobles, fettered in the stocks, sat in a row, their teeth all chattering, in cold and rain, for still the wet increased. In vain the Baptist strove, and flung about. In vain the judge made intercession for the nobleman, and Telemina joined entreaties to Sophia's tears, to use towards the prisoner's greater gentleness. The officer, indeed, who led the band, Nikita Rykow, though a Muscovite, a good man, 222, let himself be pacified. But what of that when he must Major Platt himself obey? This major was by race a Pole from Zyrowicz, and named, 'twas said, in Polish Plutowicz, but he had taken another name. A rascal great was he, as usual with a Pole who makes himself a Muscovite in service of the Tsar. Plut with his pipe stood there before the front, with hands upon his side. And when folks bowed to him, he lifted up his nose in air, and for all answering he blew as sign of angry humor from his mouth a cloud of smoke, and went away into the house. But meantime had the judge made Rykow mild, and led the assessor likewise on one side, consulting how to finish this affair without a trial, and, yet more important, without entanglement with government. So Captain Reichow said to Major Platt, Sir Major, what to us are all these prisoners? Must we deliver them unto the law? 'Twill be a great misfortune to the nobles. And none will give you, Major, aught for this. Major, do you know how we'll best compose this business? Let the judge reward your pains. We'll say that we came here a-visiting. Thus will the goats be whole, the wolf be fed. It is a Russian proverb, all things can be done, if but with prudence. And a proverb is this, roast on the Tsar's spit for yourself. And this too is a proverb, better is agreeing than disagreement, weave thou well the knot, and put the end in water. We need give in no report, so none need know. For, God gave hands to take, a Russian proverb. This hearing, up the Major starts and snorts. With anger, Reichow, are you mad? This is the imperial service, service is not friendship. Stupid old Reichow. Are you mad? Shall I let mutineers loose, in these warlike times? Ha ha. You Poles. I'll teach you mutiny. You miserable nobles. You Dobrzinskis. I'll soon teach you. Let the wretches soak. He roared with laughter, from the window looking. Why, there's that same Dobrzinski in a surtout. Hey! Strip him of his surtout. Last year he began at a redoubt this quarrel with me. And who began it? He it was, not I. He, when I danced, exclaimed, put out that thief. For I was then accused of pilfering the regimental chest, and undergoing examination, and in mighty trouble. But what was that to him? As I was dancing, he cried behind me, thief, the nobleman. Hurrah! They wronged me, what then? In my claws. This wretched nobleman has fallen. I said. What? Dobrzinski, The goat has come. Unto the wagon. What, Dobrzinski, now? Thou sayest it may come unto a flogging. Then to the judge he whispered in his ear. Judge, if you wish the affair to pass off well, for every head pay down 1,000 rubles 223. In ready cash, 1,000 rubles, judge. That's the last word. The judge to bargain tried. The major would not hear, about the room. He walked, and belched thick smoke, as does a squib. Or rocket. While the women followed him, weeping and praying. Major, said the judge. What will you gain, if you do summon us? There here has been no bloody fight, there were none wounded. As they ate the hens and geese. According to the statute, they must pay full compensation. I'll bring no complaint against the count, that only was a common quarrel of neighbors. Judge, the major said. Have you yet read the Yellow Book? What is the Yellow Book? 224. The judge inquired, a book. The major answered, better than your statutes. For every other word therein is, ropes. Siberia, Nout, the book of martial law. Proclaimed now through all Litva, your tribunals are now beneath the table. 225. For a trick like this, according to our martial law, you'll get hard labor in Siberia. At least. I will appeal, the judge replied. Unto the governor. Appeal, said Platt. Even to the emperor. You know that when the emperor confirms a ukase, often he through his clemency the penalty increases twofold. You appeal. Perhaps. I'll find out in necessity, Sir Judge. A good hook even for you. For that spy, Jan Keel, whom long the government has watched, he is your servant, dwelling in your tavern. Now. I can arrest you all together. Me. The judge exclaimed, arrest me. How will you dare without orders? And the quarrel grew ever more violent, when at once arrived a new guest in the courtyard. A tumultuous arrival 'twas. First as some wondrous courier. A monstrous black ram entered, with 4 horns. His head was bristling, whereof 2 like arches were twisted round his ears, and decked with bells. And 2, whose ends protruded from his brows, shook balls, round, brazen, clattering. After him came oxen, and a flock of sheep and goats. Behind the beasts 4 heavy-laden wains. All guessed it was the entrance of the friar. The judge, who knew the duties of a host, stood on the threshold to salute his guest. The priest upon the foremost carriage rode. The hood half hid his visage, but they quickly did know him, for as he the prisoners passed, he turned his face to them, and beckoning made the driver of the second car likewise. They knew, old Matthew 'twas, the rod, disguised in peasant garments. Soon as he appeared, the nobles raised a shout. He said, ye fools, and with his hand commanded them be still. The third the Prussian bore in ragged coat, and Zahn and Mickiewicz were in the fourth. Meanwhile Podhajci and Isijewicz, Burbas, Wilbikowi, Birgil, Kotwicz, seeing the Dobrazinski nobles in this harsh slavery, began to cool down from their former anger by degrees. For Poland's nobles, though most quarrelsome and very quick to fight, are not vindictive. So they for counsel to old Matthew haste. He stations the assembly round the cars, and orders them to wait. The Bernardine then entered in the room. They hardly knew him, although not changed in dress, for he had taken upon him such a different mood. By custom, gloomy and thoughtful, now he raised his head, and with a cheerful mien, like jovial friar, ere he began to speak, laughed loud and long. Ha! 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 I salute you, ha! 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 Most excellent! First rate! Sir officers! Whoever hunts by day, you hunt by night. Good hunting! I have seen the game. I. Pluck the nobles, strip them of their husks. I, put a bit on them, for they are skittish. I must congratulate you, Major, on catching the little count. 'Tis a fat morsel. Rich, and a young lord from his ancestors. Don't let him from the cage, without you get 300 ducats, and when you have got it, give some 3 farthings to the convent, and to me, for I'll pray always for your soul. As I'm a Bernardine, I often think about your soul. Death seizes by the ears even staff officers. Well, Baca wrote, 226. Death lurks behind the executioner, in scarlet, and not seldom soundly knocks upon the coat, and smites on linen as upon a hood, on frizzled locks as on the uniform. Says Baca, Mother Death is like an onion, since she forces tears where'er she presses, but unto her breast she folds alike the child that will be lulled, and the roaring bully. Ah! Ah! Major, we do live to-day, tomorrow die. That only is ours, that we today may eat and drink. Sir Judge, perhaps it's time for breakfast now. I'll sit at table, and beg all to sit with me. Sums Razy, 227 Major. Sir Lieutenant. What think you? If we had a bowl of punch? True, father, both the officers replied. 'Tis time to eat, and drink the judge's health. The household wondered, as they gazed on Roback, whence he derived such mien and merriment. The judge then gave these orders to the cook. Bowl, sugar, bottle, srazy. All were brought. Rykow and Plut did labor with such will, devoured so eagerly, and drank so deep. In half an hour of srazy 23. They ate, and emptied half a mighty punch bowl. The major, satiate and merry, hurled himself into an armchair, drew his pipe out, and lit it with a banknote. With a napkin. He wiped his breakfast from his lips, and turned a laughing look upon the women, saying, I like you, pretty ladies, as dessert. And, by my epaulets of major, when a man has eaten breakfast, after meat, the nicest relish is a talk with ladies. Pretty as you, fair ladies. I know what. Let's play at cards, at Welbequelba, 228 whist. Or, a mazurka. Ha! 300 devils. Am I not best mazurist in the first regiment of Jaegers? Therefore to the ladies. He bent half double, and by turns blew out tobacco smoke and compliments. A dance! Cried Roback. As I empty out a bottle, I, though a priest, at times tuck up my gown and dance mazurkas. But you know this, Major. We here are drinking, but the Jaegers freezing behind the house. Drinking is drinking. Judge. Give em a whiskey cask. The Major will allow this, let the valiant Jaegers drink. I'd ask it, said the Major, but herein is no compulsion. Give em, Judge, did whisper Roback, a cask of spirits. And thus, while the merry staff were swilling in the house, behind it, drinking in the ranks began. In silence Captain Rykow drained his cup. But at the same time as he drank, the Major made to the ladies compliments, and ever the zeal for dancing greater in him grew. He threw away his pipe, and seized the hand of Telemina. He would dance, she fled. So went he to Sophia, and bending double, invited her to a mazurka. Here. You Rykow, leave off puffing at your pipe. Put down that pipe, for you can play the lute. Don't you see that guitar? Come, take it up. Play a mazurka. I, the Major, will make one in the first couple. So the captain took the guitar, began to screw the strings. Plut once more Telemina asked to dance. Upon a Major's word, miss, I'm no Russian. I'll be a dog's son, if I'm telling lies. If I tell lies, inquire. The officers will witness all, and all the army says it. That in this second army, the 9th Corps, the 2nd Foot Division, 15th Regiment of Jaegers, Major Plut's the best mazurist. So come along, miss, don't be obstinate. Or like an officer I'll punish you. This saying, he sprang, seized Telemina's hand, and on her pale arm gave a smacking kiss. When Thaddeus, springing from one side, bestowed a blow upon his face. The kiss and blow together sounded, one behind the other, as word may follow after word. The Major was all confounded, rubbed his eyes, and pale with anger, cried, Rebellion! Mutineer! And drawing his sword, made haste to pierce his foe. Then from his sleeve the priest a pistol drew. Fire, Thaddeus, he cried, as at a candle. Quick Thaddeus seized it, measured aim, and fired. He missed, but stupefied and singed the Major. Up started Rykow with his instrument. Rebellion, cried he, and on Thaddeus rushed. The Wojski brandished from behind the table a knife held backwards. Through the air it hissed between the heads, and sooner struck than gleamed. It struck the depth of the guitar, the inside. To outside turning. Reichau bent aside. And thus avoided death, though much frightened. Exclaiming, Jaegers, mutiny, by heaven. He drew his sword, and making good defense. Drew near the threshold. Presently there entered. From the other side the room, and through the window. A many nobles, armed with rapiers, led. On by the rod. Plut reached the hall, and Reichau. Behind him. They the soldiers call, already. 3 nearest to the house as succor haste. Now through the doors 3 gleaming bayonets. Creep in, and after them 3 low black hats. With rod uplifted Matthew in the doorway. Stood, leaning, gainst the wall. He lay in wait. Like cat that watches mice, till fierce he smote. And maybe the 3 heads had rolled on earth. But either the old man's sight served him ill. Or overgreat his ardor, ere they gave. There next to him, he smote upon their hats. He tore them, but the rod, down falling, clashed. On bayonets, the Muscovites drew back. And Matthew drove them out into the court. There the confusion was still greater. There Soplica's partisans with emulation worked at unfettering the Dobrzinskis, tore the stocks asunder. Seeing this the Jaegers rushed to their swords, and hastened to the place. A sergeant with a bayonet pierced Podhajski. Wounded 2 other noblemen, a third he shot at, and they fled. The Baptist still was in the stocks. With hands already free. Ready for combat he arose, upraised his hand, and doubled up his lengthy fingers. And from above upon a Russian's back. So fierce he smote. He brow and visage beat. Into the carbine's lock. The lock was stirred. But drenched in blood the powder kindled not. The sergeant rolled o'er at the Baptist's feet. Upon his weapon. Baptist bent him down. And seized his rifle by its barrel. Whirling. The rifle like his sprinkler round, high raised. Round turning like a windmill's sails, at once. He on the shoulders smote 2 rank and file. And knocked a corporal upon the head. The rest in terror drew back from the stocks. Thus Baptist with a moving roof protected. The nobles. After breaking of the stocks. And cutting ropes, the nobles being free. Now fell upon the wagons of the friar. And from them drew forth rapiers, sabres, swords. Firearms. And scythes. The bucket found 2 guns. There, with a sack of bullets, in his rifle. He poured them, and another gun like charged. Left for the bustard. Now arrived more Jaegers. Confused they grow, together crowded, stumbling. The nobles cannot in the tumult smite. With crosscut, and the Jaegers cannot fire. Now hand to hand they fight, steel, tooth by tooth. Encountering steel, is shivered, bayonet. Meets saber, scythe on hilt is broken, fist. Meets fist, and arm meets arm. But Reichau hastes. With some part of the Jaegers, where the barn doth meet the hedge. There stands he, to his soldiers. He calls, to end a battle so misruled. Wherein, with weapons never used, they fall. Beneath the blows of fists. Enraged that he himself may fire not, since in such a crowd. He knows not Muscovites from Poles, he cries. Draw up, which meaneth, form in rank and file. But, mid the shouting none his orders heard. Old Matthew, for these combats hand to hand. Unsuited, backward drew, a clear space made. To right and left before him on his way. Here, with his saber's end, the bayonets. He wipes off from the barrels of the guns. As candle wicks from lights, then, backward striking. He heweth down, or pierceth. Thus retreated. the prudent Matthew from the battlefield. But with the greatest fury on him rushed an old Gefreiter 229 trainer to the regiment, a mighty master of the bayonet. He gathered him together, bent, and seized the carbine in both hands, the right upon the lock, the left the barrel midmost grasped. He twisted, skipped, at times seemed half to sit, and with his right hand forward pushed the gun, like sting from snaky jaws, and once again he drew it backwards, leaning on his knee. Thus twisting, springing, Matthew he attacked. Old Matthew straight discerned his foeman's skill, and with his left hand placed his spectacles upon his nose, the right against his breast, sustained the handle of the rod. He drew back, the Gefreiter's motions with his eyes pursuing. He himself upon his legs went sloping, as though drunken. The Gefreiter more quickly runs, and sure of victory, to reach the easier his retreating foe. He rose, and all his right arm far outstretched, the rifle forward pushing. So he made himself the stronger by the force of pushing, and weapon's weight, until he forward bent. And Matthew thither, where the bayonet he saw inserted in the barrel, placed his rod beneath, and upward smote the weapon. Then dropping presently his rod, he slashed the Russian on the hand, once, and again. With backward stroke he cleft in twain his jaw. Thus the Gefreiter fell, chief fencing master among the Muscovites, and cavalier, with crosses 3, and medals 4. Meanwhile, around the stocks the nobles' left-hand wing already were near victory. There fought the sprinkler, seen from far, the razor moved among the Muscovites. One cut them through the middle of the body, on the head. The other smote them, like to that machine which German masters have invented, called a thrasher. But it is at the same time a straw cutter, possessing flails and knives. It chops up straw and beats out grain at once. Thus do the sprinkler and the Baptist work in common, slaying foes, one from above, and from below the other. But the Baptist now casts aside his certain victory. He rushes to the left wing, where fresh danger is threatening Matthew, the Gefreiter's death avenging. With a long spontoon comes on an ensign. A spontoon at once is spear, an axe, neglected, or only used on board the fleet, but at that time it served the infantry. The ensign, a young man, moved round with skill. Oft as his foeman thrust aside his weapon, back he drew, and Matthew could not the young man overtake, and thus, or wounding or not wounding, he must feign defend himself. Now with the pike the ensign had given him a light wound, now on high his battle-axe upraising, he prepared to deal the blow. The Baptist could not run up to the spot, but stood halfway and whirled his weapon round, and underneath the feet he threw it of the foe. He broke a bone. The spontoon from his hand the ensign dropped. He tottered, on him falls the Baptist. Him a crowd of nobles follow, and upon the nobles rush the Muscovites confused. From the left wing war now began around the sprinkler. For the Baptist, who in helping Matthew had lost his sword, well nigh had paid this service with his own life. For on him there fell 2 powerful Russians from behind, and all at once the fourfold hands were tangled among his hair, fast planted on their feet. They pulled as tight as springy ropes, fast bound unto a barge's mast. In vain the Baptist dealt blind strokes backwards, he was failing fast. But presently he saw that near to him Gervasy combated, he shouted loud. Jesus, Maria. Penknife. By the shout. Knowing the Baptist's trouble, turned the Kluxnick. And the blade lowered of the flexile steel. Between the Baptist's head and Russian's hands. They drew back, uttering loudly piercing cries. But one hand, stronger tangled in the hair, remained there hanging, dripping streams of blood. Thus a young eagle, who has struck one claw into a hare to hold the quarry fast, while clinging with the other to a tree, struggling to liberate himself. Half tears. In twain the spreading eagle. In the wood. Remains the right claw, but the left, all bleeding, is borne off by the hare into the plains. The Baptist being free, turns round his eyes, stretches his hands, and for a weapon seeks. Calls for a weapon. Meanwhile with his fist he threatens, standing strong in act to walk. Himself protecting by Gervasy's side. Till in the crush he views his son the bustard. The bustard with his right hand points his gun. The left behind him drags a 6-foot tree. All armed with flints, and knobs, and hardened knots. 230. No hand could lift it but the Baptist's own. Soon as his well-loved arm the Baptist viewed his sprinkler, swift he seized it, kissed it, sprang. With joy, he whirled it round his head, at once. In blood embrued. What deeds he after did, or what defeat around him spread, 'twere vain to sing. For none would credit give the muse, as none to that poor woman credit gave. In Wilna, who, while standing on the height above the Austria gate, beheld how Tadeusz, the Russian leader, with a Cossack regiment, entering, already open forced the gate. And now one burgher, Zarnabaki named, slew Tadeusz, and annihilated all. The Cossack regiment. 231. 'Tis enough that thus it happened even as Reichow had foreseen. The Jaegers in the crowd succumbed unto the strength of their antagonists. On earth of slain lay 23, some 30 groaned, with wounds all covered. Many fled and hid within the orchard, mid the hops, beside the river. Some into the house had rushed, beneath the vantage of the women there. With shout of joy the conquering nobles rushed. These to the wine casks, these to strip the spoils from off their foes. Roback alone did not the triumphs of the nobles share, though he himself had fought not hitherto. The canons forbid a priest to fight, he as a man of great experience gave counsels, viewed the field of battle round from different sides. With glance, with beckoning of hand, he gave fresh courage to the combatants, and guided their movements. And he now unto them called to join themselves to him, to strike on Reichow, to make the victory complete. Meanwhile, he through an envoy signified to Reichow that if he would lay down his arms he should preserve his life. But if he still delay to give his sword up, Roback will command to hem the remnant in, and cut them down. In no wise Captain Reichow quarter asked the half-battalion gathering round himself. He cried, make ready. Presently the file their rifles grasped, the weapons crashed, but they were loaded long before. He cried, present. In long file gleamed the guns, he cried out, fire. In turn, one after other thundered loud. While one takes aim, one loads, another grasps the rifle in his hand. Resounds the hiss of bullets, click of locks, the ramrods crash. The whole file like a moving reptile seems. 1,000 glittering feet together moving. 'Tis true that all the Jaegers drunken were with the strong liquor, for they aimed but ill, and missed. They rarely wound, and seldom kill. And yet 2 Matthews have already wounds. And one of the Bartholomews lies low. The nobles rarely fire, with but few guns. They would with sabres strike upon the foe. The elder men restrain them, thick the balls. Whistle, they wound, they drive on, soon they make the courtyard clear before them, now begin to clatter on the mansion's window panes. Thaddeus, who by his uncle's orders had stayed in the mansion to defend the women, now hearing loud and louder rage the fight, ran forth. The chamberlain rushed after him, since Thomas brought to him at length his sabre. He hastened, joined him to the noblemen, and placed him at their head. Rushed on, upraised his sword, the nobles at his pointing moved. The Jaegers, them admitting, poured a hail of bullets. Wounded lay Isijwix, Wilbeck, and Razor. Roback after this restrains the nobles on one side, and Matthew restrains them on the other. In their zeal, the nobles colder grow, look round, draw back. The Russians mark this. Captain Reichow thinks to strike the last blow, from the court to drive the nobles, and the mansion to command. Form for the charge, he cried, and to your pikes. Forward. And presently the file, their stocks planting like hop poles, bent their heads, and marched forwards, and quickened step. In vain the nobles resist them from the front, fire on the wings. The file already had o'erpassed the court. The captain, pointing with his sword unto the house door, crieth, yield, Soplica, or I'll give command to fire the house. Then fire it. Replied the judge, I'll fry me at that fire. O house of Soplicowo! If unhurt, thy white walls gleam beneath the elm trees still. If still the assembly of the neighboring nobles sit at the judge's hospitable board, they surely often drink the bucket's health. Without him Soplicowo were undone. The bucket hitherto few proofs of courage had given, though from the stocks the first set free. Among the nobles, though immediately he found his well-loved bucket in the cart, his favorite gun, there with a sack of balls. He would not fight, he trusted not himself. He said, while fasting. So he went where stood a tub of spirits, in his hand he raised the stream, as with a spoon, unto his lips. Then, soon as he well strengthened was and warmed, he set his cap right, from his knees he took the bucket in both hands. The powder rammed down in the gun, and poured the priming o'er, and looked upon the battlefield. He saw how that bright wave of bayonets smote and sundered the nobles. He against this billow swam. He stooped him down to earth, and dived among the thick grass in the courtyard's midst, till there, where nettles grew, he close in ambush laid, and called by signs the bustard to him. He stood on the threshold, with his gun defending the mansion, for his dear Sophia lived there. And though by her his suit remained despised, he loved her ever, and in her defense were glad to perish. Now the file of Jaegers already on the nettles had encroached, marching, when Bucket drew the trigger back, and from the jaws of that deep-throated gun a dozen balls all jagged let he fly among the Muscovites. A second dozen the bustard hurls. The Jaegers were confused and frightened at the ambush, all the file wound in a knot, drew back, threw out their wounded. And then the Baptist drove them back again. The barn was far off, fearing a long round. Beneath the garden wall had Reichow sprung. There in their course he stayed his flying band. He ranked them, but he changed their form of file. Of one file he composed a triangle. The sharp wedge pointed forward, but two sides. He placed against the garden wall. Well did he. For horsemen from the castle rushed on him. The count, who in the castle under guard of Muscovites had been, when fled dispersed. The frightened guard, his courtiers placed on horse. And hearing shots, he led his cavalry. Right under fire, himself the foremost rode. With sabre lifted high. Then Reichau cried. The half-battalion fire. A fiery thread. Then flew along the locks, and from the sable barrels projecting forward, whistled forth 300 bullets. Of the cavalry, 3 fell down wounded. 1 man lay a corpse. The count's horse fell, and fell the count. The Kluxnik ran, crying out for help, for he had seen the Jaegers for their target take the last of the Horeszkos, by Spindle side. Roback stood nearer. With his body he the count did cover, and for him received the shot. He drew him from beneath his horse. Commanded that the nobles step apart. Take better aim, and spare resultless shots. And lurk behind the hedges, or the wells. Behind the walls of cowsheds. And the count shall with his horsemen wait a better time. Most marvelously Thaddeus understood the plans of Roback, and accomplished them. He stood concealed behind a wood-built well. And as he aimed with coolness and with skill, from a 2-barreled gun, he well could hit a florin thrown in air, inflicted thus most horrid wounds on Muscovy. He chose the seniors, and his first shot slew at once a sergeant major, then from both the barrels. Each after each he cut 2 sergeants off. Now at the borders of the triangle he shot, now at the midst, where stood the staff. At this impatiently did Reichau rage. Stamped with his feet, and gnawed his sabre's hilt. Cried, Major Plut, what is to come of this? Soon none will here remain to give commands. So Plut in anger said to Thaddeus. Shame on you, Master Pole, to hide behind a piece of wood, be not a coward, come out in the midst, fight honorably, like a soldier. To him Thaddeus made reply. Then, Major, if you are so bold a knight, why hide you thus behind a Jaeger's collar? I am not afraid of you, come from behind the hedges. You have caught it on your face. But yet I'm ready still to fight with you. Why all this bloodshed? For between us two this quarrel was, let pistols or the sword decide it. I will give you choice of arms, from cannons down to pins. If not, I'll shoot you all like wolves in pitfalls. Saying this, he fired, and aimed so well, that the lieutenant he struck who stood at side of Reichau. Major, did Reichau whisper, go you forth to duel. Revenge his earlier doings in the morn. For if another slay this nobleman, you will not, Major, wash away your shame. This noble must be lured into the plain. The rifle may not slay him, but the sword. What knocks no art is, I prefer what pierces. Did old Suwarrow say, go to the plain? Or he will shoot us, Major, every one. Look, now he's taking aim. Thereto the Major. Reichau, dear friend, a dreadful fellow thou art with the sword, go thou forth, brother Reichau. Or hark ye what, I'll send out some lieutenant. I as the Major may not leave the soldiers. For I am in command of the battalion. This hearing, Reichau raised his sword, went forth boldly, commanded firing to give o'er. Waved a white cloth, and asked of Thaddeus what weapon pleased him. The conditions made. They both agreed on swords. But Thaddeus had no sword, and while they sought for one unrushed, the count all armed, and broke their conference off. He cried out, Pan Soplica, by your leave. You have the major challenged. With the captain. I have a previous quarrel. In my castle. Say, sir, broke in Protasi, in our castle. He entered, said the count, concluding, at the head of all those thieves. I knew Reichau. Bound fast my jockeys. Him I will chastise. As I chastise the robbers, 'neath that rock. Which the Sicilians call Brabantiraca. All then was silent, and the firing ceased. Both armies gazed with curiosity upon the meeting of their generals. The count and Reichau went, they turned aside. Each other with the right hand threatening. And right eye. With their left hands then they bare their heads, and courteously salute, the custom of honor, ere it come to murdering. First to salute. Their swords already met. And had begun to clash. The heroes lift their feet, and on the left knee kneel, by turns. Backward and forward springing. But as Plut saw Thaddeus standing right before his front, he spoke in whispers to Gefreiter Gaunt, who passed as foremost shooter in the band. Gaunt, said the major, cease that gallows thief. If thou canst lodge a bullet in him, there, beneath the 5th rib, thou shalt get from me 4 silver roubles. Gaunt turned round his gun, stooped to the lock, his faithful comrades with their mantles hit him, and he fired, not at the rib, but at the head of Thaddeus. Shot, and hit very near, in middle of the hat. Aside turned Thaddeus, then the Baptist. On Reichau fell, and all the nobles after, exclaiming, treachery. Him shielded Thaddeus. Scarce Reichau in retreating could succeed, and fall into the center of his ranks. Once more did the Dobrzinskis onward charge, vying with Litva. Spite of discord past between the parties, all like brothers fought. The one cheered on the other. The Dobrzinskis, who saw Podhajski will around before the Jaeger ranks, down mowing with his scythe, cried out rejoicing, the Podhaj live. Forward, Litvini brothers. Litva, Litva. The Skalyaboi, seeing valiant razor, though wounded, fly on with his sword raised high. Cried out, the Matthews. Long live the Masovians. Each giving heart to each, they charge upon the Russians, vainly Robak and Matthias would hold them back. While thus they smote the band of Jaegers from the front, the Wojski left the battlefield, and towards the garden went. And at his side the sage Protasi came. The Wojski gave him orders whispering. There stood within the garden, close unto the very wall that Reichau chose as base for his triangle, a large ancient cheese store, builded in lattices, with rafters bound crossways, in cage-like form. Within it gleamed great heaps of whitest cheeses, and around were sheaves of herbs there laid to dry, of sage, of Carduus benedictus, and wild thyme. A herbery complete, the Wojski's daughters' store of domestic medicine. Above the cheese store was some 7 ells in breadth. Below, it rested on one mighty pillar, like a stork's nest. That old and oaken column leaned sidewards, 'twas already half decayed, and threatened accident. Not once alone. The judge was counseled to throw down the house, made weak by age, but always said the judge, he rather would repair than pull it down, or else he would rebuild. Thus he delayed the building till some more convenient time. Meanwhile beneath the pillar he caused place 2 props. The building thereby reinforced, but yet unlasting, o'er the garden wall, looked down on Captain Reichau's triangle. Towards this cheese house silently the Wojski and Wozni go, each with a monstrous pole. As with a spear is armed, the housekeeper hastes through the hemp plants after them, likewise. The scullion, though a small boy, very strong. When there, upon the rotten column's top, they placed the poles, and pushed with all their strength. As watermen push off a barge when moored on sandy shallows, and away from shore. With long poles push it off into the deep. The column shook, the cheese house tottered, fell headlong with crash of wood and cheeses on. The Muscovite triangle, crushing, wounding, and slaying. Where the files had stood, now lay corpses, and wood, and cheeses white as snow, defiled with blood and brains. The triangle broke into fragments, and the sprinkler thundered. Upon their midst, already gleamed the razor, and the rod smote. From forth the house there rushed a crowd of noblemen, and from the gates the count his cavalry did hurl upon the fugitives. 8 Jaegers now alone, their sergeant at their head, still make defense. The Klucznik rushes up, they boldly stand. 9 barrels pointed straightway at his head. He rushed upon their shot, the penknife's blade round whirling. This the priest perceiving, ran across the Klucznik's way, himself he falls, and strikes Gervasy's foot. They fell, just when the platoon fired. The lead scarce whistled by, when up Gervasy stood into the smoke. He sprung, at once swept off 2 Jaegers' heads. The rest in terror fled. He them pursued and smote. They ran across the courtyard, he behind them. In the barn doors opening wide, they rushed. Gervasy rushed into the barn, upon their necks, and vanished in the dark. But not neglected battle. Through the doors came groans, a shouting, and blows thickly dealt. Soon all was silent. Forth Gervasy came, with bloody sword, alone. The nobles now had cleared the plain, pursued the Jaegers, scattered, cut down, ran through. Reichow alone remained. He cried he never would lay down his arms, and fought on, when the chamberlain now came towards him, who with sword uplifted said, "Captain, you will not stain your honor by accepting quarter. You have given proof, unfortunate, though brave, of courage. Lay your sword down, ere we with our sabres shall disarm you. You shall keep both life and honor. You are my prisoner." Then Reichow, by the chamberlain's exceeding dignity, now vanquished, bowed low, and to him his sword unsheathed, with blood-stained hilt gave up, then said, "Ye Lachi brothers, woe to me that I had not a single cannon." Well Suwarrow was used to say, "Remember, comrade Reichow, without some cannon never march on poles." The Jaegers all were drunk. The major let them drink. Oh, Major Plut was very willful. But he shall answer to the Tsar, for he was in command. But I, Sir Chamberlain, will be your friend. A Russian proverb says, "Who loveth greatly, he, Sir Chamberlain, will stoutly fight." You are good at drinking bout, and good at fighting out, but cease to vent on Jaegers your excesses. Hearing this, the chamberlain his sabre straight upraised, and through the Wozni proclamation made of general pardon. Then he gave command to look unto the wounded, clear the field of corpses, and the disarmed Jaegers lead away as prisoners. Long they searched for Plut. He, deeply buried in the nettles, lay as lifeless, but at last came forth, when he became aware the battle all was done. Such ending the last foray had in Litva. 232. Book Chapter 10. Emigration, Jacek. Council concerning the safety of the victors, conventions with recounts, leave-takings, important disclosure, hope. Those morning clouds, erst scattered like black birds, soaring in heaven's highest region, now together gathered closer. Scarce the sun had from the south descended, then their flock had with a mighty cloud all heaven o'erspread. The wind with ever greater swiftness drove them. The cloud grew ever thicker, lower hung, till by one side half severed from the sky, stooping towards the earth, and spread abroad like a great sail, all winds within itself. Gathering, it flew through heaven from south to west. Then came a while of silence, and the air stood dumb and silent, as though mute with fear. The fields of corn, that first lay down on earth, and shook again aloft their golden ears, like billows seething, now unmoving stood, and gazed towards heaven, with upbristling straw. And the green willows, and the poplars standing beside the ways, that first like women mourning, beside an open grave, their foreheads smote upon the earth, their long arms flung abroad, dishevelled on the wind their silvery hair. Now, as though lifeless, with mute mourning gaze, they stand like images of Niobe. Alone the trembling aspen shakes grey leaves. The cattle, used to turn home leisurely, now ran tumultuous, nor their guardian wait. Abandoning their pasture, home they fly. The bull the earth upturneth with his hoof, ploughs with his horn, and terrifies the herd with roar ill-boding. And the cow, who raised her large eyes only once unto the sky, her mouth in wonder opened wide, and drew a deep sigh. And the hog behind did linger, dashed round, and gnashed his teeth, and from the corn abstracted portions, and them snatched as food. The birds lay hidden in the woods, beneath the thatch, and in deep places of the grass. The rooks alone in troops surround the ponds, and walk about with slow and solemn steps, turning their black eyes to the clouds as black, their tongues forth putting from their dry, wide throats, and, spreading wide their wings, await their bath. Last of the birds, unreachable in flight, a daring swallow, like an arrow through the dark cloud pierces, then like bullet falls. The nobles in that very moment ended that horrid battle with the Muscovites, and sought for shelter in the house and barns. They leave the field of battle, where full soon the elements in battle join. Towards the west, still golden, shone with gloomy gleam the earth, a yellow red. The cloud already, its shades outspreading, like a net in form, did apprehend the remnants of the light, and flew behind the sun, as though to seize him. Before the west, some few storms whistled through the air below, one after other flying, and casting drops of rain, great, bright, and round, as grain like hail. The storm winds suddenly grappled together, broke in twain, they struggled, and whirled in whistling circles o'er the ponds, troubling their waters to their very depth. They fell upon the meadows, whistling loud, through osiers and through grass. The osier boughs asunder crack, and blades of grass fly wide upon the winds, like handfuls of torn hair, mixed with the ringlets of the corn sheaves. Loud the winds did howl, fell on the plain, contended, roared, tore up furrows, made an opening for a third, which from the field itself uptore, like column from the dark earth, rose up, rolled round like a moving pyramid. Its head deep burrowed in the ground, and from its feet cast sand in the stars' eyes. At every step it swelled out broadly, shot up tall aloft, and blew a storm upon its mighty trumpet, till in this chaos of water and of dust, of straws, and leaves and branches, torn up turf, the storms upon the forest smote, and roared, within its deepest wilderness like bears. But now as from a sieve plashed down the rain, unceasing, in thick falling drops. And then the thunders roared, the drops together ran. Now like straight cords with tresses long they bind the heavens to the earth. Now forth they burst, as from a pail in watery strata. Now both heaven and earth are totally concealed. Night darkens them, with storm more dark than night. At times the horizon bursts from end to end, and the storm angel, like a mighty sun, unveils the lightnings of his countenance, and, covered with a pall, retires again in heaven, and shuts its doors with thunder noise. Again the storm gains strength, tempestuous rain, a heavy darkness, thick, nigh tangible. Once more a stiller rain doth murmur, sleeps. The thunder for a moment once more wakes. It roareth loud, and waters plash, till all is peaceful. Only trees around the house rustled, and rain was softly murmuring. On such a day, the fiercest storm was welcome, because the tempest, covering o'er the field, with twilight, deluged all the roads, and broke the bridge that spanned the river of the farm. A fortress inaccessible it made. So that which happened in Soplica's camp today no rumor through the neighborhood could circulate. And at the present time, the noble's fate upon a secret hung. Councils of weight penned in the judge's room. The Bernardine lay wearied on the bed, pale, stained with blood, but wholly sound in mind. He gives commands, the judge exact fulfills. Entreats the presence of the chamberlain. Summons the kluksnik, Reichow there to bring. Commands. The door then closes. 1 whole hour. These secret conversations lasted, till, with these words Captain Reichow broke them off. A bag with ducats heavy throwing down. Ye Polish sirs, among you is a saying, that every Muscovite's a thief. Say ye. Whoever asks, you know a Muscovite, named Nikita Nikitich Reichow, captain of a band, who gained 8 medals and 3 crosses. I pray you to remember that, this medal at Oksikow, this one at Ismail, this for the fight at Novi, and this one at Prussia, this at Korsakos. Famous retreat from Zurich, 233, and I gained. Likewise a sword for courage shown, likewise 3 testimonials of his satisfaction from the field marshal, by the emperor, 3 times commended, 4 times mentioned, all in writing. But, Captain, Roback spoke. Whatever will become of us, if you wilt not be reconciled? Indeed, you have given us your word to simplify this thing. True, and I pledge my word to you again. Says Reichow, here's my word. What good would come of ruining you? I am an honest man. I love you, Lachie, gentlemen, for you are merry folk, good at a drinking bout. And gallant folk too, good at fighting out. We have a Russian proverb, he who rides upon the wagon, oft is used to be under the wagon, who today is foremost, tomorrow's in the rear. Today thou beatest, tomorrow thou art beaten. Is that cause for anger? That is how we soldiers live. Why such great malice should a man conceive? Or angry be at losing all that work? At Oksikow was bloody, and at Zurich they slew our infantry, at Austerlitz I lost my whole band. But before that time, did your Kosciuszko at Wrocław 234, where I was sergeant, mow down my platoon. With scythes. But what of that? Then I again. At Maciejaus 235 slew with mine own hand. 2 valiant nobles, one was Mokranowski. He with his scythe had come before our front. And cut off from a cannoneer his hand. Grasping the match. Oh! Oh! Ye Lachi! Country! I feel all that. I, Raikau, still the Tsar. Commands this, but I pity you. What should the Lachi be to us? 4 Muscovites. Muscovia, Poland for the Poles, but then the Tsar will not allow it. Unto him the judge replies, Sir Captain, that thou art an honest man, the country folks have seen, mid whom so many years you have been quartered. Be you not angry at this gift, good friend. We would not work you wrong, these ducats here we ventured to subscribe, as knowing you art not a rich man. Ah! The Jaegers, cried Raikau, the whole band run through my division. And all that Plut's fault. He was in command. And he must answer to the Tsar for this. But you take back your money, gentlemen. I have indeed but wretched captain's pay. But 'tis enough to give me punch and pipe. But you I like, since I have drunk with you. And eaten. I'll be merry, chatter, and thus will I live. But I'll be your defense. And as there will be inquest, on my word of honor, I will give my witness for you. That we came here upon a visit, drank and danced together, somewhat tipsy got. And Plut by chance commandment gave to fire. And so we fought, and wasted the battalion. You, sirs, grease the commission well with gold. 'Twill soon dispatch. But now I'll tell you this. Which to this nobleman I said before. Who wears the lengthy rapier. In command. Plut was the first, I second, Plut remains. Alive, perhaps he'll bend you such a hook. That you will perish, he's a cunning blade. You must with banknotes gag him. Well then, now. Sir Noble, thou with the long rapier, hast thou seen Plut already, taken counsel with him? Gervasy looked round, and his bald crown stroked. And with a careless gesture waved his hand. As by this sign he gave to them to know that he had made all easy. Raikau still insisted. What, will Plut be silent? Has he then given his word? The Kluxnik, vexed that Raikau tormented him with questions, bent his finger to earth most solemnly, then waved his hand, as though he cut all further talk in twain, and said, I by the penknife swear that Plut will let out nothing. He will never more converse with any one. Then dropped his hand, and snapped his fingers, as though shaking out some secret from his hands. This darkling gesture the hearers comprehended, and they stood with wonder looking on each other, still inquiring of this thing. Some minutes yet. A gloomy silence lasted, till at last said Raikau, long the wolf has borne away. Now is the wolf borne off. 236 The Chamberlain requiescat in pace, added. Even in this was, said the judge, the finger of the Lord. But I am guiltless of this blood, I knew not of it. From the pillow started up the priest, and upright sat with gloomy cheer. Great sin an unarmed captive 'twas to slay. Christ forbids vengeance even on a foe. Fie! Kluxnik! Thou shalt answer heavily for this before the Lord. One reservation alone there is, if this committed were not for mere foolish vengeance, but instead pro bono publico. The Kluxnik nodded and waved his hand extended, murmuringly. Repeated he, pro bono publico. And no one after spoke of major plot. They sought him vainly on the morrow, in the mansion, vainly for the corpse proclaimed. Reward, the major without trace was gone, as he had fallen in the water. What had come of him, were different stories told. But none for certain knew nor then, nor after. In vain with questionings did they torment the Kluxnik. Not he said, except these words. Pro bono publico. The Wojski was within the secret, but as he was bound by word of honor, the old man was silent, as though enchanted. After the conclusion of these conditions, Reichau left the room. But Roback all the warrior noblemen commanded thither. And the chamberlain addressed them thus with great solemnity. Brothers, the Lord has blessed our swords today. But without reservation, I to you must give to know that ill effects will come from these unhappy wars. We all have erred, and none of us here is without his fault. Friar Roback, that he spread too busily the news abroad, the Kluxnik and the nobles, that they misunderstood it. War with Russia cannot so quickly be begun. Meanwhile, who in the battle took most active part, cannot with safety tarry here in Litva. So must ye quickly to the duchy fly. Matthew especially, the Baptist called Thaddeus and Razor, and the bucket, bear their heads beyond the Niemen, where await them our national hosts. We on you absent ones will lay the blame entirely, so shall we preserve the rest of all the family. I bid ye farewell not for long. There are most certain hopes that on us with the spring shall brighten freedom's dawn, and Litva, who now bids farewell to you as exiles, soon shall view you her triumphant rescuers. All necessaries for the road the judge will furnish, and myself I will assist you with money, as I can. The nobles felt the chamberlain had wisely counseled them. For well, 'tis known that he who once has had a difference with the Russian Tsar, can ne'er be truly reconciled to him on earth. And either he must fight, or perish in Siberia. Therefore without speaking they gazed sadly on each other, sighed, but as a signing of consent they bowed their heads. The Pole, although among the nations famed for love of native land exceeding life, is ready I to leave it and depart into the world's wide country, and to live long years in poverty and in contempt, battling with men and destiny, while still this hope before him glimmers through the storm, that yet he serves his fatherland. They all declared that they were ready to set out at once. Alone this pleased not Master Buckman. Buckman, a prudent man, had mixed not in the battle, but on hearing that they took counsel together, he made haste to give his own opinion. He approved the project, but wished it were completely otherwise. He would develop it more fully, would have it explained more clearly. First appoint commission legally, that should consider the emigration's aims, and means, and action. And many other things consider too. Unhappily the shortness of the time prevented justice being done to Buckman's advice. The nobles hastily took leave, and were already starting. But the judge stayed Thaddeus in the room, and to the priest said, Now 'tis time that I should tell to thee that which since yesterday I learned for certain. Our Thaddeus loves Sophia truly. Let him, before departing, for her hand entreat her. I spoke to Telemina, she will not be hindrance to us, likewise is Sophia conformable unto her guardian's will. If we may not in wreath of marriage join today the couple, they at least today, brother, may be affianced, ere he part. Since for young hearts and travellers, thou well knowest what various temptations rise. But when the youth shall cast his eyes upon the ring, remembering he already is a husband, at once the fever of temptation strange is cool within him. The betrothal ring, believe me, has great power. Myself, I had, some 30 years ago, a great affection for the fair Martha, and her heart I won. We were betrothed, but heaven did not bless our union, and soon left me desolate, taking the lovely Wajszenka to his glory, daughter of my friend Trexica. As memory of her virtues, of her charms, this gold betrothal ring alone remained to me. As often as I looked thereon, my dead love stood before my eyes, and thus, by heaven's grace I hitherto have kept my faith to my betrothed one, and though ne'er a husband, I am an old widower. Although the Wajski has another daughter, pretty enough, and like enough unto my well-loved Martha. Saying this he looked upon the ring with tenderness, and brushed a tear off with his hand, then ended, Brother, what thinkest thou, shall we betroth the two? He loves, and I have the aunt's word and the girl's. But up rushed Thaddeus, and earnestly spoke thus, how can I show my gratitude to my dear uncle, who so constantly thinks of my happiness? Ah! Dearest uncle, I were the happiest of men, if now Sophia were betrothed to me, if I could know she was my future wife. And yet, I'll say it openly today, these spousals may not be done, for this are many reasons. Ask me no more. If Sophia deigns to wait, she maybe will behold me better, worthier. Maybe by steadfastness I shall deserve her love, maybe a little glory may adorn my name. Maybe we shall return soon to our native region. Then, my uncle, I shall recall your promise to you, then upon my knees salute my dear Sophia. And if she still be free, entreat her hand. Now must I part from Litva, it may be for long, perhaps another may meanwhile commend him to Sophia. I will not constrain her will, to beg return of love, which I have not deserved, were mean and base. And as the young lad spoke thus feelingly, like two great pearl drops glittered two bright tears within his large blue eyes, and ran together swift down his blushing countenance. But curious, Sophia from the depths of the alcove had heard this secret discourse, and she heard while Thaddeus simply thus and boldly spake his love. The heart within her trembled, she saw only those two large tears in his eyes, although she might not track his secret's thread. Wherefore he loved her, why abandoned her, or whither he departed, yet this parting much saddened her. The first time in her life she from a young man's lips had heard the great and wondrous tidings that she was beloved. So ran she to a little household shrine. There from an image and a reliquary she took, the picture was a St. Genevieve. And in the reliquary was a shred of holy Joseph's coat, the lover, patron of youth betrothed, and with these holy things she entered the apartment. Are you going so quickly? I will give you for the journey a little present, and a warning too. Carry this relic with you always, and this picture, and remember still Sophia. May the Lord God in health and will conduct you, and quickly bring you back to us in joy. Silent she stood, and drooped her head, while half closed her blue eyes, and liberal tears ran forth from underneath the lashes. And Sophia, standing with eyelids closed, kept silence still. pouring down tears like diamonds. Tadeusz, taking the gifts, and on her hand a kiss imprinting, said, "Lady, I must bid farewell to you. Farewell, remember me, and deign at times to say a prayer for me, Sophia." More he could not say. But unexpectedly, the Count and Telomina coming in, observed the youthful lovers' tender parting. The Count, much moved, at Telomina looked, and said, "What beauty even in a scene so simple, when a shepherdess's soul must with a warrior's part, even as a boat parts from a ship in tempest. Truly, naught can kindle tenderness within the heart, as when heart parts from heart. Time is like wind, it but extinguishes a feeble light. A great fire flames but stronger from the wind. My heart can love more strongly from afar. Soplica, I have held thee for a rival. And this mistake of our sad variance, which forced me to draw a sword on you, one cause has been. I see my error, since thou for the shepherdess didst sigh, but I had given my heart to this fair nymph. Let our offences be drowned in blood of foes. We will not strive with murderers' swords against each other's lives. Let otherwise our lovers' quarrel be decided, let us strive who shall excel in strength of love. Let us both leave behind the objects dear unto our hearts, and let us both hasten upon swords, on spears to rush. Let us together strive in steadfastness, in woe, in sufferings, and with valiant arm pursue our foes." He spoke, on Telomina. He looked, but she replied not, sore amazed. "But, Count," the judge broke in, "wherefore must you depart, of such necessity? Believe me, you may in safety dwell upon your lands. The government may strip and scourge the poor nobility, but you are certain, Count, whole to remain. You know how high your rank. You are tolerably rich. With half your income, you may redeem yourself from prison. That," the Count replied, "agrees not with my mood. As I may be no lover, I will be a hero. For the cares of love I summon the comforters of glory. If I am a beggar of the heart, I will be great in arms." Said Telomina, "What debars you from love and happiness?" "My destinies." "Power," said the Count, "the darkness of forebodings, that by mysterious movement swiftly rush to foreign regions, unaccustomed deeds. I own I wished in Telomina's honor to light the flame today at Hymen's altar. But an example far too beautiful this young man gives me, of his own free will, tearing his nuptial garland off, and rushing to prove his heart in accidents of fate, changing, and in the bloody chance of war. Today for me likewise an epoch new is opening. The sounding of my sword Brabantiraca once did echo back. Oh, may it sound through Poland spread as well." He ended, on his sword hilt proudly smote. "To blame I." Roback spoke, "Such goodwill hard it were. Ride off, and money take with thee. Thou mayest perhaps equip a band of men like Vladimir Potocki, who amazed the Frenchman, giving to the treasury 1,000,000. Like Prince Dominic Radziwill, who pledged his lands and furniture, and armed 2 regiments of horse. Ride off, and take money. We now enough of hands possess, but there is want of money in the duchy. Ride ye away, we take our leave of you." With sad eyes Telomina on him glanced. "Alas," she said, "I see naught will restrain thee, my hero. When thou enterest warlike lists, on thy love's color turn a tender glance." Thus saying, a ribbon from her dress she took. She fashioned therewith a cockade, and pinned it to the count's bosom. Let this color lead thee up to the fiery cannon, shining spears, and rain of bullets. When by valiant deeds thou winnest glory, and with deathless laurels thou shalt enwreath thy blood-stained helm and crest. With victory proud, even then turn thou thine eyes on this cockade. Remember thou whose hand fastened that color there. She reached her hand to him. The count then, kneeling, kissed that hand. And Telemina to one eye approached her handkerchief, but with the other looked from high upon the count, who bade farewell. Most deeply moved, she sighed but shrugged her shoulders. But said the judge, Sir Count, make haste, 'tis late. And Friar Roback cried, with threatening mien, enough of this. Make haste. The orders thus both of the judge and of the priest divide the loving pair, and drive them from the room. Meantime did Thaddeus embrace his uncle with tears, and Roback's hand kissed. Roback pressed unto his bosom the lad's forehead, laying his hands in form of cross upon his head, looked up to heaven, and said, My son, depart with God, and wept. But Thaddeus already had passed the threshold. What, then, asked the judge? Will you not tell him, brother, anything? And now, poor boy, shall he learn nothing, ere he part? No, nothing, said the priest, long weeping, with face hid in his hands. And wherefore should the poor lad know that he a father has, who hid him from the world, as being a villain and murderer? God knows, how I did long to tell my son, but of this consolation I make unto the Lord a sacrifice, to expiate my former crimes. Then, said the judge, 'tis time to think now of thyself. Consider at thine age, and in thy plight. Thou couldst not with the others emigrate. Thou once did say thou knewest a house, where thou couldst hide thyself. Say where. Let us make haste. A carriage waiteth ready harnessed. Was it not in the forest, in the keeper's hut? Shaking his head, said Roback, 'twill be time tomorrow. Now, my brother, send thou to the parish priest, that he may swiftly come here with the sacrament. Send all from hence. Thou only, with the kluxnick, here remain. Close thou the doors. Roback's commands the judge fulfilled, and sat beside him on the couch. Gervasy stood, and with his elbow leaned upon his rapier's hilt, and with his brow supported on his hand. Roback, before he spoke, his glance fixed on the kluxnick's face, and kept mysterious silence, as a surgeon on a diseased body lightly lays at first his hand, ere he the sharp blade prove. Thus Roback softened of his piercing eyes the glance severe, long o'er Gervasy's face. He held them mute. At length, as he would give blindfold the stroke, he covered with his hand his eyes, and with a powerful voice he said, I am Jacek Soplica. At these words, pale grew the kluxnick, forward bent, and stood. One half all stooping forward, stood, supported on one foot, like a flying stone, from high arrested on its path. His eyes wide staring, lips wide apart, with white teeth threatening, his whiskers bristling, from his hand the rapier abandoned on the ground, his knees held fast. His right hand, closely pressing, grasped the hilt. The rapier from behind stretched after him, waved its long black extremity around unto each side, and like a wounded lynx, the kluxnick seemed, that from a tree will spring, Into the hunter's eyes, it puffs itself. Up in a ball. It growls, its bloodshot eyes. In sparkles kindles, moves its whiskers, lashes. Its tail. Rembagelo, said the friar, no more. The wrath of man affrights me, for I am already under God's hand. I conjure thee in the name of him who saved the world, and on the cross did bless his murderers, and did accept the thief's entreaty, that thou wilt be pacified, and all that I shall say wilt listen patiently. I have confessed now whom I am, and for relief of conscience I must seek, and must at least for pardon pray. Thou listen my confession. Then after do thou what thou wilt with me. And here his hands he folded, as in prayer. The Kluxnik, deep in thought, moved backward, smote his forehead, and his shoulders moved. The priest began the story to relate of his familiar friendship with Horeszkos, how he loved his daughter, from this cause proceeded his quarrel with the pantler. But he spoke with little order, mingling oft complaints and lamentations in his story. Often his speech broke off, as though he had ended it, and then again began. The Kluxnik, knowing most perfectly the annals of Horeszkos, though tangled in disorder all this tale in memory could range, and fill it out. But many things the judge not understood. Both listened diligently, with bowed heads. And Jacek ever spoke with freer words, and oft broke off. 237. Indeed, thou knowest too well, Gervasy, how the pantler oft invited me to banquets, and would propose my health. Not seldom cried, lifting his glass on high, he had no friend above Soplica. How he then embraced me. All who saw this would think he shared with me his very soul. A friend he. Well he knew what at that time was passing in my soul. Meanwhile the neighborhood already whispered. And such a one said to me, Ah! Soplica! In vain wouldst thou compete, the threshold of a dignitary is too high for Jacek. Podksasic feet. I laughed, pretending I laughed at the magnates, and their daughters too, and cared not for the aristocracy. That if I oft consorted with them, 'twas from friendship. I would only take for wife one of my own condition. Ne'ertheless, these jestings cut me to the quick. Young then, courageous, all the world to me was open. In this land, where, as well you know, a noble by birth may for the throne be candidate. With highest lords, in truth Tenksinski once did ask a daughter of a royal house. 238. And a king gave her to him without shame. Were not Soplica's honors equal with Tenksinski's, both by blood, and crest, and service to the Republic? Ah! How easily a man may ruin another's happiness in one short moment, and may not repair it in all a long life. One word from the pantler. How happy we had been. Who knows, maybe we both had lived till now. Maybe, even he, beside his darling child, his lovely Eva, beside his grateful son-in-law, had reached a peaceful old age, and his grandchildren perhaps had rocked. Now what has passed? He ruined both of us, and himself, that murderous deed, and all the followings of that crime, and all my woes and sins. I have no right to complain. I was his murderer, I have no right to make complaint. I from my very heart do pardon him. But even he, if one time merely he had openly refused me, for he well knew what we felt, If he had not received my visitings. Who knoweth how? I maybe had departed. Been angry, railed against him, in the end. Neglected him. But he in cunning proud. Thought of a new idea. He made pretense. That such a thing had entered ne'er his head. That I could ever seek for such alliance. But I was needful to him. I had weight. Among the nobles, and the peasants all. Loved me. As though he ne'er perceived my love. He welcomed me as erst, insisted even. That I should come more often. And as oft. As we two were alone together, seeing. Mine eyes o'erclouded, and my breast o'ercharged. And ready to break forth, the old man, cunning. Would presently throw out indifferent words. Of lawsuits, diets, hunts. Ah! O'er our cups, not seldom, when he thus. Would melt, when thus he pressed me, and assured. Me of his friendship, having need of my. Sabre. Or vote in diet, when I must. Press him in turn affectionately, then. Such anger boiled in me, that I turned o'er. The spittle in my mouth, and then my hand. Would grasp my sabre's hilt. I longed to spit. Upon this friendship, and to draw my sword. But Eva, looking on my glance and posture. Could guess, I know not how, what in me passed. She gazed imploringly, her cheeks grew pale. And such a lovely dove, so gentle she. And such a sweet look had she, so serene. So angel-like. I know not even how. I had no heart to anger her, to grieve her. And I was silent, I, the brawler famous. Throughout all Litva. I, who lived no day. Without a fight, who never would submit. To wrong, not merely at the pantler's hands. But even at the king's, whom slightest cross. Drove into madness. I, though evil-minded. And drunken, was as dumb as a young lamb. As though I saw the holiest. How many times I longed to ope my heart. And even to prayer before him humble me. But gazing in his eyes I met a look. Cold as a stone. Ashamed of my emotion. I hastened once again, quite coldly. Of lawsuits, diets, to discourse, and even. To jest. True, all from pride, not to debase. The name of the Soplicas, not degrade. Myself before a lord by useless prayers. Nor earn refusal. For what would be said? Among the nobles, if they knew that I, Jacek. That the Horeszkos had refused. A maiden to Soplica, and to me. Jacek, had offered the black broth. 239. At last. Not knowing how to act, I thought to gather. A slender regiment of the nobles, and to leave for I the district and my country. Somewhere in Muscovy or Tartary. To go, and war begin. I rode to take leave of the pantler, in the hope that when he saw his staunch supporter, his old friend, almost an inmate of his house, with whom he had drunken and made war through all those years, now bidding farewell, and into the world, riding afar, the old man might be moved, and show me somewhat yet of human soul, as a snail his horns. Ah! Who, though but in his inmost heart's depth, has but one spark of feeling for a friend. But will this sparkle show on taking leave? Having his forehead for the last time touched. The coldest eye will often shed a tear. The poor girl, hearing I should go away, grew pale, unconscious, fell almost a corpse. Naught could she say, until she poured a stream of tears. I saw how dear I was to her. I recollect, the first time in my life. I burst in tears of joy and of despair. I longed again before her father's feet. To fall, to wind like serpent round his knees. Crying, dear father, take me for thy son. Or slay me. Then the pantler, solemnly, cold as a pillar of salt, polite, unmoved, began to speak, of what, his daughter's wedding. That moment, thou, Gervasy, friend, consider. Thou hast a human heart. The pantler said. Soplica, unto me the castellan, has sent betrothers, thou my friend art, what sayest thou to this? Thou knowest that I have a daughter fair and rich. The castellan is of Vitebsk. True, in the Senate he has a low seat, unconfirmed. What counsel you, brother? I cannot now at all remember. What unto him I answered, possibly nothing. To horse I mounted, and I fled. Jacek, the Kluxnik said, excuses wise thou urgest, yet they lessen not thy fault. For truly not once only in the world it has occurred that one who loved a daughter of lord or king, has tried by violent means to win her, thought of stealing her away, revenged him openly, but thus treacherous death to inflict, upon a Polish lord. In Poland, and in concert thus with Russians. No, not in concert, Jacek said in grief. Carry her off by violence. True, I could have done so, could have snatched her from behind gratings and latches, could have ground to dust that castle of his. I had at my back Dobrzyn and 4 stout clans more. Ah! If she had been as our own noble ladies, strong and healthy, had she feared not flight, pursuit. And could she but have heard the clash of arms. But she, poor girl, so carefully her parents had cherished her, that she was timid, weak, a caterpillar, a spring butterfly. And thus to seize her, with an armed hand, to touch her, were to slay her. No. I could not. Revenge me openly, by storm to hurl his castle into ruins. Shame. For men would say that I revenged me for refusal. Kluxnik, thine honest heart can never feel what hell there lieth in offended pride. Pride's demon counselled me to better plans, to take a bloody vengeance, but conceal the cause of vengeance, not to visit more the castle, root that love from out my heart. To forget Eva, marry with another. And then to find out later some pretext. Revenge myself. Then seemed it to me, that my heart had changed. And pleased I was with this imagining. And, married me unto the first I met. A poor girl. Evil did I, how I was cruelly punished. For I loved her not. The hapless mother of my Thaddeus. To me the most attached, most loving soul. But I within my heart my former love and malice strangled. And I was as mad. In vain I forced myself to husbandry or business, all in vain. For by a demon of vengeance driven wild, bad, irritable, I found no comforting in aught on earth. And thus I fell from sin to other sins. Began to drink. And so my wife ere long of sorrow died. Leaving that child, but me despair consumed. How dear I must have held my perished love. So many years. Where have I not been? And I cannot yet forget her, and for I. Her loved form stands before my eyes, as painted. I drank. I could not for a moment drink. Mem away, nor of it rid myself. Though I have traversed o'er so many lands. And now behold, in habit of a monk. I am God's servant, on this couch, in blood. So long I have spoken of her, in this moment. To speak of such things. God will pardon me. You here must know in what despair and grief that crime was done. 'Twas shortly after her betrothal day. They talked of this betrothal everywhere. 'Twas said, when Eva from the Wojwode's hand received the nuptial ring, she swooned, she fell into a fever, that she had the symptoms of a consumption, that she ceaseless sobbed. 'Twas guessed she loved another secretly. But still the pantler, ever tranquil, merry, gave in the castle balls, and gathered friends. Me he invited not. In what could I be useful to him? My misrule at home and wretchedness, my shameful custom, made me as a scorn and laughter to the world. Who once, I well may say it, shook the whole district, whom Radziwill 240 beloved called. Who, when I forth from out my farmstead rode, went with a court more numerous than a prince. And when I drew my sword some 1,000 sabres around were gleaming, frightening lordly castles. But now the peasant children laughed at me. Thus sudden grew I vile in eyes of men. Jacek Soplica. Who knows what is pride? Here feeble grew the Bernardine, and fell back on the couch. Then spoke the Kluxnik, roused. Great are heaven's judgments. True, true. So, 'tis thou. And thou art Jacek. Thou Soplica. Under a hood. Thou livest as a beggar. Thou, whom I remember ruddy and in health. A handsome noble, when the ladies praised thee. When women raved about thee. Whisker-bearer. Not as thou wert in former days. Thus hast thou grown old from sorrow. How did I not know thee? After that shot, when thou didst hit the bear so perfectly. Our Litva had no marksman surpassing thee. Thou also, after Matthew, wert with the sabre first. True, in past times our noble ladies sang concerning thee. Lo! Jacek twirls his whisker, all the regions shake. And he for whom the whisker shall this twirling make, were he even Prince Radziwill, shall tremble for its sake. And thou didst twirl it even for my lord. Unhappy one! 'Tis thou. Brought to what state? Jacek the whiskered is a begging friar. Great are heaven's judgments. And now, ha! Ha! Scatheless. Thou never shall come forth. I swear it, thou, who hast sucked Horeszkos drops of blood away. Meanwhile the priest sat up upon the couch. And ended thus, I rode around the castle. How many devils were there in my head? And in my heart? Who shall repeat their names? The pantler slayeth his own child. Already. Me has he slain, annihilated. Under the door I rode, some devil lured me there. Look on his riot. Drunkenness each day. Within the castle, and how many lights the windows show, what music in the halls. And will that castle not in ruins fall upon his bald head? Think of vengeance, swift. Will Satan give a weapon to thy hand? Scarce I imagined it, when Satan sent the Muscovites. I stood on gazing. Thou knowest how they stormed your castle. But 'tis false that I was in accord with Muscovites. I gazed on. Various thoughts swarmed through my head. First with a foolish smile, as children look on conflagration, gazed I, then I felt a murderer's joy, and while I waited, swift the castle walls began to burn and fall. At times the thought possessed me to rush in to rescue her, the pantler even. Ye did defend yourselves, thou knowest, bravely and prudently. I marveled. Round me fell the Muscovites. Those cattle. Ill they aim. On viewing their disasters, once again did spite possess me. Shall this pantler be victorious, and shall all things in the world thus prosper for him? And shall he come forth with triumph from this terrible attack? I rode away in shame. Just then, 'twas morn. Then looked I up, I knew him. He came forth. Upon the balcony, his diamond clasp did in the sunlight glitter, and he twirled his whisker proudly, and a proud glance threw. It seemed that unto me especially he bade defiance, that he knew me, and thus stretched his hand towards me, mocking me and threatening. I a Russian's rifle grasped, scarce pointed, scarce took aim, but off it went. Thou knowest. Cursed be those firearms. He who slays with sword must place himself, attack and parry, turn. He may disarm his foe, may stay the sword halfway, but with these firearms, 'tis enough to touch the lock. A moment. One sole spark. Did I fly then, when thou tookst aim at me? From overhead? I fixed my eyes upon my gun's 2 barrels. And some strange despair, some wondrous sorrow, fixed me to the earth. Why then, alas, Gervasy, why didst thou then miss me? Thou hadst done me service thus. But well it might be seen for expiation of sin, 'twas needful. Here again he failed for want of breath. God knows, the Kluxnik said, I truly wish to hit thee. How much blood by that one shot of thine hast thou poured forth? How many miseries fell on us, and on thine own race, all through thy fault, Master Jacek. But when the Jaegers for their target took the last of the Horeszkos, although by the spindle's side, thou didst him shield, and when a Muscovite did fire at me, thou didst cast me to earth, and thus didst save us both. If true it is thou art a cloistered priest, thy frock alone protects thee from the penknife. Farewell, no more I'll tarry on your threshold. Let us be quits, and leave to heaven the rest. Jacek stretched forth his hand. Gervasy drew backwards. I cannot, said he, without shame, to my nobility, e'er touch a hand with such a murder stained, from private vengeance, and not pro bono publico. But Jacek sank from the pillows back upon the couch, and turned towards the judge, and ever paler asked anxiously about the parish priest. And to the Kluxnik called, I do beseech you that you remain. I presently will end. I scarce have power sufficient. What, my brother? The judge exclaimed. Thy wound is not so grave. What sayest thou of the parish priest? Perhaps it was ill-dressed. I'll call the doctor here. Or in our store of medicines, the priest broke in, my brother, 'twere in vain. It is a former wound from Jena, 'twas ill-healed. And now fresh opened, there is gangrene here. I understand wounds. Look how black the blood. Like pitch. What used the doctor here? But that a vain thing is. Once only can we die. Give up our soul tomorrow, or today. Sir Kluxnik, wilt thou pardon me? I must conclude. There is in this some merit, not to will to be a traitor to the nation. Although the nation traitor thee proclaim. For him, above all, in whom dwells such pride as dwelt in me. The name of traitor clung to me like pestilence. All patriots did turn their faces from me. Former friends fled from me, he who timid was, afar saluted and avoided me. And even each wretched peasant, miserable Jew, although he bowed, did pierce me from aside. With mocking smile, the name of traitor rung within my ears, with echo did resound. At home, abroad, that word from morn till dusk Before me circled, as a spot before an eye diseased. And yet no traitor was I unto my country. The Muscovites would gain me partisan. They gave to the Soplicas a large share of the deceased man's lands. And later on, the Targowica traitors 241 wished to honor me with an office. If I then had willed to Russianize myself, which Satan counseled, I had by now most rich and powerful grown. Had I become a Muscovite, the highest magnates had sought my favor, even my brother nobles, and even the commonalty, who do so readily despise their own. Forgive those happier who serve Muscovy. I knew all that, but yet, I could not. From the land I fled. Where have I not been? What have I not suffered? Until God deigned reveal the only cure. I must reform myself, and must repair, as far as in my power might lie, the Pantler's daughter, with the Wojwode, her husband, somewhere in Siberia, transported, there died early. In this country, she left Sophia, her little daughter. I commanded she should be adopted. Maybe from foolish pride, far more than love, I slew. So must I show humility. I went among the monks. I, once so proud of race, I, who was as a blusterer, did bow my head, a friar. I called me Roback, since like a worm in dust. That ill example for the fatherland. Encouragement to treason, it was needful. By good example to redeem, by blood, by sacrifice. I for my country fought. But where I say not, 'twas not for earthly glory that I rushed so oft on swords and shot. To me more sweet 'tis to remember, not loud, valorous deeds, but silent actions, useful sufferings, which none, not one time only did I penetrate, unto my country, bearing the commands of generals, collecting information, concluding treaties. The Galicians know this monkish hood, the Poseners know it too. 1 year I labored in a Prussian fortress. 3 times the Muscovites did wound my shoulders with sticks, once sent me to Siberia. The Austrians then in Spielberg buried me, to labor in their dungeons, carcer Durham. The Lord by miracle delivered me, permitting me to die among my people, and with the sacraments. Perhaps even now, who knows, maybe I sinned. Maybe beyond the general's commands. I hurried insurrection on. This thought, that the Soplica house should arm the first. My kinsman the first horseman should upraise. In Litva, this thought, seemeth pure. Thou didst desire revenge. Behold, thou hast it. For thou wast instrument of God's chastising. Heaven by thy means did cut my measures through. Thou didst the thread so many years had spun tangle. The great aim which consumed my life. My latest earthly feeling in the world. Which I had cherished as my dearest child. Thou in its father's eyes hast slain, and I forgive thee. Thou. May heaven forgive us both. The Kluxnik broke in. If thou art about to take the sacrament, Friar Jacek, I am neither Lutheran, nor schismatic. 242 Who afflicts the dying, I know sins heavily. I'll tell thee somewhat that will sure rejoice thee. When my deceased master wounded fell, and I bent o'er him, kneeling, and my sword steeped in his wound, and swore revenge, my lord did shake his head. His hand stretched towards the gate, to where thou wert, and in the air he signed the cross. He could not speak, but gave this sign, that he forgave his murderer. I this did understand, but I so mad with rage was then, I ne'er a word spoke of this cross. The sick man's sufferings here broke off discourse. And one long hour of silence followed then. They wait the priest. The sound of hoofs was heard. A breathless tenant at the chamber knocked. He bears a letter of importance, shows it to Jacek's self. Then Jacek to his brother gives it, and him desires to read aloud. The letter was from Fisher, at that time commanding in the staff of Poland's army, under Prince Joseph. He announced, that in the secret imperial cabinet was war declared. The emperor now proclaims it to the world. The Diet is in Warsaw summoned, and the states confederate of Masovia have decreed the union of Lithuania. 243. Jacek, in hearing, spoke a silent prayer. A sacred taper pressing to his breast. He raised to heaven his eyes, alight with hope. And shed a flood of last and joyful tears. Now, Lord, he said, let thou thy servant part in peace. All knelt, just then upon the threshold. A bell did sound, a sign the parish priest had with the host arrived. Night now had fled. And through the milky heaven did course the first bright, rosy sunbeams. Through the window panes they fell like diamond arrows. On the couch they shone reflected from the sick man's head. And dressed in gold his brow and countenance, that like a saint he shone in fiery crown. Book. Chapter 11. The year 1812. Spring omens, entrance of armies, divine service, official rehabilitation of Jacek Soplica, the end of the lawsuit near at hand. To be inferred from the conversation of Gervasy and Protasi, love scene between the lancer and the maiden, the dispute concerning Kusi and Sokol is decided, the guests assemble for the banquet, presentation of the betrothed couples to the generals. Thou year, who in our country thee beheld? The year of beauty calls thee even now. But year of war the soldier. Even yet. Our elders love to tell of thee, even now. Song dreameth of thee. Long wert thou proclaimed by heavenly miracle, and thee forestalled. Dumb rumors, mid the people. All the hearts of the Litvini with the sun of spring were girdled by some strange presentiment. As though before the ending of the world. Some expectation full of joy and fear. When first they drove the cattle forth in spring. 'Twas marked, though lean and famished, they did not rush on the winter corn, green on the glebe. But lay down on the mead, with heads bowed down. To low, or chew the cud of winter food. At the villagers, who led the plough on field. Now scarce rejoiced as they were wont to do. At ending of long winter, for no song they sang. They labored idly, as they neither recalled the seed time nor the harvest. Each step they stayed the oxen and the ponies in harness, and with anxious heart they gazed towards the western quarter, as from thence some miracle should be revealed. And marked with anxious heart the homeward flying birds. For even thus early to his native pine the stork was flying, widely he unfurled his white wings, early standard of the spring. And after him in noisy regiments came upon the waters swallows gathering thick, who from the late thawed earth collected mud to build their houses. And at eventide the arriving woodcocks whispering were heard among the thickets, and the wild goose flock murmured above the wood, and wearied fell down with great uproar, for a halt. And in the sky's dark depth the crane's continual cry, hearing, the nightly guards inquire in fear, whence in the winged kingdom such confusion? What storm thus early drives the birds away? And now behold a newer flock, that seems finches and plovers, starlings, flock of shining crests and of standards, brightly on the hills. They shone, and on the plains they make descent. The cavalry. Adornments wondrous, arms. Invisible, troop after troop. In midst. Like melted snows, along the highways, glide. Ranks sheathed in iron, from out the woods their caps swarm blackly, and a row of bayonets gleams. The ant-hills swarming infantry unnumbered. All towards the north. It certain might be said that in that migratory time even men, following the birds, were marching to our land. Impelled by some mysterious instinct force. Men, horses, guns, and eagles, day and night, flow onward, in the sky flame here and there. Wide blazes, earth is trembling, one may hear the thunders smite on every side. War. War. In Litva there is not a foot of land whereto its uproar does not penetrate. Mid the dark forest lands the peasant, all whose parents and whose ancestors have died, not having passed beyond the forest's bounds, who understood in heaven no other cries than those of storm winds, nor on earth beside the roars of beasts, had seen no other guests than fellow foresters, now sees, in heaven, a wondrous fire blaze glowing, in the forest. A crashing hears some wandering cannonball, strayed from the field of battle, seeks its way amid the forest, rending all its stems, its branches severing. The bison, reverend greybeard, did tremble in the moss, erected. The long hair of his mane, and half arose, leaned on his forelegs, shook his beard, and gazed, bewildered on the embers, glimmering on sudden mid the broken clods. It was a wandering grenade, that whirled around, and raged, and hissed, and burst with thunder noise. The bison, for the first time in his life, felt fear, and to the deepest refuge fled. A battle. Where? In what part? Asked the youths. They seized their weapons, women raised their hands to heaven, all sure of victory, with tears. Cry, heaven is with Napoleon, he with us. O spring! I, who beheld thee in our land. Springtime renowned for war. Springtime of beauty. O spring! I, who beheld thee blossoming, with corn and grass, and gleaming all with men. Fruitful in doings, pregnant thou with hope. I see thee yet, fair phantom of a dream. In slavery born, chained yet in infancy. I had but one such springtime in my life. Right by the high road Soplicowo lay, whereby 2 leaders marched from Neiman's side, 244. Prince Joseph and Jerome, Westphalia's king. They had already conquered part of Litva. From Grodno unto Slonim, when the king commanded 3 days' halt to breathe the troops. But spite of weariness the Polish soldiers lamented that the king forbade their march. So gladly they would reach the Muscovite. The prince's chief staff in the neighboring town was quartered, but in Soplicowo stood the camp of 40,000, with their staffs. The generals Dombrowski, Niaziewicz, and Malachowski, Giedroyc, Grabowski. Late was it when they entered. Therefore each, where best he might found quarters, in the castle, and in the mansion. Orders swift were given. The sentinels were posted. Each man, wearied, went to his chamber for repose, with night. All things were silent, camp, and house, and field. Alone were seen, like shadows, wandering patrols, and here and there the campfires gleam. And circling watchwords heard of army posts. All slept, the master of the house, the leaders, and soldiers. But the Wojski's eyes alone taste no sweet sleep. The Wojski must set forth next day a banquet, whereby he will make Soplica's house renowned for evermore. A banquet dear to hearts of Polish guests. And suiting a great day's solemnity. Feast of the church, and of the family. Tomorrow shall 3 couples be betrothed. But General Dombrowski yestereve had said he wished to have a Polish dinner. Though late the hour, the Wojski gathered quick. Cooks from the neighborhood, of these were 5. They serve, he plays the master. As chief cook. He girded him with apron white, indued. A white cap, and his sleeves to elbow rolled. In one hand was his fly scare, to drive off the miserable insects, greedily. Upon the titbits falling. With the other. He wiped his spectacles and put them on. Drew forth a book, and opened it, and read. The book entitled was, The Perfect Cook. 245. Therein all specialties were plainly written. Of Polish tables. After its direction. The Count of Tenxin those famed banquets gave. In Italy, whereat the Holy Father. Urban VIII, so marvelled. 246 after them. Charles Radziwill, beloved, later on. When he in Nieswi's King Stanislaus received, that memorable banquet made. Whose glory even now through Litva lives. In story of the people. What the Wojski reading did understand, and did explain. The cooks intelligent at once fulfilled. The labor seethes, some 50 knives are clattering. Upon the board, the scullions bustle round. As demons black. Some carry wood, some jugs. With wine and milk, they pour it into kettles. Stewpans, and saucepans. Smoke bursts forth, 2 scullions. Beside the oven sit, and blow the bellows. The Wojski, that the wood might easier burn. Commanded melted butter to be poured. Upon the wood permitted such excess. Is in a wealthy house. The scullions heap. Upon the fire dry brushwood, others place. Upon the spits enormous roasts of beef. Of venison, quarters of the boar and stag. Some pluck great heaps of birds, the feathers fly. In clouds, grouse, heathcocks, chickens, all are stripped. But fowls were not in plenty. Since that inroad, which at the period of the Foray made, the murderous young Dobrazinski on the henhouse, when he Sophia's care reduced to naught, nor left of reparation means. Not yet. In Soplicowo, once renowned for poultry, the birds again might flourish. For the rest, of every kind of meat was great abundance, which might be gathered there from house and shambles, and from the forests and the neighborhood, from near and far. Thou dst say the only thing they could not furnish forth was milk of birds. 247. 2 things a liberal master seeks in feasts were joined in Soplicowo, art and plenty. Already had arisen the solemn day. The weather was most fair, the hour was early. And the clear heaven was drawn around the earth. Like to a hanging sea, still, concave arched. A few stars glimmered from the deep, like pearls. From sea depths through the billows. On one side, a white cloud, one alone, flies lightly upward. And in the deep blue sky were plunged its wings. Like parting pinions of a guardian angel, who by the nightly prayer of men detained, and overlate, hastes to return among his fellow denizens of heaven. Now quenched. The last faint pearls of stars, and in the depths of skies extinguished were, and heaven's brow is paler midmost. Its right temple, laid upon a pillow of shade, is swarthy still. The left eye redder blushes. Farther off, a circle, like an eyelid broad, opes wide. And in the midst the white part of an eye is seen, the iris and the pupil. Now a sunbeam darted forth, and in the round Of skies it gleamed refracted, and it hung upon a white cloud like a golden lance. Upon this arrow, signal of the day, a sheaf of fires flew forth, 1,000 rockets, that o'er the circle of the world did cross. And rose the sun's eye, somewhat yet asleep. It winked, and trembling shook its radiant lashes, shining at once with all its 7 hues. At once it shone with sapphire, redly glowed in ruby, yellow with the topaz light, till all at once it flamed as crystal clear. Then like a gleaming diamond, lastly fiery, like to a great moon, like a twinkling star. Thus through the heavens measureless did pass the lonely sun. Today the Litvan people from all the neighborhood are gathered round the chapel ere the sunrise, as to hear the announcement of some novel miracle. This gathering from the people's piety, in part proceeded, part from curiousness. For this day will the generals be present at Mass in Soplicowo, those renowned as leaders of our legions, they of whom the people knew the names, and honored them like patron saints, and all whose wanderings, campaigns, and battles were a national gospel to Litva. Now some officers had come already, and a crowd of soldiers. The people flocked around them, on them gazed, and scarcely might believe their eyes, beholding their fellow countrymen in uniform, armed, free, and speaking in the Polish tongue. Mass was performed. The tiny sanctuary might not contain the whole assembly there. The people kneel upon the grass, and gaze inside the chapel doors, uncovering their heads. The hair of the Lithuanian folk, fair-hued or yellow, golden shone like field of ripened rye, and blooming here and there. The fair hair of a maiden, with fresh flowers adorned, or peacock's eyes, with ribbons braided. Adornment of the tresses, gleamed among the men's heads, as mid-wheat cornflowers and tares. The many-colored, kneeling crowd o'erspread the field, and at the bell's voice, as it were, at blowing of the wind, the heads all bowed, as corn ears in a field. The village maids today unto Our Lady's altar bear spring's earliest gifts, fresh branches of green herbs, all round in garlands and in nosegays dressed. Altar and picture, and the belfry even, and galleries. At times the morning breeze, when blowing from the east, the garland strips, and throws on brows of kneeling worshippers, and scatters them like fragrance from the censers. But when the Mass and sermon both were done, presiding o'er the whole assembly now, the Chamberlain came forth, elected Marshal, 248. With one accord, by all the district states, wearing the palatinal uniform, a zupan gold embroidered, the Countess of Tours brocade with fringes, massy girdle, where hung a sabre with a shagreen hilt, and a great diamond pin gleamed at his neck. White his Confederate cap, and thereupon a bunch of precious feathers, crests were these of herons white. On festivals alone is worn so rich a plume, whose every feather a ducat costs. Thus clad, upon a hill before the church he mounted. Round him pressed the villagers and soldiers. Thus he spoke. Brothers, the priest has late to you proclaimed the freedom which the Emperor-King restored unto the crown, and now to Litva's duchy, restored unto all Poland. Ye have heard the government decrees, and convocation, summoning the Diet. I have but to speak a few words to the people, on a matter concerning the Soplica family, lords of this place. The region all remembers the crime committed by the late Pan Jacek Soplica here. But since you all do know His crimes, 'tis time we likewise should proclaim. His merits to the world. The leaders of our armies here are present, from whom I have learned all that which now I tell to you. This Jacek did not die, as rumor said, in Rome, but only changed his former life, and state, and name, and all his crimes against God and the fatherland he has effaced. By holy life, and by great deeds. 'Twas he at Hohenlinden, who, when General Richepanse half beaten, did bethink him of retreat. Unknowing Niaziewicz with help drew near. He, Jacek, Roback called, through swords and spears, bore letters from Niaziewicz to Richepanse, announcing our men took the foe in rear. 249. He later on in Spain, when that our lancers did capture Somosierra's trenched crest. 250. At Kozieltolski's side was wounded twice. Then, as an envoy, charged with secret orders, to different regions travelled he, to sound the spirit of the people, to unite secret societies, and form them. Lastly, in Soplicowo, his paternal nest, when he an insurrection did prepare, he perished in a foray. Just upon his death intelligence to Warsaw came. His Majesty the Emperor had deigned to give him for his late heroic deeds the ensigns chivalrous of honor's legion. 251. Wherefore all these things having in regard, I, representing here the Wojwode's rule, with my confederation staff, proclaim to you, that Jacek by his faithful service, and by the Emperor's favor, has effaced the stain of infamy, and now returns to honor, and again he finds a place in ranks of truest patriots. Therefore who shall dare remind the family of Jacek of his long expiated fault, shall fall beneath the punishment of such reproach, as gravis noto macula declare the statute's words. Such penalty affects both Militum and Scartabell. 252. Who shall put infamy upon a citizen, and since equality does now prevail, burghers and peasants, this third article likewise obliges. 253. Let this marshal's order the district writer in the general acts inscribe, and let the Wozni set it forth, as touches now the cross of honor's legion, that it arrived too late shall not detract from glory, if it might not Jacek serve as ornament, be it a memory of him. Let us suspend it on his grave 3 days. Let it hang here, then in the chapel lay the cross, a votive offering to the Virgin. This saying, the order from its covering he drew, and hung upon the humble cross. That marked the grave a crimson ribbon, tied in form of a cockade, and that white cross glittering with stars and with its golden crown. And in the sunbeams brightly shone the stars, like the last gleam of Jacek's earthly glory. Meanwhile the people said upon their knees the Angelus, for peace eternal praying. Unto the sinner's soul the judge addressed the guests and village crowd, inviting all to Soplicowo for the banquet. But upon the grassy bank before the house 2 old men sat, 2 measures full of mead upon their knees. They towards the orchard gaze, where like a sunflower, mid the poppy buds of various hue, there stood a lancer, wearing a shining kolpak, decked with golden metal, and a cock's feather. Near to him a girl, in dress as green as lowly rue, upraised eyes blue as heartsease flowers towards the lads. Young maidens in the garden further off were gathering flowers. Purposely they turned their heads away from where the lovers stood, so that they might not trouble their discourse. But those 2 old men drank their mead, and from A snuff-box made of bark regaled each other. And talked. Yes, yes, dear old Protasi, said Gervasi, Kluxnik. Yes, dear old Gervasi. Protasi, Wozni, said, yes, yes, just so. They in accord repeated many times, nodding their heads thereto. At length the Wozni. That wondrously this suit has ended I do not deny, yet there are precedents. I can remember lawsuits during which far worse excesses happened than in ours. But intermarriage ended all the evil. Lopat to the Borzdobohasi was reconciled, the Krepstols to the house of Kupsk, and to Picturna Putrement. Mickiewicz to the Odiniak family. And Turno unto the Kwileckis. But what say I? Why, the Poles were used to have with Litva disagreements worse by far than those of the Horeszkos and Soplica. But Queen Jadwiga, when she counsel took, did quickly end that feud without the courts. 'Tis well when parties have a maid or widow to give in marriage, thus a compromise is always ready. Lawsuits always last the longest with the clergy, or with kindred too near related, for the action then may never be with marriage brought to end. Thence come the unending feuds of Poles and Russians, since they proceed from Lech and Rus, own brothers. 254. Thence were so many Lithuanian suits with the Crusaders, till Jagellan won. Thence, to conclude, Pendabat long before the Acts, that famous lawsuit of the Rimsas with the Dominicans, whence rose the proverb, the Lord is greater than Pan Rimsa. But I'll warrant, mead is better than the penknife. This saying, he clinked his goblet with the Kluxniks. True, true, replied Gervasi, greatly moved. Wondrous have been the fortunes of our crown and of our Litva. Truly, like two consorts, heaven did unite them, and the devil part. To heaven his own, and to the devil his. Ah! Brother dear, Protasi, that our eyes should see this. That these dwellers of the crown salute us. I served with them years ago. I well remember they were brave confederates. If but the Pantler, my late master, had lived to behold this day. O Jacek! Jacek! But why should we lament? This very day our Litva once more joineth with the crown. That too is reconciled, is blotted out. And this a wonder is, Protasi said. Concerning this Sophia, for whose hand our Thaddeus now entreats, a year ago there was an omen, like a sign from heaven. Lady Sophia broke the Kluxnik in. We now must call her, since she is grown up. She is not a little girl, besides, she is of dignitary blood, the Pantler's grandchild. However, did Protasi end, there was a sign prophetic of her destiny. I saw the sign with mine own eyes. A year ago, our household on a holiday did sit here, drinking mead. But as we looked, down from the gable fell two sparrows fighting. Both were old cock-birds. One, the younger, had a patch of grey beneath the throat, the other a black one. They went scuffling through the court, still turning somersaults, until they rolled deep in the dust. We looked on, and meanwhile the servants whispered to each other, let the black one be Horeszko, and the other Soplica. So as often as the grey was uppermost, they cried, long live Soplica. Fie! Fie! Horeszko cowered, and when he fell, they cried, up, up, Soplica. Give not in unto the magnate. Shame, 'twere for a noble. Thus jesting did we wait to see who conquered. But just then little Sophie, moved with pity, For those two birds, ran up, and covered o'er. Both heroes with her little hand. They fought together in her hand, until their plumage flew wide, such rage was in those little devils. The old women whispered, looking on Sophia, that it was surely the girl's destiny to reconcile two houses long at feud. And now I see, today has rendered true the old women's omen, though in truth they then were thinking of the Count, and not of Thaddeus. Thereto the Kluxnik answered, wonderful events are in this world, who all can fathom. I'll also tell you something, although not so wondrous as that omen, yet 'tis hard of understanding. Thou dost know, that once I had been glad to drown the family of the Soplicas in a spoon of water. 255. But yet this little fellow Thaddeus I was extremely fond of from a child. I saw that when he fought with other boys, he always beat them. So as oft as he ran to the castle, I would put him up to some hard undertaking, he did all. Were it to get down pigeons from the tower, or pluck the mistletoe from off the oak, or plunder crows' nests from the highest pines, he did it all. I said unto myself, this lad is born beneath a lucky star. A pity 'tis that he is a Soplica. But who had guessed the castle should in him welcome its heir, the husband of my lady Sophia, my most gracious mistress. Here the old men left off their discourse, and drank deep, thinking, only now and then were heard these few short words, yes, yes, Master Gervasy. Yes, yes, Master Protassi. The green bank touched close upon the kitchen, whereof stood the window open, and the steam burst forth as from a conflagration, till from out the wreaths of steam, like to a white dove, gleamed the chief cook's white cap through the kitchen window. The Wojski o'er the old men's heads his own put forth, in silence listening their discourse, and offered them a saucer full of biscuits, saying, eat these with your mead. And I meanwhile will tell to you a curious history of a dispute that well nigh ended in a bloody fight, when, hunting in the depths of Naliboko's forests, Rejtan played a trick to Prince Denisov. This same trick he well nigh paid for with his own life. I composed the quarrel of these gentlemen, as I will now relate to you. 256. But here the cooks broke off the Wojski's story, asking whom he had charged to arrange the centerpiece. The Wojski went away, and having emptied their mead, the old men, in deep thought, their eyes turned to the garden depths, where held discourse that handsome lancer with the maiden. He just then within his left hand taking hers. The right was in a sling, for he was wounded. Sophia, thou now must tell me once for all, ere we change rings. I must be sure of this. What matter that last winter thou wert ready to give thy word to me? I would not then accept that word. For what to me availed a promise forced? At that time I had stayed short time in Soplicowo. I was not so vain I could delude myself to thinking that by one look of mine I could awake within thee love. I am no coxcomb. I by mine own merits wish to gain thy love, though long I waited for it. Now thou art so gracious as to give once more thy word. By what have I deserved so high a grace? Maybe thou takest me, Sophia, not so much from inclination, only that thine uncle and thine aunt to this persuade thee. But marriage is, Sophia, a weighty thing. Advise with thine own heart, in this attend no threatenings of thine uncle, nor thine aunt's. Persuasions. If thou feelest not for me, but goodwill, we may this betrothal yet some time delay. I have no wish to bind thy will, and we will wait a while, Sophia. Not hurries us, since yester evening I received commandment to remain in Litva, drill master in the regiment here, until my wounds be healed. What then, beloved Sophia? Thereto Sophia answered, raising up her head, and looking shyly in his eyes. I do not well remember what occurred. Long since, I know they all said that I must be married to you. Always I agree with heaven's will, and with my elder's wish. Then dropping down her eyes, she added this. Before you parted, if you recollect, when Friar Roback died that stormy night, I saw that, in departing, you were grieved to leave us. There were tears within your eyes. Those tears, I tell you truly, sank within my heart, so I believe you, that you love me. As often as I prayed for your success, you ever stood before me with those large and shining tears. The chamberlain's wife then went afterwards to Wilna, and she took me there with her for the winter. But I longed for Soplicowo, and that little room where first at eve you met me by the table, and then took leave. I know not how, your memory, something like cabbage seed in autumn sown, through all the winter quickened in my heart. That, as I said to you, unceasingly, I longed for that apartment, and to me did something whisper, I again should find you there, and so it happened. Having that within my heart, your name was often on my lips, 'twas during carnival at Wilna. And the young ladies said I was in love. Now if I someone loved, who should it be? Excepting you? Thaddeus, with such a proof of love delighted, took her by the hand, pressed it, and they together left the garden, went to that lady's bower, unto that room where Thaddeus had dwelt 10 years ago. Now there the regent tarried, wondrously adorned, and served his fair betrothed dame with running to and fro, and offering rings, chains, and pots, and flasks, cosmetics, perfumes. Joyful, he gazed with triumph on the bride. The bride her toilette ended even now. She sat before a mirror, taking counsel of the divinities of grace. The maids, some with the curling irons renew the stiffened rings of the tresses, others, kneeling, labor upon the flounces. While the regent thus near his betrothed was busy, at the window a scullion knocked, a hare had just been seen. That hare, late stolen from the osiers forth, ran through the meadow, in the orchard sprang among the growing vegetables. There he sat, 'twere easy now to start him, and to hunt him down, the greyhounds placing on the clearing. The assessor hastens, dragging by the collar Sokol. After him makes haste the regent, calling Kusi. Both the dogs. The Wojski stations by the hedge, but then betook him with his fly-scare to the orchard. Trampling, and whistling, clapping, much he frightens the game, the prickers, each one by the collar. His greyhound holding, pointing where the hare is stirring, chuckled silently. The dogs pricked up their ears impatiently, they trembled like arrows twain upon one bowstring laid. At once the Wojski gave the starting word. The hare straight darted from behind the hedge upon the mead, the greyhounds after him. And presently, without a double, Sokol and Kusi fell together on the hare. From two sides in an instant, like a bird's two wings, and plunged into the creature's back, their teeth like claws. The hare gave forth one cry, grievous, as of a newborn child. The prickers rush to the spot, the hare now lifeless lies. The greyhounds tear the white fur on his breast. The prickers stroke their dogs. Meanwhile the Wojski drew from his girdle forth a hunting knife, cut off the feet, and said, "Today the dogs shall have an equal fee, for they have both one equal glory, equal both in swiftness, equal in labor. Worthy is the palace of Pack, and Pack is worthy of the palace." 257. Worthy the prickers of their greyhounds, worthy the greyhounds of their prickers. Here, behold, your long and bitter quarrel now is done. I, whom you chose as judge to hold your stakes, pronounce at length my sentence, both of you have won, the pledges I restore. Let each receive his own again, and both you sign a peace. Then at the old man's invitation, the prickers turned a joyous countenance upon each other, and together joined their right hands, long divided. Then the regent said, "Once I staked a horse with all its trappings. I notice gave before the local court that I deposited my ring as fee unto our judge. A pledge deposited, returned may not be. Let the Wojski take this ring as a remembrance, and command his name to be thereon engraved, or, if he will, Horeszkos arms. The bloodstone smooth. The gold was tried 11 times. That steed the lancers for the horse have requisitioned. But still the saddle has remained with me. 'Tis praised by every connoisseur, as being convenient, lasting, lovely as a toy. The saddle, in the Turkish Cossack style, is narrow, in the front a pommel is. Upon it precious stones, a cushion of rich stuff upon the seat, and when you spring unto the saddle bow, on this soft down between the pommels you may sit at ease, as on a couch. And when you gallop, here Regent Bolesta, who, as well we know, loved gestures greatly, spread his legs apart, as though he sprang on horseback, then presenting a gallop, slowly rocked from side to side. And when you set off in a gallop, then there beams a splendor from the saddle bow, as gold were dropping from the charger. 4. The stirrup bands are sprinkled o'er with gold, and silver the broad stirrups gilded o'er. Upon the mouthpiece reins, and on the bridle, shine little buttons of the pearly shell. And to the breastpiece hangs a moon in shape of Leloa, that is, of the new moon. 258. This splendid unique furniture, 'twas captured, report says, in the Battle of Podhaj, from some considerable Turkish noble. Receive, as proof of my regard, assessor. Whereto the assessor answered, with the gift. Delighted, I one time my beautiful dog collars, given me by Prince Sangusko, pledged, made of shagreen, all with golden circles inlaid, and with a leash of silk, whereof the workmanship is precious as the stone that shines upon it. I desired to leave this set an heirloom to my children, certain I shall have children, as I shall be married. Thou knowest, today. But, Regent, be so good as to accept this set, I pray, in change for thy rich furniture, and in remembrance of this dispute, which has prevailed for years, and has at last so honorably come to end for both of us. Let peace now flourish between us. So they home returned, to announce at table that the contest between Sokol and Kusi now was ended. Stories were the Wojski in the house had nurtured up this hare, and secretly had let it loose into the garden, so to make agreed the prickers by such conquest, far too light. The old man with such mystery performed The trick that he completely had deceived. All Soplicowo. Some years later something. The scullion of this whispered, to renew the assessor's quarrel with the regent, but in vain he spread such tales to wrong the dogs. The Wojski still denied it, and none then believed the scullion. Now the guests assembled in the great banquet hall, the banquet waiting, conversed around the table, when the judge entered, in palatinal uniform, and led in Master Tadeusz and Sophia. Tadeusz, his forehead with the left hand touching, saluted with a soldier's bow his leaders. Sophia, with glances cast upon the earth, blushing, the guests with curtsy welcomed, taught by Telemina now to curtsy well. She wore a garland on her head, in sign of spousal. For the rest, her dress was such as when today within the chapel she laid spring sheaves for the Virgin. She once more had reaped fresh bunches for the guests of herbs. With one hand she distributes flowers and grass. The other hand adjusts the shining sickle upon her head. The leaders took the herbs, kissing her hands. Sophia once again curtsied all round, deep blushing. General Mickiewicz then raised her in his arms, and printing on her brow a father's kiss, raised up the girl, and set her on the table. Applauding, all cried, "Bravo!" All enchanted with the girl's beauty, but especially by her Lithuanian dress, its simpleness. Since for these leaders, who in wandering life, so long in foreign parts throughout the world, had journeyed, wondrous charms the native dress possessed, as it recalled to them their youth and former loves. Therefore, well nigh with tears, they thronged around the table, eagerly they gazed. Some pray Sophia would uplit her head a little, and would show her eyes. Some that she condescend to turn around. The bashful maiden turned, but with her hands still veiled her eyes. Most joyful, Tadeusz gazed, and rubbed his hands together. Whether some one had given Sophia counsel to appear in such a dress, or she by instinct knew. For every girl by instinct can divine what suits her countenance. It is enough that for the first time in her life Sophia this morning was by Telemina scolded for her self-will. No fashionable dress desiring, until she by tears prevailed that she might thus be left, in simple dress. She had a long, white petticoat, the dress short, of green camlet, with a rosy hem. The bodice likewise green, with rosy ribbons laced crosswise from the bosom to the neck. The bosom underneath, hid like a bud beneath a leaf. White from the shoulders gleamed. The shift sleeves, like the wings of butterflies, expanded for their flight, these at the wrist were gathered, and with ribbon fastened there. The neck was likewise by the narrow shift surrounded, with its collar girded up by a rosy breast knot. Earrings artfully carved out of cherry stones, whose fashioning had been Dobrazinski's pride. 2 tiny hearts were there, with dart and flame, given to Sophia when Bustard wooed her. And upon the collar there hung 2 strings of amber. On her shoulders Sophia had thrown the ribbons of her tresses, and on her forehead placed, as reapers wont, a curved sickle, polished recently by reaping grass, bright like the crescent moon upon Diana's brow. All praised, all clapped. One of the officers from out his pocket drew a portfolio, with some folds of paper. He spread them out, his pencil sharpened, moistened, looked on Sophia, and drew. Scarce saw the judge the paper and the pencil, when he knew the sketcher, though a colonel's uniform, Rich epaulets, a truly lancer mien. A darkened mustache. And a Spanish beard. Had changed him greatly, yet the judge him knew. How are you, my illustrious, gracious Count? And have you in your cartridge box your travelling painting materials? 'Twas the Count indeed. Not long a soldier, but because he owned large revenues, and at his own expense. A regiment had of cavalry equipped. And in the first fight borne him gallantly. The emperor on that day had named him colonel. So did the judge salute the Count, and on his rank congratulated him. The Count heard nothing, but still drew with diligence. Meanwhile the second pair betrothed came in. The assessor, once the Tsar's, today Napoleon's devoted servant. Under his command, he had a body of gendarmes, and though scarce 20 hours in office, he already wore the grey uniform with Polish facings, and dragged a crooked sabre at his side, and clinked his spurs. With stately step beside him came his beloved, magnificently dressed Thekla Hresenka, for the assessor long had cast off Telemina, and as more to sadden this coquette, his true affections had turned towards the watch Sazenka now. Not overyoung the bride was, she well nigh reached middle age, but a good manager, with dignity and dowry. For besides a hamlet she inherited, the judge her dowry by a small sum had increased. The third pair vainly they long time await. The judge impatient grew, and servants sent. Returning, these bring answer, the third bridegroom. The regent, starting forth the hare, had lost the ring. He sought it in the meadow, and the regent's lady, though herself she hastes, and though the serving women her assist, cannot by any means her toilette end. She scarcely will at 4 o'clock be ready.